pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash, yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the 6 hits and a miss, and George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, unknown to George, Gracie has sent away to the Successful Marriage Institute for their booklet on how to keep husbands happy. She is now on the telephone discussing it with her spinster girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell. Let's listen in.
Well, yes, Tootsie. It's a course that tells wives how to keep their husbands completely fascinated. What? No. I had it mailed to your house because George mustn't know about it. You see, I want to fascinate him secretly. Huh? Uh-huh. So the minute you get it, bring it right over here and we'll... Here comes George. Goodbye.
Gracie, what were you talking to Tootsie about?
Who? Me?
Yeah, what were you and Tootsie talking about?
Oh, the weather?
Are you asking me or telling me?
No, I'm telling you. We were talking about the weather.
Well, you girls better be careful with those military secrets.
Oh, well, that's silly. How can they keep the weather a secret? You just look out the window and there it is.
Well, we don't want the Japs to know what kind of weather we're having in California.
Oh, well, they wouldn't care anyway. They only like very, very cold weather.
Japs only like very, very cold weather?
Sure. I read in the paper that they even left Alaska because it got too hot for them.
I think you got something there.
No, I'll answer it, dear.
I still don't believe you were talking to Tootsie about the weather.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. I only have a postcard for you today.
Oh, well, that's all right. I know you did your best. How are you feeling, Mr. Postman?
Oh, wonderful, Mrs. Burns. See, I get plenty of exercise. That's what keeps me in this marvelous shape.
I see.
Yes, you take my brother Jim now. He's a mailman back east, and he gets plenty of exercise, too. I'd say Jim's in even better health than I am, if such a thing is possible.
Well, I don't see how it could be.
You know what Jim did just recently? He walked all through Egypt, and then he hiked his way through China.
Well, what was he doing over there?
Well, Jim's very conscientious. He was trying to deliver some mail to a fellow on his route. A fellow named Wilkie. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Any mail, Gracie?
Oh, just a postcard. Oh, my goodness. It's from my brother Willie, George. Guess what? He's enlisting.
Your brother Willie?
Yes.
Well, if everybody will just buckle down and kind of do their jobs, I think we can win the war anyway. What branch of service is he going into? The Navy?
Oh, no. He couldn't wear those sailor pants. Where they're wide, he's narrow, and where they're narrow, he's wide.
Well, what about the Army? For instance, the artillery?
Oh, no. Too much noise. His ears are very delicate.
What about the cavalry?
Oh, no. Willie's delicate all over.
Well, that's too bad.
Of course, he'd really like to be in a submarine, but he wouldn't be much good there.
Why not?
He can't open his eyes underwater.
Well, that would be bad. Why doesn't he get into the tank corps?
Tanks are too stuffy for him. When he rides, he likes to put the top down.
Well, I've got it. How about being an anti-aircraft gunner?
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Well, hooray.
Except for one thing.
I was afraid of that.
He couldn't be an anti-aircraft gunner because he's too stoop-shouldered to look up.
Well, can't he lie down on his back?
Yeah, but when he lies on his back, he's so round-shouldered he rocks himself to sleep.
Well, I give up. You know, Gracie, your brother is the... come in?
Gracie, darling!
Tootsie! Sagwell!
Oh, no. Look, I'm going out for a walk.
Oh, well, how long will you be gone, dear?
How long will you be here, Tootsie?
15 minutes, George.
16 minutes, Gracie.
Oh, isn't that strange, Gracie? Men don't like me, and neither does your husband.
Don't mind George, Tootsie. Did my successful marriage booklet arrive?
Yes, here it is. Oh, gee, Gee, I wish I had a husband to fascinate.
Well, at least you've still got your war work.
No, Gracie, I don't do that now either.
You quit selling bonds in Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes. You see, I was sitting there in my booth yesterday with a lovely new uniform on, and the handsomest young man came along.
Yes?
He bought a bond, and then he said, "Gee, Mr. Don Levy, you certainly were swell in Wake Island."
Well, come on, Tootsie. Let's look at this book together. Maybe you'll get a few pointers. Let's hurry before George gets back.
All right.
Chapter 1. Don't let marriage break up your home. The Successful Marriage Institute believes...
Hi, girls. Where's George?
Oh, he just went out, Bill. You wait here. Tootsie and I are going into the library. We have to read something confidential. Come on, Tootsie.
Oh, Mr. Goodwin. Oh, you look just as handsome as ever.
Well, thanks, Tootsie. You haven't changed much either.
Oh, thank you.
Come on, Tootsie.
Bill, what are you doing Saturday night?
Saturday? Oh, well, Tootsie, that's the night I'm going to read my new encyclopedia. You know, the one the Swan people send you for a quarter and a Swan wrapper. It's a great book. Got more than 1 million words on over 15,000 subjects, so I'm going to read up on a little art, science, and history. So let's make it some other time. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Bill. Come on, Tootsie.
Bill, what about Sunday?
Sunday? Oh, well, I'll still be reading my encyclopedia. Has 832 pages, you know. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, Tootsie.
How about Monday?
Oh. Well, Monday I look at the maps in my new Swan encyclopedia. It has 8 full pages of maps in color. Great book. Greatest one-volume encyclopedia I ever saw. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Tuesday?
Oh, well, Tootsie, that's the night I want a special, study the special March of Events section in the encyclopedia. It covers world events right up to this September.
Bill, why don't you get me one of those encyclopedias and bring it over to my house Wednesday night? We can turn the lights down low and read it.
I'm awfully sorry, Tootsie. The only way to get one is to send a quarter and a Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin.
Yeah, come on, Tootsie.
Yes, you just send your 25 cents and a Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin, and you'll get your book.
Well, that only leaves Thursday, and I've got a dinner date Thursday with a handsome...
Oh, gosh, Tootsie, that's too bad. You know, that's the one night I'm free.
Really?
Oh, yes, I always stay home and cook my own dinner on Thursdays because it's the maid's night out.
On second thought, I'll break my date.
On second thought, I'll go out with the maid.
Oh, Tootsie, we better read this. George will be back any minute.
Well, all right.
It says, the Successful Marriage Institute believes that a wife must be all things to her husband. Not merely one woman, but many women combined.
Doesn't that sound a little difficult, Gracie?
No, not at all. My mother never even heard of this course, but my father always said that she was at least 3 women.
He did?
Uh-huh. Whenever he tried to sneak out at night, she was at the front door and at the back door and under the bedroom window.
Gracie, do you really think George will respond favorably to this treatment?
I hope so, Tootsie. But you never can tell about a husband. You know what I always say? You can make a lead to water, but you can't horse with a drink.
Yes, I've heard you say it time and time again. I always say that.
Jimmy Cash and the boys and I have fixed up an arrangement of a song that means a lot to the boys going into the service and the gals they left behind. It's I Came Here to Talk for Joe. All right, Jimmy.
I came here to talk for Joe. He wants me to let you know he can't keep that date with you tonight. I came here to talk for Joe. Gee, that kid sure loves you so. And when he gets the chance, he said he'd ride. That boy has so much courage. I've seen the things he can do. But he never had the courage to tell you how he feels about you.
Here, too. The clever wife who wishes to keep her husband safe from the clutches of a siren must make herself more alluring than any siren could possibly be.
Oh, dear.
Tootsie, that's the one I'll try on George.
You're going to make yourself a siren?
Uh-huh, like that vampy Sally Brown.
Who's Sally Brown?
Oh, you see her at the meat market whenever you're taking your strained kitchen fat. You know, the government needs to waste kitchen fat for explosives and munitions.
I know, but who's Sally Brown?
Well, she's the man who collects the kitchen fat rice.
Oh, but she knows... Wait, did I hear George come in?
Yeah, I think so. Now, you stay right in here in the library, Tootsie. I'm going to be a siren and make George the happiest man in the world.
Oh, dear.
Oh, great, big, strong, wonderful you.
Huh?
How's about a big kiss for your ever-loving little baby?
Kiddo?
I fascinate you, don't I?
What's this anyway? What's going on here?
Oh, that's the way I like 'em. Rough, tough, and raucous. Oh. Kiss me, kiddo.
Kiss me, kiddo? Say, what's come over you anyway?
Kiss me, kiddo.
Gracie, are you all right?
No, say I am. Just try me.
Oh, stop it. You sound like Shanghai Lil or somebody.
Shanghai Lil. Oh, no, there's an alluring name. That's what I need. From now on, I think I'll call myself Beverly Hills Grace.
Beverly Hills Grace?
Kiss me,
Oh,
kiddo.
stop it.
Oh, you know I'm fascinating. Come on, let's fast.
Gracie, I don't know whether this is a game or not, but I want to stop right now. I don't like it.
But, George, don't you like alluring women?
Of course I like alluring women.
Kiss me,
Let's
kiddo.
stop it. I've had enough of this. I'm going out again.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Don't go away. You stay here and I'll be right back. Did it work, Gracie? Oh, no, it didn't, darn it. I don't know whether I over-allured him or I under-allured him.
Maybe a sweater would help.
Oh, no, George doesn't look good in a sweater.
Well, Gracie, why don't you try Chapter 3, The Motherly Approach? It says, the successful wife knows when to mother her man, for every husband is a small boy at heart.
Well, I'll try to be his mother. I'll make believe George is young. No, it'll be easy to make believe I'm old. Well, here we go again. Oh, come away. It's time for Mama to give you a bath.
A bath? Oh, Gracie, this is too much. Let me tell you something.
Back already?
Yeah, motherhood didn't seem to mean a thing to him.
Maybe he was an incubator baby.
Oh, no, Tootsie. He must have had a mother. I don't think his father would have been happy with the things like that.
We'll have to try something else. Oh, listen to this. Chapter 4. There are times when your husband will desire the companionship of another man. It is then that you must be a chum to him, a pal. In short, be another man.
Well, it won't be easy. Gee, wonder what men talk about among themselves.
Oh, they laugh at each other's jokes, talk about baseball.
How do you know what men talk to about each other?
Well, because that's what they do when I'm with them, talk to each other.
Well, all right, I'll try it. Well, hiya, Burns, old man. Got a cigar?
A cigar?
Yep, I always say there's nothing like a good kimono.
Kimona? What's gotten into you today? What is this?
Say, how's about a cigarette, pal?
Gracie, you know you don't smoke. What's the matter with you? Why do you keep running into the library?
How's about a stick of gum?
Well, okay. Here's
Oh.
a stick of gum.
Thanks, buddy. Well, down the hatch.
Well, I give up. This is the limit.
Care to shoot a little crops?
Shoot a little crops?
Sure. It's a game, you know. Wham! Little Joe needs a new pair of snake eyes.
Look, Gracie, are you sure that you feel all right?
Sure, I'm sure. Got another stick of gum, Mac?
Oh, sure. Anything you say, dear. Here you are.
Thanks. Well, bottoms up.
Well, this is murder.
Hey, have you heard any new stories lately?
Well, no, I haven't.
Oh, come on. Let's have one, kid.
Oh, please, Gracie.
Okay. I'll tell one. Did you hear the one about the traveling salesman?
Never mind. Okay, I'll tell one.
Good.
A man went up to a conductor on a streetcar and he said, "Which end of the car do I get off?"
No, that's terrific, Bud. That's marvelous.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, boy, what a sense of humor. Nobody can tell a joke the way you tell it, brother.
But I haven't finished.
You got more to tell?
Well, sure. The conductor said to the man, "You can get off at either end. Both ends stop."
Well, that's cute, but I like the first one much better.
4 or 5 months ago, we made a record of a tune we thought was going to be a big hit. And now we know it. It's Kalamazoo with 6 hits and a miss.
I got a gal in Kalamazoo. Don't want to boast, but I know she's a toast of Kalamazoo. Years have gone by, my, how she grew. I like the looks when I carry her books in Kalamazoo. I'm going to send a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming. Hiya, Mr. Jackson. Everything is still okay. Hey, hell, hey, him, hey, C-O. What a gal. A real pipperoo. I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid. I'm hurrying too. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. I'm hurrying too. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. Zoo, 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 zoo. Go to Kalamazoo.
You know, Tootsie, I'm beginning to get a little discouraged. George doesn't seem to be one bit happier since I started the successful marriage course.
Try Chapter 5. It says here, the successful wife is deeply interested in her husband's business. She discusses it with him constantly.
Oh, I couldn't talk to George about his business, Tootsie. After all, he's a big radio star, and I wouldn't even be on his program if he wasn't giving me a break.
Boy, what a talker that guy must be.
Oh, I think George is very sweet to let me be on his show.
Gracie, do you know how much money George would be making this year if he hadn't met you?
No, how much?
Well, if they wanted to freeze his salary, they'd have to warm it up first.
Well, all right, I'll try Chapter 5. I'll act interested in his business. Certainly hope this one works.
Gracie, once and for all, I would like to know why you keep running in and out of the library.
George.
Yes?
How's business?
How's business?
Yes, I understand you're in the radio game.
You understand I'm in the radio game?
Yes, it sounds like such an exciting business. I'll bet you're mighty tired when you come home from a hard day's work, all covered with static and kilocycles.
Yes, I'm worn out.
Tell me, do you get nervous when you start talking into the aerial?
Gracie, stop being silly. You know very well you're on the radio program with me.
Oh, we're not discussing my business, dear. We're talking about yours.
Oh, I see.
Have you a big program?
Yes, I have a very big program.
How many tubes?
Gracie, I don't know what's the matter with you today. You've been acting silly, and I'm worried about you, honestly.
Hello, people.
Hello, Bill. Honestly, Gracie, I think I ought to send for a doctor.
What's the matter? Something up?
Well, we've been having a silly discussion about the work I do.
Bill, does that sound like a silly discussion?
Well, no, but it sounds like a short one.
Oh, it's very funny, Bill. Here I am worried to death about Gracie because she's asking me a lot of silly questions about my work, and you have...
You're worried because she asked questions about your work. Why, George, it must be wonderful to have a woman interested in your work.
Well, I'm interested in your work, Bill. What business are you in?
Gracie, are you kidding? I'm with Swan.
Swan? That's a soap, isn't it?
See what I mean, Bill?
Well, Gracie, you know it's a soap. And what a soap. Pure, mild, gentle.
Oh, well, tell me all about it.
Well, you know, it's the new white floating soap that gives you suds faster than you can say, well, anything. And you get those fast suds even in hard water.
Well, tell me more.
I better send for a doctor.
But, Gracie, you know, Swan's great for washing dishes or helping you get your housework done. Those long-lasting suds go after dirt like crazy. And when you use Swan, Gracie, you don't have to worry about your hands. Swan is so kind to your skin.
Well, tell me more.
Poor Gracie. Well, there goes my radio program.
Well, gee, Gracie, you know, Swan's the soap you can break in two with a flick of your wrist, so you get 2 cakes of soap. One for the kitchen to do dishes and cleaning, and the other for your bath, for your tub or shower.
More.
At my age, I got to break in a new girl.
Swan comes in a cool green wrapper.
More.
With a white swan on the front.
More.
It's a great soap.
More?
Yes. I want to know every tiny little bit of a thing about it.
Well, Gracie, you wait right here. I'll tell you more when I come back.
You going?
Yes.
Where?
Nuts.
Gracie, tell me, what's the reason for all this?
I'll be right back.
Don't tell me, Gracie. I can see it for your face. That one didn't work either, huh?
Oh, that one didn't work the most. It didn't work on 2 people.
Oh. Well, how about this one? Chapter 7. It is often effective for the wife to act the part of a helpless little child, protected by her strong, fierce, handsome brute of a husband.
Oh, you know, Tootsie, I wonder if this course applies to George.
I know what you mean. Listen, there's more. Men are like lions. They have a fierce desire to protect the helpless. Think of yourself as a little child, and your husband is the king of the jungle.
Well, Tootsie, I think this one will get him. I'm a helpless child, and he's a lion.
Uh-huh. Now, I'll stay right here by the door where I can hear what's going on.
All right. Georgie.
Yes?
Oh, Gracie's frightened when she's away from her big, strong mate.
I'm your big, strong mate?
Yeah. You are my lion husband.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe I fibbed once or twice.
George, I'm so helpless without you, so weak and helpless. Would you bring me a glass of water?
Oh, yes, of course. Here's some right here.
Will you hold it to my lips? I'm so weak weak and helpless. And you're so strong.
Yes. A glass of water's hard to lift. I'm a brute. I'm strong.
Georgie, growl at me.
Growl at you?
Like a lion.
Oh, no.
Oh, you magnificent beast.
I'm a magnificent beast?
Georgie.
What?
Would you defend me with your claws and fangs?
Oh, definitely.
Would you drag home a deer for me and our little cub?
Right away, I'll run out and get one.
Georgie.
Yes.
Ruffle up your mane and wag your tail.
Well, all right.
This I gotta see.
Gracie, what's she doing here?
Well, come on, Tootsie.
Okay.
I'll see you to the door.
Goodbye, Georgie.
I'll be right back, dear.
What's been going on in this library anyway? Well, everything looks the same. Now, wait a minute. What's this? The Successful Marriage Institute. Take an interest in your husband's work. Act like a helpless child. Why, that sweet kid. And I thought Gracie was nuts, and here she was trying to be the perfect wife.
Oh, George, you're not supposed
Oh, that's all right, dear. I'm sorry for the way I act. And, sweetheart, you know that compact you wanted? And I wouldn't let you spend the $10? Well, go out and get it.
Oh, no, George. I couldn't possibly spend $10. We've got to economize now.
Economize why?
Well, because I just paid $500 for this course.
Some economy.
George and Gracie will be right back. Meanwhile, I'd like to ask you if you've sent for your Swan Encyclopedia yet. Believe me, it's really swell. Your children especially will find it a great help in doing their school homework. And you'll find it a handy reference for thousands of things. It's a terrific bargain, too. All you do to get one is send your quarter and Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. That's Swan, Box 25, Racine, R-A-C-I-N-E, Racine, Wisconsin. They'll send your encyclopedia along immediately. Act now, because this offer may have to be withdrawn at any time. Now, here are George and Gracie.
George, aren't you glad I took the Successful Marriage course?
Well, you really didn't need it, sweetheart. You don't have to be a siren with me. I love you just the way you are.
Oh, really?
Certainly.
Kiss me, kiddo.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time. These programs are shortwave to our armed forces everywhere. Remember, Swan now brings you two of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, at the same time, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Hello, are you there? Well, we're here.
Swan's a soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash, yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the 6 hits and a miss, and George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, today is the season's first meeting of Gracie Allen's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. Last year, George said the girls couldn't meet at his home again. He put his foot down. As we look in now, George is about to put his other foot down.
Gracie, will you come out of there a minute? Look, Gracie, I'm starved. I haven't had any breakfast. Is the meeting about over?
Oh, we haven't even started. Blanche Morton, Clara Bagley, and Tootsie Sagwell haven't arrived yet.
Well, then, what have you girls been talking about?
Blanche Morton, Clara Bagley, and Tootsie Sagwell.
Look, I've got to get some food. I'm going into that other room and break that meeting up.
know. Change your mind, dear?
Yes, no man can face that on an empty stomach. What are they laughing at?
Well, they can't wait for Blanche Morton to come in with one of those idiotic hats of hers.
Fine way to talk about a club member.
But, George, you should see Blanche's new hat. It's the silliest thing. It has a big bunch of grapes on one side and 3 sunflowers on the other side and a stuffed seagull sticking up in the front and ribbons hanging down the back.
Well, that sounds pretty silly.
Sure, nobody's wearing ribbons.
Well, get these gals out of here. I'll see you later. I'm going out to eat.
Oh, wait, George.
Yes?
On your way back, will you buy a present for my brother Willie? He's going in the army, you know.
All right. What do you want me to get him?
Well, he said they might send him to Iceland, so you better get him a nightshirt. Oh, no, in fact, buy him 3 nightshirts. I'll sew them together.
You're going to sew 3 nightshirts together?
Mm-hmm. The nights are much longer up in Iceland.
Yes, and I'll get him 2,000 sleeping pills, too.
Come in.
Hello, Gracie, dear.
Why, Blanche Morton, how are you, Blanche?
Oh, wonderful. There's no use asking how you are, Gracie. You look simply radiant. Oh, it's so nice seeing you again.
Hello, Mrs. Martin.
How do? Are the girls here yet, Gracie?
Well, yes, most of them, Blanche. They're in the library. Go right in.
All right. I was telling her I got it. Why, Blanche, what a perfectly adorable hat.
Sweet bunch of girls. If you serve them milk, be sure to put it in the saucer. Well, Gracie, I've got to go.
Oh, wait, George.
Yeah?
Don't get Willie a nightshirt for Iceland. That's silly.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, get him a yo-yo. They might send him to Egypt.
A yo-yo?
Uh-huh. He's always wanted one, but he's too lazy to make it go up and down.
Well?
Well, in Egypt they ride on camels, so Willie just sits and holds the yo-yo, and
the camel goes up and down. It's silly of me not to figure that out. I certainly am.
Come in. Why, Clara Bagley.
Oh, Gracie, I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right. We can't start the meeting until Tootsie Sagwell gets here.
Oh, I've got the most miserable headache. That's why I brought this ice bag with me.
Oh, well, here, Clara, take off your hat and put the ice bag on your head. There. Oh. Now, you'll feel better in a few minutes. Now, go into the library. The girls are right there now.
Why, Clara, what a perfectly adorable hat!
With these dames, Harper Bazaar must fold up. Gracie, if you can break up this hen party, I'm going out and
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, good morning, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Well, what's wrong with you, George? You look about as happy as General von Bach with a calendar in one hand and a thermometer in the other.
I'll tell you what's wrong. On account of Gracie, I'm starving.
Oh, brother, are you confused?
You certainly are a scream.
Well, I guess the girls are getting impatient in there. I'll go in and tell them we'll start as soon as Tootsie gets here.
Come on, Bill. I'll buy you a cup of coffee. The house is overrun with a bunch of gabby women.
Well, you know, I sympathize with you, George. If there's one thing that gets on your nerves, it's a gabby dame.
That's murder. Come on, let's go.
You know, one of them collared me on a street corner just now and almost talked me to death, George. All I said was good morning. And, brother, that did it. She comes right back with, what's new? Well, I had to answer, so I told her that Swan is new. The new white floating soap that's great for washing dishes because it gives you suds faster than other floating soaps, even in hard water.
The gabby woman.
Oh, brother. Well, I tell you, I tried to tear myself away from her, George, but quick as a flash, she shoots another question at me. Is that so, she said.
Oh, yes, very talkative, very talkative. Come on, I'm starved. I've got to eat.
Well, George, I couldn't walk away without saying yes, so I said it. Yes, I said. Swan is the mild, pure soap that not only gives you suds for dishes, but suds for every soap and water job in the house. Baby, gentle suds that are so easy on your hands.
Yeah, by now she's talked your ear off.
Oh, both of them.
Yeah, 2 ears, yes.
Well, I thought sure I'd cut the conversation short, see, but oh, no.
Oh, no.
Just as I'm tearing myself away, what do you think she says? Goodbye.
Oh, what a tongue lashing.
Goodbye, I says. Well, Swan is more than a goodbye. It's terrific. Why, you can break each bar of Swan in 2 and get 2 swell cakes of soap. One to use in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning, and the other to use in the bathroom for your hands and face or for your tub or shower.
Bill, please, breakfast. I'll order Swan soap on toast.
Oh, well, okay, that's all anyway. I finally tore myself away.
Well, fine. Come on, I'm stopped. Say, Bill, what's that you're holding in your hand?
Well, what do you know? It's the lapel off that woman's coat.
That was nice tearing. Bill, come on.
Oh, George, I'm glad you're still here. Never mind that yo-yo for Willie.
Sure, too silly.
Yes. Get him a picture frame. He might go to Alaska.
A picture frame?
Yes, I'll put a picture of my sister Bessie in it, and he can hang it in the barracks.
Sister Bessie. Maybe the rest of the boys would rather have a picture of Lana Turner.
Oh, don't worry. After the boys have been in Alaska a few months, Bessie will look just as good to them.
Well, okay. Go back to the meeting.
Oh, Gracie, you just missed the cutest thing. Blanche Morton said in her opinion, George Burns was absolutely...
Well, let's go, George.
Wait a minute. I want to hear the rest of that.
Well, George, looks like we'll never know, doesn't it?
Come on.
This is Paul Whiten. Jimmy Cash has picked a mighty popular tune for his song tonight. It's White Christmas. Okay, Jimmy.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the orange and palm trees wave. There's never been such a day in Beverly Hills, L.A.
We drop all these petty discussions and get right down to business. Who are you talking about?
Maggie Ettinger. She says that she's only 35.
Well, personally, I think she's very honest and straightforward. I've known her for years, and she's always said she's 35. Now, settle down, girls, and I'll read the minutes. The last weekly meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society was supposed to be held at the home of Mrs. Gruskin, but Mr. Gruskin locked all the doors and threatened us with a garden hose. It was then decided that the meeting should be held at the home of Mrs. Taylor, whose husband was confined to his bed with a nervous breakdown. Before the meeting, we all showed our appreciation by gathering around Mr. Taylor and singing, for he's a jolly good fellow. By the way, Mrs. Taylor, how is your husband?
Oh, he's at the Good Samaritan now.
Well, that's nice. Such a lovely hospital. Well, back to the minutes. The president of the club, Mrs. George Burns, then made our annual Friendship Award. This year, the congenial spirit of our organization was best represented by those two lifelong friends, Mrs. Martin and Mrs. Daggett. The award was made in the form of two china lovebirds, one of which was slightly cracked. In the struggle to see who would get the one without the crack, both lovebirds were broken. Mrs. Morton lost a tooth, and Mrs. Bagley sustained bruises and lacerations.
If Clara Bagley wasn't such a selfish pig.
Never in the history of our club has this honor been so richly deserved. At the conclusion of the meeting, our hostess, Mrs. Taylor, served spaghetti, which she said was made from an old family recipe. It was delicious.
Oh, well, thank you, Gracie.
Miss Stagwell later on went into Mrs. Taylor's kitchen, and she reported that she found several empty cans and that the name of the old family which made the recipe was Heinz.
Of all the low, snoopy tricks.
And that concludes the minutes, girls. Now, is there any new business?
May I have the floor, Madam President?
The chair recognizes Miss Stagwell. What is it, Tootsie?
Well, as you know, we're having a lot of trouble getting new members for our club because so many women are busy with war work. But I have an idea.
You have? Mm-hmm.
Let's take some men in our club.
Gracie, can I see you a minute?
Oh, all right, dear. Excuse me, girls.
Gracie, isn't that silly meeting over? If you girls were doing something important like war work, I wouldn't mind.
Well, we do war work, George. We knit all the time. Well, we've had sweaters and things sent back to us from every camp in the country.
I know, but those silly discussions you have in there. Why don't you discuss something important like the shortage of meat or the...
Oh, all right, dear. Now, don't get excited. We can talk it over quietly. Sit down. Sit down, dear. Calm yourself.
Okay, I'll sit down. Oh, darn that silly duck. He's always underfoot.
He wasn't that time.
Well, okay, I'm sorry I sat on him.
Oh, now hush, Herman, hush. Herman, Daddy and I are discussing the meat situation. What's that? Well, you see, Herman, there's a shortage of meat in this country. That's because we ship a lot of it abroad to our brave allies and our boys fighting all over the world. See? So, people on the home front like your mommy and your daddy must eat less meat. After all, we don't want our fighting men to go hungry, do we? Now, what would you do to anybody who tried to take the meat away from our soldiers? That's right, Herman. So our government suggests that we limit ourselves to 2.5 pounds of meat a week for each person. In that way, we all have our share. And then, too, when we have a meat rationing... Rationing? Well, you see, rationing means that everybody, rich and poor alike, shares what there is equally. That's the American way. Oh, you bet. And the time to start cutting down on the meat we eat is right now, before rationing. After all, there are still large supplies of other things to eat instead, such as eggs, fish, poultry. What's poultry? Well, chickens, or turkeys, or a duck. I don't mean you, dear, but poultry is delicious. Oh, now, baby darling, Mama wouldn't eat you in a million years.
Yes, but Papa might. Go on.
Now, go on, Herman. Off to your room. Isn't he cute? Look at him waddle off.
Yeah. He's got the cutest drumsticks.
Well, I've got to go back to the meeting, George. And I'll tell the girls what you said.
And you can talk about pooling, too. About pooling their cars and other things. In times like these, we should share and share alike.
All right, dear, I will.
Well, I know.
Now, girls, I have something very important to say. I've just been having a little talk with George, and he says from now on we girls should pool things. Pool our cars, pool our food.
Well, as long as we don't have to pool George.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Clara. Now, we're going to start right away, girls. We'll pool everything we can.
Well, that's a very good idea.
Where will we start? Oh, I know. We'll pool George's cigars. You girls divide them up and take them home to your husband.
But remember, girls,
remember, this is share and share alike. So after your husbands have smoked half of each cigar, bring what's left back to George.
Oh, we will. That's a wonderful
Many years ago, we recorded a miniature classic called Manhattan Serenade. Now it's all dressed up, and it's the #1 hit, which just goes to show you can't keep a good tune down.
That night in Manhattan was the start of it. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. We lived it and we loved every part of it. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. The glow of moonlight in the park. The light that spells your name. The autumn breeze that fanned the spark that set our hearts aflame. Our kiss was the sky right to the highest stars. We made it without touching the handlebars. And I gave you my love to the melody of the music, the madness that made our Manhattan Serenade. Manhattan Serenade.
I'm so proud of you. Because of what you said, our club has already buckled down and started fooling things.
Well, I just saw my duty.
Oh, just think. Your speech made us better Americans.
Oh, it was nothing a fireside chat couldn't have done.
Oh, you know, dear, I think you're just as good a speaker as the president.
Now, Gracie, let's not be silly. Me as good as the president. That's ridiculous. My friends, he's better than I am.
Well, anyway, I'm proud of you. If I had my choice of all the husbands in the world, I'd still take you.
Well, thanks.
Let people say I'm crazy.
Oh, sure. What do we care?
I mean every word of it. I think you're a great man, George. And you know what I always say? Great men in the stand remind us footprints make our lives sublime. And if in time we are departing, we can leave ourselves behind.
Yes.
That's what I always say.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites, too. Well, I think I'll make myself comfortable and finish that story in the Saturday Evening Post. Where are my slippers?
Harry Morton has them.
Harry Morton?
Well, I told you we already buckled down and started pooling things here. You're in a slipper pool.
A slipper pool?
Well, it's really more of a clothing pool. Harry Morton took your slippers, your bathrobe, and your lounging pajamas.
Now, Gracie, that's the
wait,
silly...
George. He said that you can go over and help yourself to any of his suits.
Really?
Yes. Here. He left you these pawn tickets.
Oh, fine. Gracie, you see...
I'm so proud of you. This was all your idea. You're a great man, George.
Well, all right, I'll do it the hard way. Without slippers, I'll read the Saturday Evening Post.
You're in a magazine pool, too.
Oh.
Mrs. Gruskin took your magazine and left you one of hers.
What magazine did she leave?
Oh, you'll love it. The Welders Weekly.
Now, wait a minute.
You're a great man,
Oh,
George.
sure. A barefooted great man with nothing to read. Well, I'm going upstairs to shave.
George, was General Grant a great man?
Well, of course he was.
You're just like him.
I'm like General Grant?
Mm-hmm. I've seen his picture, and I don't think he had a razor either.
Gracie, don't tell me.
A
shaving pool.
Yeah. Mr. Bagley took your razor and your brush and your shaving cream.
Well, that leaves me in fine shape.
Put it Cheryl, and Cheryl like George. In exchange, you get his derby hat.
Derby hat? What's that got to do with shaving?
You put your old lace in it.
Gracie, when I...
You're a great man, George.
Yes, I'm great. I wonder where the aspirin are.
George, Gracie, hide me.
What's the trouble, Bill?
Well, Tootsie Sagwell's outside, and I don't want her to see me.
Darling!
Oh, Tootsie Sagwell.
I thought it was you I was running after. I recognized you on a desert island. I wish.
Well, so long, Tootsie. I have to run.
Oh, wait, Bill. You know what you asked me to do last week? Well, I did it.
Oh, Tootsie, you didn't.
Yes, I sent for one of those Swan encyclopedias.
Oh, well, that's a great book, Tootsie. And I know you love it.
Oh, wait, Bill. I did something for you now. How about doing something for me? Like walking home with me?
Well, Tootsie, how do I know you really got the Swan encyclopedia? Does the one you sent for have 832 pages? Does it have over 1 million words on more than 15,000 subjects from art to zoology? Are you sure that you have the Swan encyclopedia?
Well, of course, Bill.
Well, does it have a special March of Events section covering world news and events right up to this past September, huh?
I know I got the Swan encyclopedia, Bill. Come over to my house and see it for yourself. I keep it right in the middle of the sofa.
Well, some other time, Tootsie.
But Bill, I thought you might come over and explain the war maps to me.
Oh, now, Tootsie, the maps in the Swan encyclopedia don't need explaining. Those 8 pages of war maps in color make it easy for anyone to follow the world situation at a glance. In fact, whenever I listen to the news, I keep my Swan encyclopedia maps right in front of me, and I mark important developments right on them.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Why don't you bring your war maps over to my house and we'll compare them? I think it'd be nice to get our maps together.
Now, Tootsie, listen to reason. My goodness, you know that anybody can get a Swan encyclopedia by sending 25 cents in a Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, thousands of women are sending their quarters in Swan wrappers to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin, and those women don't expect me to come to their houses.
But Bill, I'm different from other women.
Yes? And that's just the trouble, Tootsie. Goodbye.
Well, Tootsie, it seems as if you and Bill just never get together.
Oh, well, maybe I'm just as smart to keep him guessing. Goodbye.
What a day. Gracie, where's the aspirin? I've got a terrible headache.
Oh, that's too bad. Why don't you take some cod liver oil or some citronella?
Well, what's wrong with aspirin?
Well, you're in a medicine pool.
A medicine pool?
You're a great man,
I
George.
know. I ought to be in Grant's tomb.
Come in. Oh, it's little Billy Marks from next door. How are you, Billy?
Okay. Well, come on, turn on the radio.
Turn on the radio.
You heard me. I'm in your radio pool.
Now, just a minute,
Oh,
kid.
now, George, I told him to come over.
Well, okay. What do you want to hear, Sonny? A little music?
Music? Well, get him. Turn on Frank Fearless, the commando.
Why, for 2 cents I would...
George.
Well, okay.
And so, bound and gagged, weak from a dozen knife wounds, suffering from the 4 bullet holes in his chest and choking from the deadly monoxide gas, Frank Phillips gives a sigh of irritation. His boat has sprung a leak. Tune in again tomorrow night for another great installment of Frank Phillips, the Commando.
Now I missed the whole program.
Well, I'm tickled to death. Now beat it.
No, you said it. Believe me, lady, if he was my father instead of yours, I'd
Go on, out.
You're a great man,
Oh,
George.
stop that. I told you to pull things, but I didn't mean only pull my things. Either you do it the right way or you don't do it at all. Do you understand?
Yes, dear.
And remember that.
Yes, dear.
Suggesting an idea to you. I must be nuts.
Yes, dear.
Well, I'm going upstairs. Pulling everything I own. Might have known this would happen. Oh, boy, am I worn out. I'll jump into bed. Oh, does this bed feel good?
Certainly does.
Why, Harry Morton!
Yeah, I'm in your bed, fool.
Say, folks, hurry and send in for your Swan encyclopedia now, because honestly, we're afraid we might have to withdraw our offer pretty soon. It's a great buy, the kind of book everyone can use, especially children who have homework to do. So send your quarter and Swan wrapper in tonight. Send them to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. That's Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. We'll send your big 832-page encyclopedia to you immediately. Remember, Swan now brings you 2 of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin for George and Gracie saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout what a delight. For cakes, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Love Is.
My floors could be as beautiful as Mrs. Clark's, as rich-looking.
Pardon me, madam, but your floors can be as beautiful as anybody's if you'll polish them regularly with genuine Johnson's Wax. I know, because I've watched many floors that look dull and lifeless become gleaming, beautiful floors under the magic touch of Johnson's paste or liquid wax. In fact, they seem to take on more beauty with every waxing. And, of course, the tough coat of wax protects the finish against scratches, stains, and wear, and cuts housework way down, because dust and dirt cannot cling to a smooth waxed surface. And did you know that smart housekeepers have discovered over 100 extra uses for genuine Johnson's Wax? They wax windowsills, furniture, picture frames, woodwork, Venetian blinds, leather goods. Well, you'll find these 100 extra uses listed right on the Johnson's Wax package. And before I forget, you can now buy Johnson's Wax in 3 forms, the familiar paste and liquid form, plus the new cream wax, especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Last week, a quarantine of measles bottled up the cream of Wistful Vista society in the McGee home. During the week that has just passed, the cream has soured considerably. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, just one big unhappy family, we find a number of unwilling guests and Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, wait a minute, Gildersleeve. The doctor hasn't given permission to anybody to leave yet.
Well, by George, I'm leaving anyway. My business is going to rack and ruin while I...
Take your hand off of that doorknob, Mr. Gildersleeve, or you'll regret it. We'll all regret it.
I won't do it. I've been cooped up here for a week, and I'm going to leave right now.
Don't you dare open that door, Gildersleeve.
I will, too.
Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
Why didn't you tell me this was a closet, McGee?
Say, you've been here a week. You should have known.
Yeah.
Besides, I don't know why you're worried about your old factory. Your wife has taken charge of the Gildersleeve Girdle Company.
Oh, what do women know about girdles?
Plenty if they got the proper foundation. And background. I don't...
Mr. McGee, when are we going to get out of this horrible house?
Oh, so this house is horrible, is it? Now, you listen to me, Abigail Uppington.
Yeah.
I don't mind your sleeping in my bed or using my vanishing cream and my bobby pins. But when you say this is a horrible house, I agree with you. I've never spent such a week in my life.
Life? Has this only been one life?
But when can we leave, Mr. McGee? Surely they can't legally keep us chained up here like wild beasts.
Yes. Who's a wild beast?
If the fur fits, wear it, Gildersleeve.
I'm sure it can't be much longer, Mrs. Uppington. We're just as anxious to have you leave as you are to go. McGee, may I have a private word with you, dearie?
Why, sure. You mind if we have a minute alone, folks?
If by alone you mean without me, McGee, you can have 3,000 years of it.
Oh.
Come on, Abigail. Let's go and sneer at their photograph album again.
What's the matter, Molly?
Look, we've all been getting in each other's hair here for a solid week, and the doctor hasn't been back once.
I know, but he called me up right after he left, though. That night we got quarantined.
Well, what did he say?
I can't remember. It was some big medical word. You know how doctors are.
Heavenly days. If they quarantined doctors, too, they wouldn't be so anxious to keep people locked up like this. Where is everybody, dearie?
Oh, they're down in the basement. Boomer and Wilcox and the old-timer got a poker game going.
Oh, they have they?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't enough that I was running a boarding house and a hospital. Now I got a gambling joint on my hands.
Oh, Molly, they're not doing any harm.
Just the same, I'm not going to have my home turned into any Monte Cristo.
You mean Monte Carlo. Monte Cristo was a count.
Well, then he should have had more manners than to turn somebody's home into a gambling joint.
He didn't gamble. He was just a guy in a book.
Oh, he ran a book, too. Well, that's all I wanted to know. You go in and see how the little girl is getting along, McGee.
Okay.
And if you hear a riot downstairs, that's me breaking up the poker game.
Mm-hmm. Goodbye, Mrs. Chips.
Hi, Mr. McGee.
Hi there, sis. How's everything? You got enough blankets? Or too many? Is the window open enough? Or too much? Is it too light in here? Or too dark?
Yes.
Huh?
Hey, will you tell me a story, Mr. McGee? Will you please? Will you?
No, okay, but now you stay tucked in bed there. I don't want you to catch cold. Now, what story you want me to tell you?
Goldilocks, I bet you.
Goldilocks, huh?
Mhm.
Okay. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful little girl named Goldilocks, and one day she started to take her grandmother a basket of delicious pies and cakes and sandwiches.
I'm hungry.
Huh?
I'm hungry. Can I please have something to eat, Mr. McGee? Please.
No, I guess so, sis. How about an apple? Make you nice and strong to eat apples.
Do you like Superman?
Yeah.
Hey, will you get the paper and read me about Superman, Mr. McGee?
Oh, okay. Anything to please. Here's the paper. Let's see, oh, here it is. Oh. Today, Superman is fighting for his life among the gangs that have mushroomed up in...
Have what, mister?
Mushroomed.
I'm hungry.
Look, will you make up your mind? First you want a story, and then you want something to eat. Now, which will it be?
A story.
Okay. Shall I tell you about the Pied Piper of Hamelin?
Who's he?
Well, he was a guy who got rid of all the rats by playing his flute.
Oh, gee, I love flute. Stewed flute and flute jello and...
That's fruit. And we haven't got any. And furthermore, if I detect him...
I like detectives, too. Will you please read me about Dick Tracy?
I thought you wanted something to eat.
I know it.
Well...
That's why I want you to read me about Dick Tracy. I'd just eat that up, I bet you.
Well, all right. Well, it says here that Dick Tracy is on the trail of a crook that's just taken it on the land.
On the what?
Land.
I'm hungry.
I don't care how hungry you are, Dad Rabbit. You're going to get Dick Tracy and like it. Oh, hey. Now, wait a minute, sis. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just kind of on edge.
Yeah.
After all this quarantine. Excuse me for hollering at you, will you?
Okay, mister.
Oh, thanks. The idea. Big bloke like me shouting at a little kid like you.
Yeah.
Sick with the measles. I ought to be ashamed.
Oh, sure you had, I bet you.
Well, I am. Now, which do you want, honey? A story or something to eat?
A story.
Fine. And just so's I won't arouse any gastronomic yearnings in your little corpus delicti, I'll try and tell you one that ain't connected in any way with something to eat.
All righty.
Now, here we go. Little Jack Horner sat in the corner eating his Christmas... Once upon a time, there was a boy named Jack who lived with his poor old mother. And one day he went to town and sold the cow, and all he got for it was a handful of... Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet eating... Simple Simon met a pot... Mary had a little... Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Cinderella. Aha, now I got it. And one day, a fairy princess came to her and said she could go to the ball. And Cinderella said, yes, but how will I get there?
Yeah, and the fairy princess made her a coach out of a big, juicy pumpkin.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Look here, Nick DePoplis. Be reasonable, will you? Shucks, I didn't impose this quarantine, and I don't...
Well, for scrim's sakes, Fizzer, I'm asking you once and for always, on my bended elbows with tears in my face. How long can this quorum prime last?
Well...
I'm getting so I hate everybody around here, including me, which I don't like, because I was always admired me very much, if you can understand that, and if not, I hate you too.
Well, believe me, Nick, I'm sorry. I wouldn't have had this happen for the world, but it did, and we got to make the best of it. Can't you amuse yourself anyway? Can't you...
Such as, for instance, what?
Well, do some crossword puzzles.
No, sir. No crossword puzzles for me, Fizzer. It's too much exercise, I'm thinking.
What do you mean? There isn't any exercise to working crossword puzzles.
Oh, sure there is.
Huh?
First you lay down on the floor and do a word, then you're standing up and doing a word, then you're lying down and doing one.
But why?
Because that is what it is saying to do.
Huh?
Horizontal, perpendicular, horizontal, perpendicular. Up and down, all day long. That's being any way to do a puzzle. I've got a crossword for it that will make your hair stand on its hind feet. If I don't get out of here before long, I'll be Talos if it's
Well, I know it takes all kinds of people to make a world, but sometimes I think they went to extremes.
Ah, there you are, McGee. I've looked all over the house, and I can't find anybody.
No, and if I'd have seen you coming, you wouldn't have found me. Are you getting as tired of me as I am of you, Gildersleeve?
At least, McGee. As soon as this quarantine is lifted, if it ever is, I'm going to move to San Francisco or someplace. I never want to see your face again.
That's funny. That's exactly the way I feel about you. I'm getting so I detest you.
I know. I despise you, too. It's a good thing we're friends, chum, or this would end up in hard feelings.
I'll say so. It's nice we can hate each other in a sort of a chummy sort of a way.
Yes, indeed. But where is everybody, McGee? By George, if you kept me here and let the rest of them go home, I'll...
No. Don't get your teeth in a turmoil, Gildersleeve. Everybody's down in the basement.
What for?
Well, they had a poker game going down there, but Molly went down to bust it up. She's probably got them all locked in the coal bin by now. Come on, let's get out.
Yeah, all right, McGee.
How many cards for you, Glowcoat?
3, Boomer.
Give me 2, Horatio.
2 for me, too.
Here you are, my little Toscanini. How many for you?
None. I'm standing pat.
Well, Mrs. Uppington, you opened. What are you doing?
The membership fee for this round will be 3 blue ones.
Count me in there.
Say, do you mind if I put in 5 more? I seem to have so many.
I'm out.
See you, daughter. I don't think you got 'em.
Mr. Boomer?
Sorry, my dear, I'm out. I'm shy 2 feathers on a bobtail slug.
I'm going to call you, Miss McGee.
But why? I'm right here.
Oh, no, I mean, let's see your cards.
Oh, sure. But they don't amount to anything, really. I was bluffing. All I got is a 5 spot and 4 1s. Is that good?
Hey, what's going on here? I thought you were going to bust up this game, Molly.
Believe me, she did, Skee-Ball.
Huh?
You've heard about the chicken in every pot. Well, she's the chicken.
Isn't it wonderful, dearie? Look at all the pretty chips I've won. I'm going to punch holes through them and string them together for a necklace.
No. Don't do that. Cash them in. They're worth money.
Don't be silly. They were only worth $1.98 when we bought them. And I even doubt if the drugstore would take them back.
No.
Didn't anybody else win anything? How about you, Wilcox? Did you lose?
Oh, I'm not hurt much. I just like to play. It's useful to me in my business.
How can that be, Mr. Wilcox?
I wish you hadn't asked that question, Uppy. It's just like waving a bull in front of a red rag.
Well, I've always had a suspicion that poker was invented by a salesman for Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Now, you see what you've done, Uppy?
Well, explain yourself, Mr. Wilcox.
All right, look. Suppose a housewife has a full house, and somebody spills a tray on the kitchen linoleum.
Oh.
Does she raise the deuce?
Oh.
Not if she's got Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on the floor. It's aces when it comes to protecting and beautifying linoleum. And it takes very little jack.
Oh.
And what's more, it puts old-fashioned floor scrubbing in the discard.
Oh.
Call your dealer today.
That's pretty good, Waxy. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says. Any of you kids got a good joke to fill in here with?
Say, if you haven't got a joke, why did you start that thing?
Don't give me that, Johnny. I've heard you start a whole show without one. Hey, we gonna play any more rummy, kids?
Oh, Mr. Oldtimer, we haven't been playing rummy. We've been playing poker.
Hey, we have? No wonder I ain't been having any luck.
What I want to know is, when are we going to get out of here? Now, what did the doctor say, McGee?
Oh, you heard what the doctor said, Gildersleeve. Anyway, what are you squawking about? You ain't any worse off than the rest of us.
No, that's right.
Certainly not, dull, dark, and dumpy. Matter of fact, I'm thinking of starting suit against McGee for making me miss an important board meeting.
What do you mean, starting suit against me? What board meeting did you miss?
Show you in just a minute, Chisel Chin. Have the notice right here in my pocket. Notice. Had it here just a minute ago. Where I put that notice?
I think I shall start suit myself for false imprisonment, malicious mischief, and sleeping on the ironing board.
Quiet, Abigail, my dear. I've been trying to find the notice, that meeting. Here's an income tax blank. Got me in the middle there. If I don't show the source of my income, I go to prison. If I do show it, I go to jail. Here's a Confederate $100 bill.
What good is a Confederate bill? You can't spend it.
I can spend this one, my boy. I was a Confederate in a bank robbery. Yes, indeed. Now, let me see. Here's a small package of sleeping powders.
Go on, that's a blackjack.
Don't be crude, liver-lip. Here's a postcard from Sheila the shoplifter. Says she tried to get away with an accordion, but it squealed on her. Letter from my brother, McClellan Boomer, the portrait painter, unfortunate fellow.
Oh, what happened to him, Mr. Boomer?
He sat down on his pallet. Poor lad. Yes, indeed. I always said he'd get caught with his paints down. A check for short beer. Well, imagine that. No notice of the board meeting.
What board meeting was it, Boomer?
The parole board, Scrimshank. Ah, well, there wasn't much choice anyway. They're a measly bunch, too.
The King's Men sing, There's a Tavern in the Town.
I went strolling in the cold night air. I met Nellie with the flaxen hair. She was broken-hearted and a tear was in her eye. When I tried to comfort her, she gave me this reply. There is a tavern in the town, and there my true love sits him down where he can drink his wine mid laughter free, and never thinks of me. He left me for a damsel dark. On Tuesday night they always spark, and now my love, who once was true to me, takes that dark damsel on his knee. Fare thee well, for I must leave thee. Do not let the parting grieve thee. Just remember that the best of friends must part. Adieu, my friend, adieu. I can no longer stay with you. I'll hang my harp on a weeping willow tree, and may the world go well with thee.
Then she turned away and said no more,
but
entered through the tavern door.
And from within there came loud voices, angry shouts, and then a pistol shot rang out.
I saw her through the open door. She held a smoking 44,
and at her feet her lover fell down dead. And here's the very word she said, quote, fare thee well, for you must leave me, nevermore will you deceive me. If you can't be true to me, then we must part. Adieu, my love, adieu, yes, adieu. I can no longer stay with you. I'll hang my heart on a weeping willow tree. And may the world go well with thee. May all the world go well with thee.
Nice fellow, that as well. Boomer, Uppington, Gildersleeve, DePopulis, Wilcox, the old-timer, little girl. That's 7. 7 times 5 is 35, times 7 is 245. Say, that ain't bad at all, Molly.
What are you talking about? What isn't bad?
Well, look, there's 7 people here besides us. All of them eating and sleeping at our expense. So I figured if I charged them a nominal $5 apiece a day, that comes to $245 bucks a week.
Why, McGee, you can't charge them for staying here. They couldn't help it.
Well, Dad ratted I couldn't help it either.
Well, then it's even.
Okay, so it is even. So I'll split the difference and make it 2.5 a day. That'll come to 102.
Oh, McGee, stop it. Why, that's taking advantage of people when they're helpless.
Well, shucks. That's the best time, ain't it?
Now, just the same, I won't let you do it now. We're all quarantined here together, and we just got to make the best of it.
Yeah, but think of the expense. We're going to have a grocery bill that'll make the defense program look like matching pennies. Why, when you stop to think of it...
Please, may I have a word with you, please?
Why, certainly, Mrs. Uppington. Do come in. What's the trouble?
Mrs. McGee, I demand to know how long we are to be incarcerated here.
Now, you look here, Uppy. We don't like to be incapacitated here any more than you do. But a quarantine is a quarantine. You don't want the measles to spread all over town, do you? You don't want to start an epidermis, do you?
You mean hypodermic, McGee.
He means epidemic.
Well, then what's epidermis?
Epidermis refers to the skin.
That's what I says. You want to skin out of here and spread the measles all over town?
I wish to do no such thing, Mr. McGee, and I bitterly resent the insinuation. But I do demand, as an American citizen...
See your papers.
Papers?
Yes, your citizenship papers.
Why, you speak as if I were an ordinary immigrant.
Look, Uppy, the only Americans that ain't immigrants, or descended from immigrants, are Indians. And you wouldn't know a teepee from a toupee. So don't give us that Mayflower malarkey.
Why, look, I have never been so insulted in all my life.
You must have led a pretty sheltered life, Abigail. But I agree with you that we ought to find out how long
Fibber,
this
how long is this going on? How can I sell Johnson's wax when I'm locked up in here?
That's exactly what I wish to know, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, yeah? Well, when did you start selling Johnson's wax, Uppy?
I did not claim to sell Johnson's
Say,
wax.
if I scream Shakespeare, sir, how long is it going to be until I can have a re-onion with my wife and kidneys?
That's what I want to know, Fibber.
Me too, I betcha.
No.
Oh, for goodness sakes, little girl, you get right back in bed there.
Yes, you'll catch your death of cold, sis.
I'm hungry.
Hey, now, look here, Johnny. I've missed 5 rumble lessons since I've been here, and I want to get it going.
Well, what can we do?
Well, Mr. McGee, what do you propose to do about this situation?
I'll tell you what we're going to do, folks. I'm just as anxious as you are to know how long they quarantine for measles. I'm going to call the health department.
All right, dearie, here's the phone.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the health department. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh, that's all.
How's every little thing, Mert? Yeah, we're quarantined. What's that, Mert? Your brother? Oh, the one that works in the airplane plant? Caught a spy, eh?
Heavenly days, how thrilling.
Oh, I don't know. He knocked over his lunch pail, spilled all the sandwiches, but he caught his pie. What's that, Mert? Oh, no answer, eh? Okay, I'll try the Board of Trade.
Wait a minute, McGee. Look at this.
Huh? What's the matter with you, Gildersleeve?
Look what I found in the almanac.
What are you doing with the almanac?
Well, it's the only thing there is to read around here except Black Beauty and the Peoria High School Annual for 1911.
Well, what about the almanac, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, listen to this.
Huh?
It's an article on contagious diseases. And it says that quarantining for measles is obsolete.
Oh,
absolutely.
Oh, I remember now. That's what the doctor told me over the phone. It's obsolete, and there's no getting around it.
Oh, good heavens. I believe the man doesn't know what the word obsolete means.
That it I do, too. Obsolete means oh, my gosh. I was thinking of absolute.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Have you ever stopped to think how much more active life is today than, say, 25 years ago? Automobiles, movies, airplanes have certainly increased the tempo of living, until one of our big problems is how to find the time for all we want to do. Fortunately, scientists have given us many labor-saving devices and products. Take, for example, the care of floors. No longer do you have to scrub kitchen floors on your hands and knees to keep them clean. No, sir. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat has certainly solved that problem. Saved women many, many hours of work. Glow Coat, in case you don't know it, needs no rubbing or buffing. It's the easiest to use of all floor polishes. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat polishes itself, giving beautiful floors with practically no work. Saves linoleum from wear, makes it last longer. But you surely know all these things by now, and I'll bet you use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your own floors. If not, try it.
Everybody gone, Molly?
Yes, they're gone. And a good riddance, too. Come on, let's go to bed, dear.
Okay.
Oh, McGee!
Dad, rat it, what you want, Gildersleeve?
My wife's gone away and I can't get into the house.
Well, what do you want with us?
I'm hungry.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Hello, George. Say, that's the most work I've seen you do in months.
Oh, this ain't work, Miss Brown. No, sirree. Polishing a car with this here Johnson's Car New is an easy job now. Just massage it on kind of gentle, let it dry, and wipe it off. Then that little old car shine just as pretty.
Yes, sir, folks. If you haven't used Johnson's Car New on your car, take my tip and buy a can this week. It really cleans and wax polishes in one operation in half the time it used to take. Remember the name, C-A-R-N-U, Johnson's Car New. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with So Sweet.
Good morning, Mrs. Murphy. Here's your groceries.
Oh, please don't walk across my kitchen floor. Can't you see I just scrubbed it and it's so hard to keep clean?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Murphy. Why don't you let me bring you a can of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat next time I come? That's what all your neighbors use on their kitchen floors.
That's what more and more women use on their linoleum floors every year, because Glow Coat saves in 3 ways. Saves hours of work, saves your hands and your back from tiresome scrubbing, saves linoleum by making it last much longer. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It shines as it dries without any rubbing or buffing. Just apply and let dry. And in 20 minutes, your floors are protected with a beautiful, long-lasting polish. And Glow Coat makes your kitchen a more cheerful room by keeping linoleum colors bright and fresh-looking. All in all, that's a lot of good things for one product to accomplish. Order Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat tomorrow. At this moment, 2 people at 79 Wistful Vista are looking forward to a period of breathless adventure, thrilling romance, baffling mystery, and beautiful, glamorous surroundings. Yes, in a few moments, all this will be theirs, because this is the day when the mailman brings the new detective story and fashion magazines to Fibber McGee and Molly.
I wish that mailman would hurry up. I left Handcuff Harper, the ace detective, in an awful jam last month.
Who's Handcuff Harper?
Handcuff Harper? Why, shucks. He's the roughest, toughest, two-fisted slugger that ever...
Oh, McGee, I wish you wouldn't run around with people like that. Heavenly days, when we have such lovely friends and neighbors, you have to go get chummy with a rough, tough...
Dad, drat it, I don't run around with him. I just sit here in my big chair.
And don't bring him into this house, either.
Look, Molly, Handcuff Harper is a character.
And a disreputable one, I've no doubt.
But he ain't even alive.
Oh, I'm sorry, dearie. I didn't know. Is there anything we can do?
No, I guess not. You see, here's the mailman. Come in.
Morning, folks.
Good morning, Mr. Bagworthy. Did you bring our magazine?
No, just a letter from Mr. McGee from the government.
Oh, government, eh? I guess they're thanking me for being so prompt about my income tax. There's nobody like our old Uncle Sam, is there?
You'll soon know, nephew.
Say, what do you mean by that?
Search me, but he better learn to keep a civil service tongue in his cheek.
Dear, and I was counting on getting this month's fashion.
Yeah, my detective magazine is 2 weeks past. Well, I'll be it. Hey, Molly, look, I'm drafted.
Say, don't be silly. You're over age.
Yeah, so was Frank Knox, but they made him Secretary of the Navy, didn't they?
I suppose you're going to be Secretary of the Army.
No, I'd be satisfied to be Secretary of Frank Knox.
Now, stop fooling me. You haven't even registered for the draft.
Oh, yes, I have.
When?
Oh, weeks ago. I just got to thinking one day, I just thought to myself, I thought, Uncle Sam needs men. I'm a man, so Uncle Sam needs me. So I went downtown and offered my services.
What happened when they stopped laughing?
Don't kid yourself. Nobody laughed. Fact of the matter is, they didn't want to examine me, but I insisted. I says it was my right as an American citizen, I says, and they says, okay, they says, cough, so I coughed, and then I went.
McGee, I think you're fooling me. Let me see that letter.
Okay, here. It's from the president himself.
Well, for goodness sakes. Order to report for induction.
You betcha.
The President of the United States to Fibber McGee. Greeting.
You get that greeting? I'll bet they ain't that polite to the ordinary guys. Go on, read the rest of it.
Having submitted yourself to a local board composed of your neighbors...
See, what'd I tell you?
...for the purpose of determining your availability for training, that you have been selected for training and service in the United States Army... McGee, tell me, this is all a joke.
Why, Molly, you mean you don't want me to go?
Well, if they want you, need you, of course I want you to go, but it seems so ridiculous, a man of your age.
What do you mean, a man of my age? Why, I'm in marvelous physical shape. I'm in the prime of things. Anyway, it's my brains and experience they want, not my gorgeous figure.
Yeah, but your eyesight is bad, dear.
Good enough.
How'd you pass the test for vision?
Shucks, I've had that optical chart memorized since the last war.
Yeah, but you have flat feet, too.
So what? An army travels on its stomach. And you'll admit I got a stomach.
Without a struggle. You're even 20 pounds overweight. Say, McGee, are you serious about this? Do you mean it?
Molly, I was never more serious in my life. Crossed my heart and hoped to diet off about 20 pounds.
Well, I hardly know what to say. It's so sudden. Let me sit down and think this over.
Here's a chair.
Thanks. Hand me one of those sofa cushions, will you?
Sure. Which one you want? Daisies Won't Tell or Souvenir of Niagara?
Either one of them. So you've been drafted, you say?
You betcha.
I'm just struck all of a heap, dearie. Imagine me, a war bride. Again. Are you sure this isn't a practical joke?
Sure, I'm sure. I took the examination, didn't I? And this letter is official, ain't it? Who'd play a joke like that on me?
Mr. Gildersleeve would, for one.
Well, he didn't, and I can prove it. I'll call him up. Hello, operator. Give me Whistle Vista 890... Is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? Tis, eh? What's that, Mert? Brother was what? Shot at sunrise.
Heavenly days, shot.
Oh, she says he always comes home like that. What's that, Mert? Okay, never mind. I'll call later. Well, I know it wasn't Gildersleeve anyway, Molly. He wouldn't have done it.
Same, I can't imagine you in the Army again, dearie.
Oh, who goes there? Advance and be ready. Come in.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee and Mr. McGee? I just stopped by to see if you were free to come over for a little contract bridge tomorrow night.
No, Abigail, we can't make it.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. A previous engagement?
No. I've been drafted, Uppy. Got to leave for camp tomorrow morning.
Drafted? You mean that you've been... Oh, Mr. McGee. You say the most delightful things, really. You dropped it. Oh, isn't that simply excruciating, Mr. McGee?
No. Dad, rat it up. What's so funny about that?
Oh, now, please, Mr. McGee, I can't stand it. You had me running home and knitting you a sweater. Oh, don't mind me. You go join the army, and I'll join the girl brownies.
Now, you look here, Abigail. This is no joke.
You bet it's no joke. And if you ain't got any more respect for a member of Uncle Sam's fighting forces...
Fighting forces? Oh, Mr. McGee. The mental picture of you as a fighting force. Oh, may I simply collapse. You with your flat feet and your bad eyes.
What?
And your little round tummy. Oh, the spectacle. Oh, May. Well, remember my house tomorrow night at 8:30. Oh, Mr. McGee, you fool.
Hey, Molly. She didn't believe me.
Of course she didn't believe you. I'm not completely convinced myself.
'Tis true.
I feel like I would if me Aunt Sarah came busting in and told me she was going to play third base for Cincinnati this year.
Okay, D-Ride. You'll be sorry when I'm gone away, up in camp, dancing every Saturday night with a beautiful Army hostess.
Yeah, we'll both be sorry if I find out about it. Look, dearie.
Yeah?
Look Mother right in the eye.
Okay.
Now tell me, is all this on the level? Have you really been called for the Army?
Absolutely. And I got to be at the station tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock.
Oh.
And I got a million things to do in the meantime.
Oh.
Write these things down, will you?
Go ahead, dearie.
Go to the bank.
Go to the bank.
Return library book.
Library.
Insurance.
Insurance.
Wire sponsor.
Johnson's Wax.
Say goodbye to all my friends.
Goodbye to Gildersleeve, Wilcox, and Mills.
Is that all my friends?
Name one more.
Never mind. Now, let me see. Go to the bank. Cancel my laundry. Transfer my prescription.
McGee, I have the feeling this is all a dream. The idea of being drafted at your age.
Doggone it, Molly, my age ain't got anything to do with it, I tell you. I'm officer material. They can use a man who has reached the age of maternity.
You mean maturity, do
I mean grown up. Besides, think of the military experience I got to offer.
What military experience? You told me a dozen times you spent the last war doing kitchen police for 3 years.
Well, shucks, I couldn't help it.
And I remember that snapshot of you with General Pershing. pinning a potato peeling on your left breast.
A decoration is a decoration. Come on, here's the bank.
Good day, Mr. McGee, Mrs. McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Look, Bud, this is important. I just been called for the draft.
We don't handle drafts at this window. See Mr. McAllister.
No, he means he's been called for the Army.
Really?
Yes, really. And look, I want all my funds put in Mrs. McGee's name.
The whole $39?
$39.78, careless.
Well, folks, I don't know what the joke is, but sign right here.
There ain't any joke to it. I've been drafted.
All right. I heard they were mechanizing the Army, but I didn't know they were doing it with wheelchairs.
Come on, Molly, let's go to the library.
All right.
Well, hello there, kids. What can I do for you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer. Are you the librarian here?
Yep.
I want to return this book.
What book is it, Johnny?
The Rover Boys at Earl Carroll's.
What you bringing it back for? Can't do till next week.
I know that, but I wanted to get everything cleaned up, old-timer. I've been drafted.
Well, I suppose everybody... Hey! You been what, Johnny?
He got his notice from the draft board, Mr. Oldtimer.
You did, eh? I'll bite, Johnny. What's the joke?
There ain't any joke to it. That ratted, why don't anybody believe me? Am I falling apart or something? Am I so old and decrepit as all that?
You may not be old and decrepit, dearie, but the only short pants you'll have from now on will be from drilling in the hot sun.
That's pretty good, daughter. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it... Shh, be a little more quiet, kids. This is a public library.
That wasn't us. That was you.
Eh? Oh. Well, the way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, this Bob Hope makes a mighty funny picture, don't he? Yep, says t'other feller, so does Fibber McGee. Look, sneers the first feller, I says makes, not takes. Nothing personal, Johnny, but if the shoe fits, it pinches a little, don't it?
Well, this is an unexpected pleasure. How are you, Molly? Hello, Fibber.
McGee just wanted to come in and say goodbye, Mr. Wilcox.
Goodbye. Where's he going?
To the Army. He's just been drafted.
Oh, he has, eh? Well, that's great, Fibber. That's fine.
Oh, so you don't believe me either, eh? Well, look at this notice, smart guy. Look at that.
See?
Why, say. This certainly looks legitimate, doesn't it? It would have fooled me for a while, too. Where'd you get it? I'd like to have some to send a few of my
Cut
friends.
it out, Wilcox. This is legitimate. I got it in the mail this morning.
That's right, Mr. Wilcox. I'm practically convinced myself now.
Sure. Nothing like the good old selective service is what I always say.
Ah, sir.
Yes, sir. Like the Johnson wax products. Just select the service you want and we can fill the bill. Johnson's wax for floors and furniture, Johnson's glow coat for linoleum, Johnson's Carnew for automobiles, Johnson's shine up for silverware, Johnson's...
Look, Harlow, this is on the level. If our defense program...
Say, that'd make a swell Johnson ad. The Johnson Defense Program.
Oh, my.
Protect your floors and furniture against those filth columnists, dust and dirt, with Johnson's wax, because...
Please, Mr. Wilcox, can't you see he's serious?
Is he really?
I never been more seriouser in my life, Wilcox. Wait till you see me in that old olive drab and then...
Why should Olive be drab? Why doesn't Olive use Johnson's wax on her woodwork and whistle while she works?
Come on, Molly.
Well, so long, soldier.
Well, hello there, chums. Glad to see you. Have a chair, Mrs. McGee.
I'm sorry to butt in on your during business hours, guilty old man, but I wanted to drop in and say goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, don't you even want to know where I'm going?
He's on his way to camp at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Really? Why didn't you tell me, McGee?
Well-
I'd like to have gone with you. By George, I haven't been camping since
I ain't going camping. I'm in the Army. I've been drafted.
Is that so? My goodness, the country must be worse off than I'd realized, McGee. What are you going to be, McGee? A drummer boy?
I guess you'll have to show him the thing with the stuff, McGee.
Yeah. Look, Gildy, if you don't believe me, take a gander at that.
What's this?
That's the greeting.
Yep. The President of the United States to Fibber McGee. Greeting.
Yes,
It is. Having submitted yourself to the local board for the purpose. Say, this certainly looks like the real thing, doesn't it, McGee?
What's the matter with everybody? That is the real thing,
He
Gildersleeve.
got it in the mail this morning.
Oh, come, McGee. Don't give me that.
Huh?
Why should they call a pudgy little twerp like you for service?
Who's a pudgy little twerp?
You are.
He is not.
I am, too.
You are not.
Then who is?
I am, and you can't call me a pudgy little twerp and get away with it. By George, I'll throw you out of my office so quick, you'll meet yourself coming in.
Careful there. That's treason. I'm in the Army now, and if you so much as breathe down my neck, I'll have you court plastered.
Court plaster. You in the Army, eh? I'll bet you think anti-aircraft is Uncle Sam's wife.
I guess you ain't been informed, Gildersleeve, that I was a pretty important guy in the United States Army at one time.
Is that so?
Yes.
That's so. Why, when I was in the Signal Corps, I had charge of all the carrier pigeons in the Army.
Pigeons?
I rode a motorcycle and towed my pigeons behind me in a little trailer. Pigeon-toed McGee, I was known. Pigeon-toed McGee, the proud possessor of personal praise from Pershing and Patan for my practical and painstaking projects in placing my pigeons in the precise places to peddle precious plants to the proper people, the personification of persuasion and the prince of personality, perennially plugging for peace without strife, but the rest of them peas are rolled off of my knife.
Men singing Genevieve, Sweet Genevieve.
Oh, Genevieve, sweet Genevieve, the days may come, the days may go, but still the hand of memory weaves the blissful dreams of long ago. Sweet Genevieve, I'd give the world to live again the lovely past. The rose of youth was dew impearled, but now it withers in the blast. I see thy face in every dream. My waking thoughts are full of thee. Thy glance is in the starry beam that falls on the summer sea. Oh, Genevieve, Genevieve, the days may come, the days may go, but still the hand of memory weaves the blissful dreams of long ago.
be long now.
Oh, my, don't it look nice?
Boy, there sure is a flock of guys leaving for camp, ain't there, Molly?
Oh, and a fine-looking group of boys, too.
Ain't we, though?
I didn't mean you, dearie. Frankly, you don't quite seem to fit into a crowd like this.
I know, but they'll improve when I start whipping them into shape. Hey, I better check in with my commanding officer and then come back and kiss you goodbye.
Oh, McGee, well, it's all so unreal. This has all happened so fast, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's what proves I'm still youthful, Molly. The way I adjust myself so quick to new stuff. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. That must be the officer in charge now. Hey, Colonel.
Yes?
You in charge of these men, Bud? I mean, sir?
Part of them, sir. I mean, Bud. Why? Is your son going with them?
No, he's going himself.
Oh, I'm sorry, but we can't allow that. Only conscripted men will be permitted to board the train, madam.
Oh, but I am conscripted. Shucks, I've been drafted too, Colonel.
Oh, is that so?
Betcha.
You better get the old boy out of the way, Mother. He's liable to get trampled.
Say, don't you mother me, you big Logan. I'll have you know that...
Hey, Molly. Ixnay on the upstay. Lay off. That guy's most likely be my boss for the next year or so. Go easy. Now, look here.
I'm sorry, mister. I'm very busy right now. I'll have to ask you to stand aside till the train pulls out. All right, boys, line up, bag and baggage beside the track. You, Anderson, take 10 men.
Now what do you do, Sergeant York? Do you stow away on the train?
Don't worry, I'll get in there all right. Hey, fellas, make a little space for me in there, will ya? I'm supposed to be...
Beat it, Pop. I'll let Uncle Joe in, fellas. He may be somebody's brother. This is the Army, mister.
I'll take 3 pencils and a pair of shoelaces, Doc.
Pipe down there, you baby-faced bundles from Barber College. And you, number 3, button your coat. Pull in your stomach. Hold your chin up.
Horse feathers.
Who said that?
Yehudi.
Who's Yehudi?
Don't tell her, boys. She may be a spy.
Yeah. She looks like not a hurry.
What's the matter with Harry? She's all right.
All right. But wait till I get you guys in camp. I'll drill you punch till you...
Who'll drill who?
Huh? Oh, hi, Colonel. Hey, these guys won't make room for me in that line there.
Now, look, my good man, you mustn't be a nuisance, you know. If you have a son or a nephew in this crowd, you'll be permitted...
Oh, he hasn't got a son.
I am a nephew. Now, look, Colonel, I belong in this bunch. I'm a soldier, too.
You don't say. Well, you must tell me about Bull Run sometime. Now, if you'll just get out of the way, folks.
Now, wait a minute, Si. I'm one of this bunch of drafted guys, see? And here's my notice to prove it.
What are you talking about? Let me see that paper.
There. Well, Colonel.
Are you Fibber McGee?
You betcha, Bud. And if you want any help in whipping the rest of these cubs into line, I'll be glad
When did you get this draft notice?
Just yesterday morning, Colonel Bud.
I can't believe it. It's amazing.
That's what everybody says, Colonel. It just goes to show that if a guy is really sincere in offering his services to his country...
Private McGee, why are you late?
What do you mean? He's here on time, isn't he?
No, he's late.
What do you mean, late? That paper says to be at the station at 5 a.m. on March the 18th.
Yes, but it's 1941 now, and this notice is dated March 1918.
I'm in the wrong army.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Do you remember the fairy story in which the little brownies came in every night and did the good cobbler's work for him? Well, now, I don't really believe in fairy stories and gnomes anymore. But you know, there's just a touch of that brownie business in the way Johnson's Glow Coat keeps your linoleum floors sparkling and clean. It's true, you yourself apply the Glow Coat to the floor, but when your back is turned and you go on about your other work, Glow Coat dries to a beautiful, long-lasting polish all by itself, almost like the brownie magic. Glow Coat takes no rubbing or buffing at all. You simply apply and let dry. And the gleaming Glow Coat polish makes your kitchen cheerful because it keeps the linoleum colors looking like new. It saves you work all year because spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. And Glow Coat makes your linoleum last longer, too, by protecting it against scratches and wear. If you don't already use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your floors, try some this week.
that dad-ratted luck. If I don't have
Oh, now listen, McGee, don't be downhearted.
Oh, well, shucks.
You certainly tried to join up.
Yes, and I'm going to try again, too. I'm going to take a train down to camp and crash my way in.
Oh, no, you'd never get past the guards, dearie.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't. Hey, that reminds me. You know what?
No, what?
We're lucky to be living in a country where they have guards around the camps to keep people out. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Hello, Mary. Want a ride?
Well, to tell you the truth, George, I've got a new dress on. Do you mind if I walk?
Uh-oh, that's bad for romance. Nobody likes to ride in a dingy-looking car. And shucks, why should they when it's so easy now to wax polish your car with Johnson's Carnew? In fact, Carnew both cleans and wax polishes in one operation in half the time it used to take. The cost is low, too. So why not wax polish your car with Johnson's Carnew, spelled C-A-R-N-U. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, B. Benaderet, Joe Kern, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard Mel Blanc as the Happy Postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
You've heard him as Pedro.
Pardon me for talking in your face, senorita. 30 days hacienda, April, June, and sombrero. I think.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-it shop, I'm the president, I'm the vice president, I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Say, do you have a broken chair in your house? A broken table in your house? Anything that's housebroken? Well, don't try to fix it yourself. Don't ruin it. Bring it to Mel Blanc. Let him do it. Right now in the Fix-It Shop, Mel's uncle is talking to our hero's general assistant, Zookie. Zookie, come here, will you?
I can't. I'm too Here I am.
What time is it, Zookie?
Well, according to me and my clock, it's I can't tell you.
Why can't you tell me?
Well, because by the time I tell you what time it is, it's some other time.
Come on, Zookie. Here come Mel and Betty. Let's get out of here.
Look, darling, don't you see, the Fix-It Shop will never amount to a thing as long as you let your Uncle Rupert and Zookie live with you.
Well, gosh, honey, I have to let them stay here.
Well, why can't that uncle of yours go to work?
Well, he's still weak from his overseas shots.
Overseas shots?
Yeah, he got them in 1917. He spent 6 months in Pierre's Bar and Grill in Paris. 20 shots a night.
That I can almost believe.
Oh, that's right. The last time he saw Paris, he didn't see it so good.
Oh, Mel, why don't you try to be serious about business?
Well, I try.
And another thing, do you realize that we have been engaged now for 5 years?
Gosh, our wooden anniversary.
Don't you think we might begin toying with the idea of getting married?
Oh, now, honey, you know I've been working on our nest egg.
Well, we're both getting old, the egg and I.
Well, yeah, but...
Mel Blanc, now this is what I'm talking about. Now, look at this birthday card my father got from the Eternal Life Insurance Company this morning. Now, why don't you do something like that? Why don't you try to build goodwill?
Okay. I'll send a birthday card to everybody in town who has a birthday this month.
Oh, Mel, that's wonderful.
And another thing, I'm going to talk to Uncle Rupert and put him straight.
Oh, darling, it's so good to hear you talk like this.
I'll tell Uncle. He'll just have to buckle down and loaf somewhere else. I'm sorry, Uncle Rupert, but that's the way it's got to be.
Melvin, my boy, I'm hurt. Haven't Suki and I been everything to you?
Well, not exactly.
I haven't been everything to you?
No. That's why I want to get married. You can't even cook.
Well, anyway, my lad, let's not be hasty. I've got another idea. Why don't I go on living here and work for you?
Oh, but Uncle Rupert, I can't afford to pay you anything.
Oh, that's all right, nephew. After a while, you'll owe me so much money, I'll own the fix-it shop.
Well, yeah,
Then you can go to work for me until you earn enough money to get it back.
Say, both of us can make a darn good living like that for years. Now, wait.
Doesn't hit you, eh?
No. Uncle Rupert, you're not talking me out of this.
I see what you mean. Well, Melvin, if this means the parting of the ways, I shall simply have to ask Widow Longnecker to marry me.
Oh, but you said yourself marriage is a serious thing. Are you sure Mrs. Longnecker's your type?
Why, of course Clara's my type. She's rich, isn't she?
Yeah, but you should marry for love.
Well, I love money.
But she's so long and lanky.
Melvin, my lad, when a lady is that wealthy, she's not long and lanky. She's tall and stately.
Well, have it your way. Now, will you send Zuki for those birthday cards?
Indeed, I will. Oh, Zuki, will you come here, please?
Well, I can't. I'm too busy. Here I am.
Nell wants you to go down to City Hall and get a list of people's birthdays.
Oh, people's yeah.
And stop off on your way back and pick up some birthday cards in the 5 and 10.
Yeah.
Have you got that straight now?
Yeah. Hey, I'm looking for the
Young man, huh? This is the Bureau of Vital Statistics.
Yeah, I know.
Oh. We have records on everybody from the cradle to the grave. Records on men, records on women. Also Spike Jones playing the gypsy. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for the birthday, you know, rockabye, yeah, I bet you was a beautiful baby.
Oh, yes, indeed I was. Why, my mother used to... Oh, so that's it. You're expecting a baby.
Oh, how could I have a baby? I'm not even married.
Well, you should have thought of that before. Marriage licenses are down the hall.
But I'm a confirmed bachelor. I don't believe in the... I'm footloose and fancy. Nobody wants me.
Now, make up your mind what you want. Our files are complete from the cradle to the grave. We have the cross index to ZY, countercross to AAL, and crisscross to YYZ, ending with the fiscal year MCM XLV. Now, what do you have?
Let me hear Spike Jones playing the gypsy.
I give up. Look, here's a list of everything we've got. You can take your pick.
Oh, thanks. Gosh. This printing is sure close to the paper.
Is that you, Zuki? It's about time you... Oh, it's you, Mrs. Longnecker. How are you today?
Oh, me. Another day, another dividend. The woes of wealth.
Well, what's the matter, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, it's so annoying. I was at the bank all day today.
You were?
Yes, the bank wants to borrow some money from me. But I'm not going to give it to them.
Why not?
They haven't paid the last loan I made them. If they don't pay me back soon, I'll just have to foreclose. I get more darn banks that way. Oh, money, money, money. Think of it, Melvin. I'm just swimming in wealth.
What a beautiful way to drown. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Longnecker.
Yes?
Were you born this month?
Was I what?
Were you born this month?
Oh, of course. I'm just out doing a little shopping for my mother who's still in the hospital.
Well, you see, I'm sending birthday cards from the Fix-It Shop to everybody in town who has a birthday this month.
Well, what on earth for?
Oh, it's a great business idea. Make a lot of money so Betty will be proud of me.
Money. Doesn't that fiancé of yours realize the terrible things money can do to a human being? Why, just look at me.
Yeah, maybe I ought to warn her. Do you think that
my dear Clara, this is indeed a pleasure.
Well, I didn't come here to give you pleasure. What do you want, Rupert?
I wish I could tell you how radiant you are, my dear. How like a tall, stately sapling. Sapling in the breeze. Yes, I wish I could tell you, but I don't have the words.
Well, considering you did it without words, it was okay.
Please, Rupert, I'm in no mood for your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity?
Oh, Melvin, I've quite forgotten what I came in for. I'm giving a reception tonight at the mansion, and I want you to come up and fix a loose floorboard on the front porch.
A loose floorboard?
Yes. Every time somebody walks into the house, the board comes up and slaps them in the face.
Gee, that's embarrassing.
It's even more embarrassing when they walk out.
Goodbye, Mrs. Longnecker. Well, Betty, all the birthday cards are mailed out.
Oh, Mel, I can't wait to see what happens.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if someday I have to use a velvet rope to handle the crowds in front of the Fix-It Shop.
Yes, honey.
Why, the Fix-It Shop will become a household word. You know, like Drano.
Yes, honey. Can I see one of the cards?
Oh, sure. Here.
Oh, they're pretty. Let's see, it says, best wishes on this most joyous of all occasions, your very own natal day.
Yeah, natal day. That means birthday. I looked it up.
Now, wait a minute. What's this?
What's what?
Behind this little flap on the card. Look what it says.
Oh, I didn't notice any flap.
It says, I hope the gift I'm sending you under separate cover will brighten this most joyous of all occasions, your very own natal day.
That means birthday.
Oh, Mel, what did you do?
I looked it up.
Don't you realize what this means?
Oh, yeah. Means I've got to get 98 birthday presents for all the people I sent cards to. Oh, if I don't, they'll never come near the Fix-It Shop.
And you were going to keep the crowds back, with a velvet rope, no less.
Well, I can still find use for the velvet rope.
For what, for instance?
Well, not everybody can afford to hang himself with a velvet rope.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Take it from me, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, can put the end in friendship or even give the air to a love affair. And the worst of it is, you may not even suspect it, because unpleasing breath can catch up with you without your knowing it. So ask yourself, could you be the victim of unpleasing breath? Guard against it this way. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Zookie, come here, please.
Yeah, oh, okay. Don't take a chance with your every romance.
Oh, Mel, I wish I could think of some way to help you.
Gosh, Betty, what am I going to do for presents for those people? I've thought of everything.
Well, it's no use worrying about it now. I guess something like this could happen to anybody.
Yeah, but it always happens to me.
Oh, Mel.
Betty, you know you're the only girl in the world for me, don't you?
Am I?
You're the only girl who'll have me. And you're so pretty, too. You know, every morning I think of you while I'm shaving.
I'm glad.
Sure. I look in the mirror and I say to myself, gosh, you're beautiful.
Oh, Mel.
Oh, well, you know what I mean. You're so sweet, and I'm such a worthless, brainless, shiftless, stupid... Gee, aren't you going to interrupt me?
Oh, don't worry, darling. Everything will be all right. The world always has an opening for someone like you. You just have to find it.
What do you mean, find an opening? Look at the hole I'm in now.
Melvin, my lad, your troubles are over.
What do you mean, Uncle Rupert?
In this big package, you see 100 beautiful boxes of candy. They'll make 100 most appropriate birthday presents for the people you sent the birthday cards to.
Hey, that's swell, but where did you get them?
It so happens I ran across a dear old friend today, one Harry Greenspiegel, who now owns the Ace Novelty Company.
Yeah?
Ah, good old Greenspiegel. Used to be a fellow vendor in a barbecue house in Hoboken.
Uncle Rupert, I never knew you sold things in a burlesque house.
Huh? Oh, purely educational. Photographic knowledge for gentlemen who never went to college. Postcards, to be exact.
Postcards?
Oui, oui. Ooh la la.
Uncle Rupert.
Oh, inspirational views of the Eiffel Tower. Well, let's get these boxes in the mail.
Say, I'll be doing better than the life insurance company. They only sent out birthday cards to customers.
The cheapskates.
Yeah. I'll be sending bonbons by Greenspiegel. De Paris. I guess this'll show people in this town this isn't a melon I have for a head.
That's right, Melvin. You've got brains in that melon.
Uncle Rupert, it was nice of you to get that candy for Mel.
You know me, Betty. Unselfish to a fault.
Yes. Well, anyway, I don't understand it. We mailed that candy out 2 days ago, and we haven't received one thank you note. Not even a phone call. Oh, look, here comes Mrs. Longnecker.
Ah, maybe this is my chance to win her hand. The one that signs the checks. I have just one box of candy left. I'll try it on her and see how she likes it.
Well, good luck to you. I'll leave you two alone.
Ah, Clara, my dear.
Hello, Rupert.
So glad you dropped in.
Now, Rupert, I'm in no mood for your nincompoopity.
But, Clara, I have a beautiful gift for you.
A gift for me? Oh, how nice, Rupert.
Yes, a box of French bonbons, direct from Paris, made by my very good friend, Monsieur Greenspiegel.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it.
Oh, it's quite all right. A gift for the fairest of the fair. They come to you untouched by human hands. Greenspiegel wrapped them himself.
Well, I must open them immediately and try one.
Try one of the peanut clusters.
Oh, but these are not peanut clusters. These are ordinary peanuts.
If I'd known you were coming, my dear, I'd have clustered them myself.
Yes. Well, no, I think I'll try one of these caramels. Mmm.
Delicious, aren't they, my dear? Stop jumping up and down, Clara. What the devil's the matter with her?
Hey, Uncle Rupert, what happened to Mrs. Longnecker?
Maybe she hasn't learned how to use her new upper plate.
Learn? What does she do, take lessons? Hey, what happened anyway?
Hold on. What's this inside the candy box?
What? Oh. Ace Novelty Company's #1 joker. Be the life of the party. Treat your friends to Sure Pucker alum candy.
Oh, no.
Oh, 50 mirthquakes to a box. Laugh yourself to death.
There's been some mistake, nephew.
Oh, some mistake is right. I can just see 98 people chasing me down the street, all of them yelling, "Kill Bill Black! Kill Bill Black!"
Now, take it easy. Take it easy. What are you doing?
Can't you see? I'm laughing myself to death. Laughing! Gosh, I feel awful. Gosh, if only one of those people we sent the candy to would say something. If they'd only do something, why don't they?
It takes a little time. Ed?
A lawyer? Gee, I bet they could send me to the state penitentiary for doing this to people.
They can't send you to a state penitentiary, Melvin.
Of course they can.
Using the mails to defraud is a federal offense.
State penitentiary and federal prison. You know what I'll have pinned on me? A two-way stretch.
Now, don't be silly.
Hey, the mailman is coming. Oh, he's got loads of mail. Hey, you better leave by the back door, Mel.
Yes, nephew, run for the hills.
No, Uncle Rupert. I'm going to face the music.
Well. Quite a bit of mail for you today, Mr. Blank.
Wait. All those boxes. It's the candy we sent out.
And those are all the birthday cards. Here, let me see. Hey, they all read the same way. Listen. Return to sender. Addressee deceased.
That means dead. I looked it up.
Huh?
Say, Mel, I think I know what happened.
Well, I wish you'd tell me.
Don't you see? Zuki got the wrong list down at City Hall. Instead of birthdays, he got the names of people who passed away.
Oh. Then I'm safe. Nothing happened.
That's right, and you can thank Zuki for that.
Gosh, yeah. Gee, you saved my life, Zuki. I could kiss you.
Hey, you can't kiss me out. Don't you dare. Don't you. He did.
Well, we'll be back in the Fix-It shop in just a minute for a Zookyism. What's a Zookyism? Wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Take it from me, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, can put the end in friendship or even give the heir to a love affair. And the worst of it is, you may not even suspect it, because unpleasing breath can catch up with you without your knowing it. So ask yourself, could you be the victim of unpleasing breath? Guard against it this way. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Zuki, we had quite an experience with those birthday cards. You know, Zuki, I like to feel that you learned something from it.
Yes, Zuki, everything has a moral. Just what did you learn?
Well, to tell you the truth, I learned that anything with you must keep your nose to the grindstone. You gotta keep your nose to the grindstone. I learned that. It sure pays to be ignorant.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that
that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. The Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Ryan.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Halo lets hair sparkle with natural brilliance. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather to quickly carry away loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show. Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Bea Benaderet, Joe Kearns, Leora Thatcher, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard Mel Blanc as the happy postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the Fix-It Shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop, where you're pretty sure to find things in an awful fix. Well, it seems that Mel's fiancée, Betty, has been dropping none too subtle hints about the need for efficiency in the Fix-It Shop. I wouldn't say that Uncle Rupert and Zookie are exactly moochers, but, well, they're more than just a little worried.
Zookie, we have to show that we're efficient around here or else. So you'd better try working faster.
Oh, I'm quick, all right. See, I'm like a bolt of lightning. I'm a regular dynamo. I think I blew a fuse.
Zookie, here comes Mel. Quick, get busy.
Hey, okay.
Hello, Mel. What kept you so long?
Oh, that Adams job was bigger than I expected. Her toaster wasn't the only thing Mrs. Adams broke. She broke her lawnmower, and she broke her electric iron.
I hope you presented the lady with a substantial bill.
I couldn't. Mrs. Adams was broke, too.
Oh, I see.
Hey, Uncle Rupert, Betty's right. As a businessman, I'm a washout. We need a little efficiency around here. Just look at this place. It's a shambles.
Oh, I don't know. It just has a sort of a lived-in feeling.
Yeah, lived in. I'm serious. Just look at that cigar butt on the floor. Is that yours, Uncle?
No, my lad. You saw it first.
Oh, stop kidding.
Why, you are in a sour mood, nephew. Look, why don't you get yourself a ticket for the girly review at the Gaiety tomorrow night? It'll cheer you up.
Now, Uncle.
Have you seen the pictures of Fifi Devine, the star? Why, that gorgeous little lady has everything. And she carries it so well.
Uncle Rupert, you know I wouldn't waste a breath on any other girl but Betty. Why, Betty's the most wonderful girl, and...
Hello there, sugar boy. I'm Fifi Devine.
Oh, boy. I thought you weren't going to waste a breath.
On her, it wasn't wasted. Gosh, I feel better already.
You've got a sign outside that says you can fix anything under the sun.
I specialize in little jobs under the moon.
Look, Pop, get back to your funny papers. I'll talk to your straight man here.
Well, what can I do for you, miss?
Well, I'm the star of the Pin-Up Girl Review opening at the Gaiety Theater tomorrow night. You've been at the Gaiety, haven't you, sugar boy?
Oh, sure. I go there practically every night.
Why, Melvin.
Well, it's the only place in town you can get Hershey bars.
Oh, you're cute. Look, sugar boy, you see this little gadget? I want you to fix it for me.
Sure. It's just a little zipper.
Oh, it's not just a little zipper. There's only one like it. It was made especially for me in my harem dance.
Harem dance?
Mm-hmm. That's the one Anna didn't do for the King of Siam.
Why not? Did he have a weak heart?
You see, in my dance, the miracle zipper drops off one veil when I go like this, another one when I go like this, and another one when I go like this.
Look, Uncle, no hands.
Well, make sure you have my miracle zipper ready by tomorrow. Goodbye, sugar boy.
Well, Mr. Vine, it just happens I'm going your way. Which way are you going?
Gee.
Hello, sugar boy.
Hello. Hello, Betty. Well, you see, there was something wrong with her zipper, so naturally, she thought of me. I didn't see you come in.
Obviously.
Oh, that was Fifi Devine, the glamorous dancer at the Gaiety.
Glamorous? Huh. I can't say she wears clothes very well.
Wearing clothes isn't her specialty.
Never mind. I have something more important to talk to you about, Mel.
I know, Betty. Efficiency.
Yes. I finally found a man who will tell you how to run your business, what to buy, what to sell, and how much to charge.
Gee, he must be from Washington.
Well, he's an efficiency expert, just came to town, Herbert Goodhue. Now, are you or are you not going to let me get a hold of him for you?
Well, okay, honey. When will you get in touch with him?
The day before yesterday.
Oh, the day before. Huh?
Yes, I wanted to make sure you wouldn't change your mind.
Mr. Blank, I'm Herbert Goodhue, the efficiency expert. How do you feel?
Well, I had a little cold.
Who cares? Huh? That's your first lesson in efficiency, Blank. I've just known you a few minutes. How could I possibly care how you feel?
But you asked me.
Always get to the point. That's the Goodhue speedy-deedy way.
Speedy-deedy?
Now, listen, Mr. Blank. I'll give you an example of what real efficiency can do for people. For instance, when Mrs. Goodhue and I converse, we use my famous peachy-speechy system.
Peachy-speechy?
Not a word wasted. For instance, if I want to compliment Mrs. Goodhue on a delicious dinner, I do not say, "Darling, the flounder was so delicious it simply melted in my mouth."
You don't, huh?
No, indeedy. That wouldn't be speedy-deedy. I leave out all the unimportant words and say, "Darling, flounder, mouth."
Well, I guess you can get away with that as long as you say darling.
What's that you're fooling with?
Oh, I have to see about Miss Fifi's zipper.
Well, what you do outside of business hours is no concern of the Goodhue efficiency program.
Mr. Goodhue, I don't think you understand.
I see I'll have to change your whole business approach. First of all, how do you say no to your customers?
Oh, I just open my mouth and it rolls out.
When you say no, you've got to make people realize you mean it.
Uh-huh.
I have proved that dogs and guinea pigs, that when you shake your finger in their faces and say no, spelling it out, N-O, they react fastest.
Well, what about the dogs and guinea pigs that can't spell?
Number 2, another feature of my speedy-deedy plan.
Yeah?
Look at this mad jumble here in your shop. When I'm through, every time you turn around, you'll fall over just what you're looking for. It never fails.
Do you sell accident insurance, too?
And number 3, that's the hearty-to-party way of saying goodbye.
Gosh, I better write all these things down.
It's a goodbye with just a touch of hello in it, like this. Goodbye!
Gosh, that may sound like you're glad to see them go.
Oh, you're a lucky man, Mr. Blank. When I'm through in your fix-it shop today, you'll be master of speedy-deedy, peachy-speechy, and hearty-to-party.
Okie dokie. I mean, okay. I'll do it for Betty.
Ah, that's the old speedy-deedy.
I'll do it even if it drives me slappy-happy. You want me to fix this vase, Mrs. Otis?
Yes, if you please, Melvin. Oh, you should see my little grandchild. Poor little fellow, he's teething. My daughter just has to keep burping him all the time.
Who cares?
Huh? What was that?
Speedy-deedy, speedy-deedy.
Mel Blank, you're much too old for baby talk.
About your vase, the answer is no.
No.
N-O, no.
I don't understand you.
Funny, dogs and guinea pigs understand.
Take your finger out of my face. I think you've gone mad. Give me back my vase.
Okay, where is it? Oh!
My vase! My precious Chinese vase!
You see, another feature of the Speedy Deedy plan.
Oh.
You can't turn around without falling over just what you're looking for. It never fails.
I'm getting out of here, but you're going to pay for that vase, and I'm going to tell everybody to stay away from this store.
Oh, Mrs. Otis, I almost forgot. Hardy the party. Goodbye! Gosh, Uncle Rupert, Mr. Goodhue's efficiency plan is ruining me. I lost 3 good customers already today.
4. Don't forget Mrs. Longnecker, my beloved Clara, the richest woman in town.
Did she walk out, too?
Not before she slapped my face.
But why?
I decided to try Mr. Goodhue's peachy-speechy system to propose marriage. You know, leave out all the unimportant words.
Well?
My, was I eloquent. I suggested I come and live with her in her mansion, spend all our days together, perhaps have a few little ones.
Well, those are certainly honorable intentions.
I meant them to be, but one of the unimportant little words I left out of my proposal was marriage.
What's going to happen next? Well, I fixed Miss Fifi's zipper, but I can't find it anywhere.
What?
All this darn efficiency stuff. Oh, I'll ruin her career. She'll drag me into court. She'll sue me for every dollar I've got. I just hope Mr. Goodhue was satisfied.
Now, Melvin.
He and his Speedy Deedy, peachy-speechy, hardy to party. He just left out the most important thing, that's all.
What's that, nephew?
Carry.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
How often it happens, you meet a man and you think he's a nice fellow, but what? Well, you hate to say it, but it's that little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. And the chances are this chap doesn't dream that a breath of trouble is tagging him, making him unpopular, hindering him in business, spoiling his fun. Without suspecting it, you may be the victim of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard against it. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, let's drop back again at Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop, where the new efficiency plan of Speedy Deedy, Peachy Speechy, and Hearty to Party has the morale very low indeedy weedy.
Sookie, if Fifi sues Mel and he loses the shop, we'll be out on the street. Frankly, I'm worried.
Oh, yes, so am I. I'm beside myself with I'm beside myself with I'm beside myself. Hey, it's getting crowded in here.
There's only one chance. Mel is out somewhere trying to find something like that zipper right now.
Gosh, I sure hope he finds it.
Good Lord, here comes Fifi now. You talk to her, Zookie.
Me?
But don't tell her Mel lost that zipper. Don't let her pry it out of you. I'm leaving for the back door.
Oh, don't worry. I'll take care of her. I know what to tell her. I know just what I'm going to say.
Hello, sugar boy.
I'll say...
My, you're cute. Who are you?
I'm Zuki. I work for Mel.
Where is your boss? I came to pick up my zipper.
Oh, well, Mel just stepped out for a minute. He'll be back in a couple of... You'll be back in a few days. I think he got lost.
Well, we don't need him, Zookie. Fifi just wants her zipper. Now tell me where Mel left it. Come on, sugar boy.
No.
Oh, you can tell me anything. We're here all alone, aren't we?
Just you and me.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice and cozy. But I can always call for help.
We're all alone. And after all, you're a man, and I'm a woman.
Well, let's leave it that way, huh?
Oh, I'm tired of this. You tell that pin-headed boss of yours, if I don't have that zipper for my show tonight, I'll sue him for every dollar he's got. Don't you butt me. Do you know what that zipper's supposed to do for me tonight?
Oh, sure. Keep your shirt on.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. This whole efficiency business is my fault. But I was just thinking of you.
Oh, it's not you, Betty. It's just that I'm not good enough for you.
Mel, don't you dare talk like that.
Well, I know a couple of people who can't see why you want to marry me. Your mother, and your father,
Oh, darling.
your grandmother, Uncle Emmett, Cousin Oliver.
Darling.
Then there's a couple of others. Mr. Thayer, the banker. Mr. Cooney, the traffic cop. Mr. Abernathy, the taxidermist.
Stop.
My old scoutmaster. My landlady. The 4-H Club. The American Legion. The Shriners. The UNO.
Oh, darling, you're such a fool. But I do love you.
I love you too, Betty. I'll get out of this somehow. I'll just keep a stiff lower lip.
Mel, the expression is upper lip.
Well, can I help it if it's my lower lip that's trembling? She'll be here any minute, Uncle Rupert, and I don't know what else I can do. I just can't find her zipper.
Well, nephew, don't worry. If worst comes to worst, I'll go out and get a job.
Gosh, I'd hate to see you spoil your record. Oh, my gosh, here comes Dr. Crab, the veterinarian. He would come at a time like this.
Never mind, my lad. I'll take care of that canine Kildare.
Well, thanks, Uncle. I'll go and take one last desperate look around.
Well, hello, Christopher. How's the dog doctor this morning?
Consulting veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water, please?
Christopher, do you realize you're even getting to sound like a dog?
Why, thank you, Rupert. Dog is man's best friend. In fact, I understand them.
You understand what dogs say?
Why, certainly. I have a little Pekingese. When he looks up at me with his big watery eyes and says, you know what that means?
He's hungry.
Oh, somebody must have told you. But dogs are wonderful. When my little Cocker Spaniel goes over to meet my Great Dane, he says, "Row, row, row." And then the Great Dane says, "Row, row, row, row." And then that little Cocker. That Great Dane and says,
And what does that mean?
I don't know, but they sure understand each other.
Oh, please go away.
Yeah, I must be going now. But remember, elephants need your sympathy. especially adults. They blow their nose and wait so long until they get results. Well, bye.
I know, Miss Devine.
I should be over at the theater right now, but I can't go on. What am I going to dance in, my girdle?
That ought to be snappy.
Hey, that's what I'll do. I got it.
Joe, what are you doing? Joe, don't push all those things off the counter.
Have you gone crazy, man?
Now, you stay out of this, Mr. Goodhue. Uncle Rupert, throw those nuts and bolts where they belong. Yeah, that's right. Right there in the sink. And all this goes back where it was, too. Does it?
Mel, what have you done?
Goodness, the fix-it shop's a shambles. Everything just the way it was yesterday morning. The same mess.
The same mess? Are you sure, Mr. Goodhue?
Exactly
the same?
I should know.
Oh, that's great. That's wonderful.
Darling, where are you going?
To get Miss Fifi's zipper. Now that everything's in order again, I know just where it is. Here, you see? It was inside Mrs. Zabrowski's zither. You know, Z for zither and Z for zipper.
Oh, let me have that zipper. I've got to run to the theater. And to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll bring my car around for you to fix.
Well, what's wrong with your car?
You know me, sugar boy. I stripped the gears. So long.
Something else I can do for you, Mr. Blank?
Mr. Goodhue, the answer is no.
No?
N-O. That spells no. Goodbye, Mr. Goodhue. You know, hardy to party. Goodbye!
For a Zookieism. What? You never heard of a Zookieism? Well, hang around.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Look, let's face the facts. A little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, is no respecter of persons. Girl or woman, man or boy, teamster or tycoon, debutante or duchess, all are possible victims of unpleasing breath. Why, even you, though you don't suspect it, may risk your happiness, ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job because of unpleasing breath. So isn't it best to be on your guard, to watch out for that little breath of trouble? My advice is do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. Remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Zuki, we've had a lot of excitement, but I hope you learned something about efficiency.
Yes, Suki. To be efficient, you should score yourself on things like ingenuity, perseverance, industry. How would you score yourself?
Well, on ingenuity, I score for 5. On perseverance, I score on industry, I score I don't know what the score is.
Remind you that the Colgate tooth powder for breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday. Mel Blanc Show is written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and was produced by Joe Rhines.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Halo lets hair sparkle with natural brilliance. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather to quickly carry away loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Over here.
Swan's a soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the Six Hits and a Miss. And George Burns and Gracie Alice. And now we take you to the Burns home, where George and Gracie are just finishing breakfast.
More cream, dear? Another slice of toast?
No, thanks.
Well, did you notice the toast wasn't burnt this morning? I finally had a man come up and look at the toaster.
Good. It's about time.
I made him take it apart and check the whole thing. He charged me $5, but it was worth it.
Found out what the trouble was, huh?
Mm-hmm. I was leaving the toast in it too long.
Oh, fine. For another $5, you could probably tell you why the waffle line doesn't make coffee.
Oh, George. Everybody knows that. There's a shortage of coffee.
Let's just drop the whole thing.
Oh, look there. Look out of the window.
Where? What?
There's Mr. Morton leaving for his office.
Oh, thrill divine.
Mrs. Morton is walking out to the gate with him. Now she's kissing him goodbye. George, have they been married to each other the same length of time?
Of course they have. Why?
Well, she kisses like they were just married, and he kisses like they've been married 8 years.
Gracie, you shouldn't watch your neighbors. It's not nice, you
Oh,
know.
you're right there. Oh, look, across the street, there's Fred Pomtag leaving for his office. And Mrs. Pomtag is kissing him goodbye. Oh, it must be heavenly.
Stop being silly.
George, I wish you didn't work at home. If you had an office, I could kiss you every morning.
Well, I do kiss you every morning.
I know, but you never give me the pleasure of kissing you goodbye.
Look, I don't need an office.
Well, we're just missing the best part of married life, that's all.
Darling, I have no use for an office, and believe me, we're not missing the best part of married life.
But in the movies, whenever Melvin Douglas is married, he always leaves for the office in the morning and kisses Irene Dunn goodbye.
Gracie, do I have to remind you that I'm not Melvin Douglas?
No, George, you don't have to remind me.
We've been married for years, and this is the first time you ever mentioned an office.
But I thought about it. Yesterday, I thought it made believe that you were leaving for the office. I actually stood in front of the house and waved for 5 minutes.
Just waved to no one?
Well, not as it turned out, but they all finally left and went over to the USO.
Smart piece of waving. Good.
All the husbands of the girls in the club have offices downtown.
For the last time, sweetheart, I don't need an office downtown just to do our radio program. That little rumpus room we fixed up for me is fine.
Well, no, it isn't at all. At night, Blanche Morton can ask her husband if he had a hard day at the office. But how does it sound when I say, did you have a hard day in the rumpus room, dear?
Gracie, let's drop the discussion now.
But, George.
Now.
Oh, it's my darling little duck. I'm awfully glad you're here, Herman. Mama wants to ask you a question. Now, you're not very proud of your daddy, George, are you? But suppose your daddy had a great big swanky office. Then you'd be proud of him, wouldn't you?
I wonder if they'll ever draft ducks.
But, Herman, if your daddy has an office, he'll be a big, important man like those men who control the railroad. And then he'll take you on the choo-choo. Why, darling, that's the best imitation I ever heard. Mama's so proud of her clever little boy.
Oh, that's fine. A ham with drumsticks. Gracie, maybe you've got something with that office. At least I'd get away from that silly duck.
Oh, that's wonderful. You hear, Herman? Your daddy's getting an office. He's going to be a big businessman like Henry Kaiser. Do you know what Henry Kaiser built?
Herman, I'd just like to remind you one thing. The government needs fat. They need it for bullets and bombs, and they want us to take it to our meat dealers right now. Herman, what are you doing this evening? Go on.
George.
Beat it.
George, I'm going to run up and get my hat.
What did you say, dear?
I'm going to get my hat and we'll go right out and pick out an office.
Okay, dear.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. I'll be right back, George.
What's going on, George?
Oh, nothing. I'm going to work in an office.
Work in an office? George. What? If I catch you sitting on the boss's lap, I want my ring back.
Stop being funny. I'm going to rent an office for myself.
Oh, well, you're lucky I came over. I know a girl who's a great secretary. Her name is Gwendolyn.
Well, I don't want a secretary.
Oh, but she's great, George. Her shorthand is sensational. Listen, the other day I dictated a letter this fast. Now, get this. Dear Madam, in case you haven't heard about it, Swan is the new pure white floating soap that's great for washing the dishes. Because Swan gives you suds faster than any other floating soap, and that's true even in hard water.
Yeah, but I don't want a secretary.
And George, Gwendolyn read that letter right back to me. She read it back to me in shorthand. She said, Dear Ma'am, Swa e nu white floso, da e gray for what a
Forget it. Look, I don't need a secretary. I'm just
George,
Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn is the Toscanini of the keyboard.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Well,
she types 160 words a minute. You ought to see those beautiful white hands flying over the keys. And why do you think she has beautiful white hands, George? Why, Bill? I'll tell you, George. Well, sir, she uses Baby Gentle Swan for every soap and water job in the house. And no matter what you use Swan for, whether it's washing the dishes or some hankies, hose, and undies or anything, Swan is kind to your hands. That's why, George, and I'm glad you asked me.
Bill, I don't care if Gwendolyn uses Swan to play her mandolin.
But, George...
You see, I'm not using
George, who will write your letters, answer your phone, and remind you of things you mustn't forget? Like the fact that Swan saves you money. Because with Swan in the house, you don't have to buy easily wasted package soap.
Okay. Stop talking. I'll hire her.
Hire her? You can't hire Gwendolyn. She's got a job. And she's crazy about her work.
Why did you do all that talking?
Well, George, I don't exactly hate my work either. Goodbye.
At breakfast, I'll bet he wears a green wrapper with a white swan on the front.
Oh, George, while I was putting on my hat, I was thinking how wonderful your office is going to be.
You were?
Mm-hmm. Monday morning, you'll kiss me goodbye, and Monday night, you'll kiss me hello.
Oh.
And Tuesday morning, you'll kiss me goodbye, and Tuesday night, you'll kiss me hello. And Wednesday morning, you'll kiss me goodbye, and Thursday morning, you'll kiss me goodbye, and Thursday night, you'll kiss me hello.
Wait a minute. I didn't come home from the office Wednesday night.
You didn't? Well, don't let it happen again.
What?
The idea of leaving your poor little wife home slaving over a hot
stop
stove while
it,
you're having a
stop
daytime
it,
in your
stop
office.
This is Paul Whiteman. Tonight, Jimmy Cash sings of a time we all hope will come soon, when the lights go on again. All right, Jimmy.
When the lights go on again, all over the world, and the boys are home again, all over the world, and rain or snow is all that may fall from the skies above. A kiss won't mean goodbye, but hello to love. When the lights go on again, all over the world, and the ship will sail again, all over the world, then we'll have time for things like wedding rings and free
Gracie, this office building looks too expensive. I'm going across the street and try the other one. All I need is just a little cubby hole.
Well, I'll talk to the manager and see what he's got here.
Yeah, but don't look at anything too expensive.
Well, you don't have to worry, dear. You know what I always say? A pound of pennies is wise foolish.
Well, I know you always say that, but all I want is just a little cubby hole. I'll be right back.
Oh, all right. Oh, let's see now. Oh, here's the manager's office. Are you the manager?
Yes, indeed, little lady.
Well, my husband would like to rent one of your offices.
Oh.
Just a small cubby hole.
Oh.
Well, not too small, of course. Sort of a medium-sized cubby hole.
Oh.
Like an office, like a large office.
Oh.
He'd like a big suite with 3 big rooms.
Oh, well, I have the very thing you're looking for. Now, if you'll just sign this lease.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm much too careful to rush into anything that quickly.
Oh, I see.
Has this suite got windows?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, good. Where do I sign?
Right on that dotted line, little lady. Here's a pen.
Thank you. Gracie Allen Burns. There you... Oh, my goodness. This lease is for 99 years.
Is something wrong?
Well, you see, my husband is a very healthy man, and he'd be upset if the lease expired before he did.
Oh. Well, I wouldn't worry about it, little lady. Now then, what kind of office furniture will your husband require?
Well, I don't know. What do you usually put in your offices?
Oh, it all depends on what the office is used for, madam. Could be desks and steel files, a cabinet for law books, a dentist's chair, an operating table, a stock ticker.
Well, that sounds satisfactory.
Which?
All of them.
All of them?
Of course.
Little lady, do you happen to be married to Orson Welles?
Oh, no. His name is George Burns, and that's the name I want on the door. George Burns Limited.
With that office equipment, I hardly think he will be.
I'll say. What?
I said with that
never mind. I think I'd like to see the suite now.
Oh, yes, of course. It adjoins my own office. Just right out this door, if you please.
Oh, here's my husband. Now we can see it together.
Gracie, I saw the cutest place across the street for only $25 a month, just exactly what I wanted.
Wait. I want you to see the little place I picked out.
You picked out?
Uh-huh. All right, Mr. Manager, open it up.
Gladly.
There. Isn't it snug? Isn't it cozy?
Snug? Cozy?
Yes. And just think, it's yours for 99 years.
Oh. What an office. 6 filing cabinets, 5 desks, 12 chairs. What a job moving this furniture in here.
George, you'll have to move it all out again.
Move it out? Why?
It spoils the echo.
Look. Gracie, will you sit down? All I wanted was one little room. And I've got an office you could hide a flying fortress in.
Oh, but now I can kiss you every night when you come home. If you had a little office, I'd just give you one little kiss. But you've got a big office with 3 big rooms, so I'll give you 3 great big kisses.
No. Glad you didn't rent the whole floor. I'm not as young as I used to be. That's funny. Who knows we're here?
Well, it's probably the girls from the employment agency. I told them you'd want a secretary.
Now, wait a minute. All I wanted was just a little cubby hole.
Well, all big men have secretaries, George. You can take one of these girls temporarily, and then later on you can hire somebody more experienced, like Secretary Morgenthau or Secretary Hull.
Look, Gracie.
Come in. We're from the Acme agency. Are you the party who's looking for a secretary?
Oh, yes, I'll interview you both. Your name is?
Lucille Helt. I'm very good. I'd still be working if my last boss hadn't been drafted. Before he was drafted, he was in women's dresses.
Well, I suppose it takes all kinds to make an army. Lucille, what would your salary be?
Well, 20 a week.
20 a week? Oh, that's not enough. You should get at least 35.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Well, in fact, for a girl who's really a good secretary, I don't think $50 is too much, do you?
Oh, no, $50 would be fine.
Well, I'm sure you're capable, Lucille, but that's a little more than my husband can afford. Next girl.
Gracie, she said she'd work for...
Please. What's your name, miss?
Geraldine Bojo. And I'm very good at taking shorthand.
Well, I'll try you out. I'll dictate a short business letter to you. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
George Burns Limited. Dear Limited, we received your contents, and the 15th inch was duly noted. Thanking you in the past for advanced favors, we are. Now, read it back.
George Burns Limited. Dear Limited, we received your contents, and the 15th inch was duly noted. Thanking you in the past for advanced favors, we are.
Oh, I'm sorry, Geraldine, but that letter doesn't make a bit of sense. Next girl. Next girl. No. Oh, dear. She was the last one.
Well, good. Forget the secretary.
Oh, no, George. I'm going to keep trying until I find you a girl who is intelligent and capable and clever and... Well, I know just the girl.
Well, all right. Send her around next week.
Oh, why wait? I can start right now. Go ahead and dictate.
You?
Yeah, me.
Oh.
6 hits and a miss, and the boys in the band, and one of Jerome Kern's and Johnny Mercer's very, very best, Dearly Beloved.
This office is ridiculous, Gracie.
Miss Allen, please.
Huh?
Well, I'm just your secretary now, so you better call me Miss Allen. Or Toots.
Toots.
Yeah, and I'll call you GB.
GB?
That's office talk for George Burns. You know, your initials, GB.
I don't want you to call me GB.
But that's the way it's done, dear. My sister Bessie used to be secretary for a man named Philip Simmons, and she always called him FC.
I don't care what your sister Bessie did. All I wanted was a little cubby
fun
hole.
Being a secretary. I hope I don't make a great big fool of myself and fall in love with the boss.
Oh, stop. I'll be the laughing stock of all my friends.
Oh, don't you worry, dear. They laughed at all great men. They even laughed at Lincoln, but he went right ahead and invented the highway.
All right.
Well, don't get excited, GB.
And quit with that GB. GB. What is this? Probably the janitor. Come in.
Oh, wait, George. The secretary does the work. Come in.
Thanks.
Holy smokes, what a place.
Do you like our little office, Bill?
Well, yeah, I've always wondered how the Rose Bowl would look with a roof.
You haven't seen anything, Bill. Look at this.
Where's the barbecue pit?
I've got 3 rooms like this, and it's silly. I've got no business. No one wants to see me.
Oh, excuse me, boys. I'm going out into the hall.
Gracie.
Yeah, I've got an idea.
George, why don't you get a smaller office?
Why? Because the landlord had Gracie sign a 99-year lease.
A 99-year lease? Why, he can't do that, George. Give me that phone. I'll break that lease for you.
Bill, how can you break the lease?
Listen, I didn't go to law school 2 months for nothing. Hello, landlord. I'm calling for George Burns. Now listen, you unethical, money-grabbing old... Me? I'm Bill Goodwin, and I'm telling you that if... You do? Well, gee, it is a wonderful soap, isn't it?
Bill, the lease. You said something about breaking the lease.
Yes, sir, landlord. That's exactly what I always say. Swan is the new, pure, white floating soap that's a honey for suds. Yes, sir, I never saw such suds in all my life. Fast, too.
Look, Bill, you came in, you said you had an
idea.
idea
your wife,
about,
too,
huh?
Well, why shouldn't she be? Especially since there's a little baby in the house. Swan's perfect for bathing the baby. It's as mild and pure as the finest Castile soap. That's what makes it so swell for your face and hands. Yeah, like peaches and cream.
The lease, Bill. Break it. Break it.
Yes.
Break it.
Oh, landlord, Mr. Burns suggests you break it.
Break it.
Yeah, break Swan in 2.
Yes,
Use half in the kitchen for dishes and housework and put the other half in your bathroom for your shower or tub.
Look, Bill, you brought this on yourself.
Oh, that's great. Just great. A cake of Swan in every office? Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Well, that's a fine way to break a lease.
Now, wait a minute. You want to break the lease with a landlord who's going to give Swan soap to all his tenants? Why, shame on you. It's men like you who cause bottlenecks.
Leaving so soon, Bill?
Well, yes. Gracie, your husband is without a doubt. Who's your friend?
Oh, him? Well, he's the gentleman I found out here in the hall. What'd you say your name was?
William Murray?
Mr. Murray is going in to see George.
Oh, well, chins up, Mr. Murray. So long.
All right, Mr. Murray. GB will see you now.
Well, what do I want to see him for?
Well, Mr. Burns just opened this office, and you can be his very first customer.
But I can't afford to buy anything, lady. You see, what with the $25,000 ceiling and the fact that I ain't worked in 12 years.
Oh. Why, it won't cost you a cent. Everything is with our compliments, absolutely free of charge. Go right in. I'll wait out here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
How'd do?
How'd do?
Nice office you have here.
Thanks.
Big.
Yeah.
Mighty big.
Mighty big. Who are you anyway, and what do you want?
I'm your first customer.
Customer?
Yeah, I'm kind of in a hurry, so if you don't mind, I'll just take one and go.
Take one what?
I don't know. What business are you in?
Radio programs.
Well, you better give me just a small one. I don't use them very often.
Look, Bud, you must be in the wrong office. I don't give away any samples. Now, there's the door right there.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I took up your time.
That's all right. Goodbye.
In case I don't see you again, I'd like to wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Out.
Well, did you enjoy your visit with GB, Mr. Murray?
He gave me a brush.
Oh, well, that's nice. Take care of it. You never know what they'll ration next. Come again.
Pardon me, miss. I'm looking for the office of Rubicam and Young, attorneys at law.
Well, go right in. GB will be glad to see you.
Oh, is GB Rubicam or Young?
Well, he's not young.
Well, then he must be Rubicam. I'll go right in. Good afternoon.
Yes, what is it?
I'd like to divorce my husband.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
You're the man I want.
Who, me?
Yes. I want you to go to Reno with me.
What?
I'll pay all your expenses.
Well, gee, this is very flattering, lady, but you see...
Then you'll go?
Well, look, I'm a married man.
What difference does that make? You're a lawyer, aren't you?
A lawyer? I'm no lawyer.
Oh, so you just wanted to hear my troubles, huh? Curious, huh?
Out!
Hereafter, you can listen to Mr. Anthony.
What's going on around here?
This way, Mr. Davis. Another customer, GB.
So you've been sending in these people?
Lady, I'm sort of in a hurry.
Oh, GB will take care of you right away, Mr. Davis.
Gee, lady, I don't know.
What is this? What does this guy want?
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'm sort of in a hurry.
Oh, your worries are over, Mr. Davis. Just ask my husband about whatever's on your mind. Go on, ask him.
Okay. Hey, mister, is there a place on this floor where a fella could wash his hands?
Out. You and your ideas. This office will drive me crazy. And I'm stuck with a 99-year lease.
Oh, you're worried about the lease? Well, I'll break it, that's all.
That's all, huh?
Well, where's the phone?
Just break it, that's all.
Hello?
Oh, boy.
Hello, is this the manager? Well, this is Mrs. Burns. I'd like to break my lease, please. You will? What? Oh, all right. Well, thank you very much. Goodbye. Well, it's all settled, dear. Come on home.
You mean you got me out of the lease?
Well, sure. All you have to do is pay him for 98 years.
98 years?
Mm-hmm. He's given us the last year free to keep our friendship.
Oh.
George and Gracie will be right back. So I'm just going to say this. One thing you can be sure of about Swan soap, it agrees with your skin. And while it's just common sense, if you've got to keep your hands in water dozens of times a day, you might as well be using a soap you know will be kind to your hands. Remember that about Swan, huh? Well, now here are George and Gracie.
Oh, well, after a day like that.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio.
Hello? Are you there? Well, we're here.
Swan's the soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The Six Hits and a Miss. And George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, now it's late afternoon, and we find George on his way home to Gracie. He has stopped in for a moment at the corner cigar store.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Burns.
Hello. 3 cigars, please.
The usual kind?
Uh-huh.
All right, here you are.
Thanks. Here's your quarter.
Thank you. Here's your 20 cents change.
Thanks.
You know, you're smart to buy these cigars, Mr. Burns. Tobacco's habit forming.
Well, I happen to like these cigars.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Burns. Yes, sir?
I'd like a pack of... Well, I'll be darned. George Burns. Huh? Why, it's Lester Hamill. Gee, George, I haven't seen you in years. How are you? Fine, Lester. What are you doing out here in California?
Well, I've been here a couple of months. I'm working over at MGM.
MGM? You don't say. Well, what are you, an actor, director, writer?
I'm a plumber.
A plumber at MGM?
Yeah. I guess it don't seem possible to a movie fan, but even Irene Dunn has to wash her hands once in a while.
Well, so you're a plumber, huh?
Yeah, but don't tell anybody. You see, if it gets out around the lot, all those movie stars will try to borrow money from me.
I see. Gee, Lester, it's been years since we've worked together in New York.
Yeah, it sure has. Hey, I heard that you and Gracie Allen got married.
Uh-huh.
Just think, if she'd said no, you and I might be working together over at MGM.
Yeah, who knows? Say, Les, how would you like to have dinner with Gracie and me over at the house tonight?
Well, I'd love to, but...
come on, we'll talk over old times.
Well, I'll come on one condition, that you don't tell Gracie what I do at MGM.
Well, Gracie wouldn't mind.
Oh, it isn't exactly that. You see, I mean, with things the way they are now, every time I'm invited to somebody's house, I wind up fixing the sink.
Oh. Well, don't worry, our sink is okay. And if it'll make you feel better, I won't mention that you're a plumber even to Gracie.
You promise, George?
I promise.
Okay, see you in about an hour.
Okay, wait, Les. How would you like a cigar?
Oh, don't mind if I do.
Well, here, try one of mine.
Mr. Burns.
Yes?
You two are friends, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, why not keep it that way?
Thanks, kid. Hello, sweetheart.
Hello, dear.
Say, I just met an old friend of mine down at the corner, and I invited him for dinner tonight. Is it all right?
Oh, dear, you would have to invite company the one night our sinker stopped up.
What?
Oh, I've been trying to get a plumber all day.
Well, never mind. I'll fix it.
Oh, all right. Who did you invite?
Oh, an old friend of mine, Lester Hamill. You don't know him. He's with MGM.
MGM? You mean he's in the movie business?
Well, in a way.
Is he a big executive?
Well, he's not exactly an executive.
Go on. I'll bet he's in the president's office.
Well, as a matter of fact, he's in and out of all the offices.
Oh. Well, George, I'll be right back.
Well, where are you going?
Oh, I've got to call Tootsie Sagwell. Oh, my, I hope she's home.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, Tootsie?
Oh, dear, always a soprano, never a baritone. Who's this?
Well, it's Gracie. Oh, Tootsie, I have the most exciting news. A big movie magnet is coming to my house for dinner.
Really? You mean...
Yes, it's our big chance, Tootsie. What we've been talking about for months. A chance to get you into the movie.
Oh, I'll be right over. What'll I wear? Let me see, I'd better wear something to show my legs off to the bed to dance.
That's a good idea. How about your new corduroy slacks?
Don't worry, I'll think of something.
Oh, all right. Goodbye. Oh, George, I'm so thrilled about Mr. Hamill coming over. Now I'll be able to get Tootsie in pictures.
Gracie, Lester can't get Tootsie in pictures.
Oh, why not? Just last week she won a beauty prize.
Tootsie Sagwell won a beauty prize?
Uh-huh. Well, didn't you read in the paper how hundreds of girls were helping to pick the tomato crop? High school girls, society debutantes, and even movie stars?
Yes.
Well, they had a beauty contest, and Tootsie won it.
Really?
Yes. Of all those girls, she picked the most beautiful tomato.
Well, good for her.
Oh, and she's a very fine actress, too. When our club put on My Sister Eileen, she had the part of Eileen, and she was wonderful.
But Eileen is a gorgeous young girl. How could Tootsie look the part?
Well, she didn't exactly, but we took care of that. We fixed up the plot a little bit and changed the title to My Brother Eugene.
Kid must have been sensational.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill. You stay here and talk to George while I run into the kitchen. I want to see if there's enough for a big dinner.
Having company, George?
Yeah. You're invited if you'd like to come, Bill.
Oh, well, thanks, George, but I have to pick up a girl at Hollywood and Vine at 6 o'clock.
Who is she?
Well, how do I know who's going to be at Hollywood and Vine at 6 o'clock?
I thought maybe you'd like to stay. A friend of mine who works at MGM is coming over.
MGM? Oh, well, maybe I'd rather take potluck here. You know, George, I almost signed with MGM before Paramount grabbed me. You saw me in Wake Island.
Yes. Great 10 seconds.
Well, you know, it was a funny thing about that MGM deal. We just couldn't see eye to eye on a couple of very small things.
Like your salary?
No. For example, they considered me for that last Gable picture, George, and here's what they wanted to flash on the screen. Somewhere I'll find you, introducing handsome, talented Bill Goodwin with Clark Gable and Lana Turner.
Oh. But, you didn't want that.
Oh, no, George. Instead, I just wanted them to say, introducing Bill Goodwin, through the courtesy of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine cast steel, and that gives lots of suds. Swan, the sud sensation of the century, with Clark Gable and Lana Turner.
Oh, I see. But they wouldn't put that on the screen, huh?
No.
Very unreasonable, yeah.
Well, then they wanted me to play a scene where I grab Lana Turner in my arms and kiss her and kiss her and kiss her.
But that wouldn't do.
Oh, of course not. I'd rather do a scene where I talk to her.
Yeah, oh, brother. And you played a Marine in Wake Island.
Well, George, I wanted to say, Lana, darling, have you washed your dishes lately with Swan?
Win the award, yes.
Swan, you know, is great for doing the dishes, or for that matter, any soap and water job, because Swan not only gives you long-lasting, hard-working suds, but you can be sure that Swan is going to be kind to your hands. It's so pure and gentle, Lana.
Yes. But they wouldn't let you do that scene in the picture.
No.
You must have a very bad agent.
Well, then, George, then I wanted to make one more little change.
Yes, I suppose you wanted to change the title of the picture to Somewhere I'll find you breaking Swan in two so you can use half in the kitchen for your dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face.
No. The change I wanted to make was a very small one. You know the lion they flash on the screen at the start of every MGM picture?
Yes.
I'm out of pages.
Well, take mine. Yes.
You know the lion that they flash on the screen at MGM pictures?
Yes.
Well, the idea of them saying a swan can't roar.
That's good, Bill, but I'm not deaf. Don't holler so loud.
George, I'm coming back later and take it up with that friend of yours from MGM.
Now, Bill, wait. That couldn't... You see, what...
No, sir. I won't rest till I've put swan prints in the cement at Grauman's Chinese.
Gracie, don't go to too much trouble about Lester.
But, George, he's a big movie man. Did you say he was a director or a producer?
Well, Lester handles lots of jobs at MGM. He's sort of a handyman, to have around.
Oh, men like that lead such glamorous lives, George. Oh, what a thrill it must be when he finishes a job and they put a big sign on it. This is a Lester Hamill production.
Oh, yes.
This is Paul Whiteman speaking. Jimmy Cash sings one of the top tunes, Dearly Beloved. Okay, Jimmy boy.
So I say, merely, dearly beloved, tell me that it's true. Tell me you agree. I was meant for you. You were meant for me. Dearly beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you were fashioned for me. Angel eyes knew you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours come shower or shine. So I say, merely, dearly beloved, be
George, when Mr. Hamill gets here, we'll make him feel at home by using movie talk. At dinner, when we serve the roast, I'll say, cut. And when it's time to pass the peas, I'll holler, roll 'em.
Gracie, I don't think Lester would kind of like that.
Oh, it's my darling little ducky. It's your bedtime, Herman. Say goodnight to Mama. Ah, good night, Herman. Now, what do you say to your daddy?
Go on, go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed.
Come in.
Gracie, darling.
Tootsie Sagwell.
This is awful.
Gracie, do I look all right? Well, no, Tootsie, your makeup is wrong. You shouldn't have rosebud lips. I shouldn't? No. What if your mouth is large? That's nothing to be ashamed of. When you put on lipstick, just follow the natural lines of your mouth.
Well, all right, I'll do it.
But after you get it on, don't smile. Lipstick looks so messy on the tips of your ears.
I'll be careful, Gracie. Gee, I wish there was some way to make my nose look shorter.
Oh, let me see.
Oh, with such a long nose.
Oh, I've got it. Now, later on, we'll serve tea, and I'll give you an empty cup. And then when Mr. Hamill looks at you, you can stick your nose in it.
Oh, Gracie, you're wonderful. You think of everything.
things. Well, now run along upstairs and get fixed. And I'll let you know when it's time to make your entrance.
I'll make you proud of me, Gracie.
Ah, what a dame. Why do you waste so much time with her, Gracie? Believe me, she'll never be another Veronica Lake.
Too tall, huh?
Yeah, too tall.
Come in.
Well, here I am, George.
Oh, hello, Lester. Here, let me take your hat. Gracie, this is my old friend, Lester Hamill.
Oh, Mr. Hamill, I'm so pleased to meet you. George told me about your job at MGM.
George, you promised that you wouldn't.
Well, Lester, I only told her.
Well, what if she does know? It's just between friends.
But, Lester, I didn't...
Oh, Mr. Hamill, your work sounds so exciting. Tell me, do you work close to all the big stars at MGM?
Oh, sure. Only yesterday I was in Jeanette McDonald's dressing room. She had trouble with her pipes.
Mr. Hamill, that's too bad. I love her voice.
And so do I.
What did you do?
Oh, I just stuck a monkey wrench down as far as I could, gave it a couple of turns.
Oh, my goodness. Well, tell me, Mr. Hamill, what happened?
Nothing. She just smiled and thanked me.
Oh, my. She must have an iron constitution.
Huh?
Gracie, I'm pretty sure Lester doesn't want to talk shop.
Oh, all right. We'll talk about us. You knew George even before I did, Mr. Hamill. What was he like in those days?
Well, he was quite a dresser, and nobody on Avenue A looked any better in peg-top pants. Hey, remember what they called you, George?
Yeah, Bo Burns.
Yeah, remember that pair of tan kid shoes you had with 6 pearl buttons up the sides?
Oh, that reminds me, dear. I found that bottom pearl button and sewed it back on.
Well, thanks.
Oh, I'll bet you're surprised to see how domestic George is, aren't you, Mr. Hamill? I guess having a wife and a little son made him...
A son? Why, George Burns, you old son of a gun, you never told me. I didn't know you had a little boy.
Well, Lester, he isn't really...
Gee, I'd like to see the little fella.
Oh, well, he's taking a nap. He got sleepy after dinner. I guess he ate too many fish heads.
He eats fish heads?
Oh, yes, he loves them. They're so full of vitamins. Now, if you're very quiet, I'll open the kitchen door. He's sleeping under the stove. Mr. Hamill, would you like to see him?
I'll say I would.
All right. Oh, isn't he sweet? Isn't he cute, Mr. Hamill?
Yeah. You know, funny thing, the light was kind of dim in there, and for a minute I thought he was a duck.
Yes, it's bad light.
Oh, but after a second look, I knew he was George Burns' son, all right.
If you look once more, you'll see it was a duck.
Oh, my. It's getting late, isn't it? I wonder what can be keeping Tootsie upstairs.
Gracie, about Tootsie.
Well, I better run up and see. Pardon me a moment. Well, Tootsie, aren't you ready yet?
Gracie, how do I look? Glamorous?
Oh, Tootsie, you're gorgeous. Honestly, you look enough like Aunt Sheridan to be her mother.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'll be right down, Gracie, as soon as I finish powdering my nose.
Oh, good. And remember to make a grand entrance. We've got to impress Mr. Hamill with your poise and grace.
I know. I'm so nervous. I just hope at the last minute my oomph doesn't turn to blah.
Oh, Tootsie will be right down, Mr. Hamill.
Gracie, I don't think Lester is interested in Tootsie.
Oh, Mr. Hamill, Tootsie's a very remarkable girl. Why, she might turn out to be another Claudette Colbert, or Ginger Rogers, or Jean Hersholt.
Gracie, Jean Hersholt is a man.
Oh, well, you see what a remarkable girl Tootsie is?
She does sound like one.
Oh, she is. Oh, look, there's Tootsie at the head of the stairs now.
Ah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I join you?
Well, by all means, come right down, Tootsie.
All right, here I come.
Mr. Hamill, I'd like you to meet Miss Sagwell.
How do you do?
We've
had a lot of war songs, but it looks like this is really it. Pass the Ammunition with 6 hits and a miss.
Down went the gunner, a bullet was his fate. Down went the gunner, and then the gunner's mate. Up jumped the sky pilot, gave the boys a look,
and manned the gun himself as he laid aside the book, shouting, praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free.
Hallelujah.
Praise the Lord.
And swing into position.
Can't afford to sit around a-wishing. Praise the Lord, we're all between perdition and the deep blue sea.
Yes, the sky pilot said it. You gotta give him credit.
For a son of a gunner was he. Shout it.
Praise the Lord.
We're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we're not a-going fishing. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Come on and pass the ammunition, and we'll all be on board. Praise the Lord.
In the living room and continue our discussion.
Well, Gracie, I'm glad I came back. That was certainly a nice dinner.
Oh, well, thanks, Bill. Now, Mr. Hamill, don't you think Tootsie Sagwell would be wonderful in pictures?
Gracie, Mr. Hamill doesn't want to hear any more about Tootsie. You talked his ear off all through dinner.
Oh, but there are a lot of angles she hasn't mentioned yet.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Hamill. In fact, Tootsie has more angles than any girl I've ever met.
And in the funniest places. But be that as it may, Mr. Hamill, I've been trying to get in a word with you all evening myself. I guess you know that I just finished starring in Wake Island.
You movie people are funny, Mr. Hamill. You scour the country for talent, but when it's right under your nose, you ignore it. Now look at Mickey Rooney. He always had the talent he has now. Why wasn't he a star 25 years ago?
Because he wasn't born yet.
Oh, George, you and your silly arguments.
I guess so, yeah.
Yes, Gracie's right about talent, Mr. Hamill. Now, when I made Wake Island...
And that isn't all either. Think of Robert Taylor for a minute. And then think of Cary Grant and Tyrone Power and Melvin Douglas.
Gracie, not so fast. I'm not through with Robert Taylor yet.
This is the silliest talk I ever heard in my life.
Well, speaking of handsome leading men, when I made Wake Island...
It isn't silly. I'm trying to convince Mr. Hamill that Tootsie might be an undiscovered star.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Hamill. Now, when I made Wake Island... Well, now, when I made Wake Island...
And that isn't all. You movie people think just because a girl is beautiful, she can't have any talent. Well, look at Tootsie.
What for?
Now, I wouldn't say that Tootsie is better looking than Lana Turner, would you, Mr. Hamill? No, I wouldn't say that because I have a reason not to. I don't believe in knocking the other fellow's product.
Oh, you're right. Now, when I made Wake Island...
Oh, sit down with that Wake Island.
Well, that does it. I can take a hint. If you don't want to listen to me, I'm going and I'm never coming back. But mark my words, George, you'll miss me. The next time you have guests and there's a lull in the conversation, who's going to jump up and say, have you heard about Swan, the new white floating soap that's a baby gentle whiz for suds? More suds than you ever saw in your life. Who's going to say that?
Well, I'll just have to jump up myself. I'm a very high jumper, you know. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Oop, and I'm up.
And at 6 o'clock in the morning, who's going to phone you and say, George, time to get up and take your shower with Swan. Swan, the soap that's so great for your shower or bath because it's as mild as fine Castile soaps. So pure it's perfect for a little baby's tender skin. Who's going to do that?
Grovney, Dittenfest, Newman, Sam Tralafash.
Oh, all right.
Curly. I've got thousands of friends.
Well, let them do it then. Let them do it. But I'm going. What's more, I had some great news for you, but now you can find it out for yourself. Goodbye.
Oh, Bill, wait. What's the news?
Oh, no. Goodbye.
Oh, come on, Bill. What's the news?
Well, lots of dealers right now are running a special sale on Swan. You buy 3 bars and save. Swan gives you more real soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested, and it goes further than easily wasted package soaps. So when you buy 3 bars, you save in more ways than one. Well, you made me tell you, but I'll never open my mouth again. I'm going. I know when I'm not wanted. I'll never set foot in this house again as long as I live. Well, that's that. So long, everybody. See you tomorrow, George.
Someday that kid will stop hinting and come right out with it.
Oh, let me see now, where was I? Oh, yes, Tootsie Sagwell. Would you believe, Mr. Hamill, that Tootsie Sagwell is just as talented as she is beautiful?
That he'd believe. Yes.
I wasn't talking to you, George. What do you think, Mr. Hamill? And as I was saying, your studio will make a big mistake if they don't sign her. She has all the qualities that a great actress needs. Poise, emotion, subtlety, loud voice. Would you like to hear a sample of her work? Well, of course you would. You should hear her do a big dramatic scene where she has to be heartbroken. Oh, she's wonderful, aren't you, Tootsie? Uh-huh. Oh, nobody can cry like Tootsie. Nobody. Nobody can say, goodbye, Joe. Goodbye. Don't forget me, Joe. Don't forget our home. Don't forget the children. Don't sit under the apple tree. Nobody can do that. She's dynamic, aren't you, Tootsie? Uh-huh. Oh, wasn't that the best heartbreak you ever heard, Mr. Hamill? But Tootsie's Wicked Vampire is even better. Oh, she does it with the French accent. Do you not, Tootsie? Uh-huh. Oh, you should hear her when she say, I am irresistible. Comme si? I am enchanting. Comme ça? Yes, come see? No, come ça? Why don't you come see me sometime, come ça? Oh, she's marvelous. Don't you think so, Tootsie? Uh-huh. Well, that gives you an idea of her talent, Mr. Hamill. Oh, when can you get her to get a screen test?
This is going far enough. Look, Gracie, Lester does work at MGM, but he's not a producer. He's a plumber.
A plumber? What? Well, my goodness, why didn't you tell me before?
Well, he asked me not to. I guess he thought you wouldn't be impressed.
Well, that's silly. I think plumbers are wonderful people, and I'm proud to have a husband who's a plumber's friend.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Of course, this means Lester can't get Tootsie a job.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, George. Mr. Hamill, Tootsie's not only a great actress, but she's strong. Show me your muscle, Tootsie. Yeah, that's right. Well, Mr. Hamill, how about giving her a chance as your helper? Oh, thank you, Mr. Hamill. Isn't it thrilling, Tootsie? I've got a job for you in pictures. You're going to be a plumber's helper at MGM.
Well, I've carried a torch for lots of men, so I might as well carry one for him.
Oh, imagine Mr. Hamill not wanting to say he was a plumber. Why didn't you tell us, Mr. Hamill?
I thought maybe you wouldn't... Gee, listen to me, I'm talking.
Go on, go right ahead, Lester.
Why, Mr. Hamill, I'd rather have you in our house tonight than the president of MGM.
You would?
Yes, of course I would. Could Louis B. Mayer fix a sink? Come along in the kitchen, Mr. Hamill.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you to stop in where you see a dealer displaying the Swan sign that says, buy 3 bars and save. If you haven't yet tried Swan, now's a swell time to do it. See if you don't find that Swan always saves you money, sale or no sale. Saves because it takes the place of expensive toilet soaps. And saves because Swan also does away with the need for easily wasted package soaps. So now's the time to swing to Swan. Now, when you can buy 3 bars and save. And now here's George and Gracie.
Boy, this sink is really stopped up. Look, it's overflowing. Hey, what'd you do, Mrs. Burns? Pour grease down the drain?
Oh, no, Mr. Hamill. I save all our bacon grease and waste kitchen fats and take them to my meat dealer. Everybody should do that, you know. The government needs waste fats for bombs and bullets, so it can't be grease in the sink.
Well, there's water all over the floor. Something must be clogging up the sink.
I wonder what it could be.
Well, I don't know. Let's pull out the stopper and look.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, presented by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with What This Country Needs Is More Love. April, the month of showers, will be here before you can say Jack Robinson. And because of the coming showers, I'd like to pass along to you a very important housekeeping hint that will save you work and worry. It's this. Protect your windowsills with genuine Johnson's Wax. Then you won't have to worry if the rain splashes into your open window at night or if a sudden shower comes up before you can get home. The tough film of Johnson's Wax guards the finish. The rain wipes off easily and does no harm. And, of course, the wax makes cleaning windowsills easier all year long, besides turning a dirt spot into a beauty spot. Waxing windowsills is just one of the 100 extra labor-saving uses for Johnson's Wax that you will find listed right on the package. These are all in addition to the use of this famous wax polish for your floors, furniture, and woodwork. By all means, Johnson Wax your floors regularly for beauty, for economy, and for saving work. Nothing adds greater beauty to your entire home than floors that gleam under a rich, mellow Johnson Wax polish. Buy some tomorrow. Last week, the master of 79 Wistful Vista offered his services to the nation with no takers. And he is still mortified and chagrined at the humiliation. And here in the living room, one burning and one applying the old salve, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
For goodness sakes, don't take it so to heart, dearie.
Oh, it wasn't the Army turning me down so much, Molly. It was everybody scoffing at me. Nobody even believed my intentions was sincerely.
Well, you've got such a reputation for embroidering the truth that whenever you start talking, they give you the needle.
Well, I like that. There ain't a more honest, upright, straightforward, down-at-the-mouth guy in the world than me. You know that.
Yes, I know it, but I seem to be unique.
But why? Why? What did I ever do to make people doubt me?
Well, you're always so imaginative, dearie. Your memory is too good. You remember things that never happened.
Why, Molly, I resent that. Just because I skid around a little and josh people, that don't mean that... I wonder if they'd believe me if I said come in.
Try it.
Come in. They did.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Where's your uniform?
Huh? What uniform?
Well, I thought you enlisted in the Army.
Oh, no, they says I was too important a guy to waste at this particular time, sis. They're saving me for a real emergency.
Oh, my.
So I guess I ain't got any beef coming.
Any what?
Beef.
I'm hungry.
Drat it, sis, you're always hungry.
I know it.
Well, you got to learn to control your appetite, sis. It gives you character. Do you realize that when I was a young man out west, I lived on roots and berries for a whole winter? It's a fact. And when springtime come, I'd even gained 12 pounds and was tougher than rawhide. Well, even now, I'm a great kid in a street fight and the right guy to have around in a jam.
In a what?
In a jam. I know, you're hungry. Okay, Mrs. McGee will give you a couple of cookies.
I don't want a couple of cookies, I bet you.
Why not?
Because I bet you they wouldn't be very good with salt on them.
Who says you got to have salt on them?
My mama.
What?
She says to take everything you handed out with a grain of salt.
Oh, she did, eh?
Sure. She says you can pull more wild yarns than a puppy with a sweater.
Is that so?
Fibber is a fibber, fibber is a fibber, fibber is a fibber.
Oh, I'm full of wild yarn, am I? Why, that impudent little twerp. I got a good notion.
Now, here, take it easy, dearie. She's absolutely right. You are a fibber.
I'm never no such a thing.
Well, when did you live on roots and berries for a whole winter?
In 1911. I was broke, and two families I knew put me up for the winter.
What two families?
The Charlie Roots and the Joe Berries. See, I was telling the truth. And that settles it, Molly. I'm going to do something about it and do it quick.
About what?
That name of mine, Fibber.
Well, how on earth did your parents ever come to call you Fibber in the first place?
They didn't. I was named after my fourth cousin, Walpole J. Fimmer.
Fimmer?
Yeah, but the minister that christened me had a cold in his head.
Well, I agree with you, dearie, that Fibber isn't very dignified.
Of course it ain't, and I'm going to change it, too, legally.
Change it to what?
Well, I might as well have one with some class to it. Something befitting the president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, my.
Like Chauncey. Or Cyril. Or Archibald.
Say, how about Pierpont?
Pierpont?
My grandfather's name was Pierpont Driscoll.
Yeah?
He was in the clothing business.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, his advertisements always said, get a Driscoll suit with 2 piers of pond.
Oh, help me up. I'm all cut. That was awful, Molly. Besides that, that's too tricky. How about Willoughby McGee? Or maybe Marmaduke? Or Parmalee? Hey, there's a good one. Parmalee Upton McGee. How's that?
Oh, that's no good.
Why not?
Think of the initials. P.U. McGee.
Oh. Hey, how about Ronald McGee? That sounds kind of ritzy, don't it? I kind of like that. Ronald McGee.
Ronald McGee.
Ronald McGee.
Ronald.
Ronald McGee.
Ronald McGee.
Ronald McGee. That does it. From now on, Molly, I ain't Fibber McGee. I'm Ronald. You get that?
Okay, Ronnie. But are you really going to change it legally?
You bet I am. We're going downtown right now and see a lawyer. Where's my birth certificate?
It's in the hall closet.
Well, you put your hat on while I get it.
All right, Ronald, but
Yeah.
I don't know what we're going to do about the initials on your handkerchiefs and everything.
Oh, well, we'll worry about that later. Dad's rat this door anyway. I wonder what... Hey, Molly.
Yes?
Did you lock the door to this hall closet?
What'd you say, Ronald?
I said, did you lock the door to this hall closet? Oops. Oops.
What did you ask me, dearie?
Never mind. I want to see those lawyers before they go out to lunch.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. What's all the rush?
Well, I want to get there.
I think this business of changing your name is too silly for words anyway.
Yeah. You didn't think it was silly when I changed your name, did you?
Well, that was different. Say, how about all your clothes and belt buckles and things with your initials on them, FM? How can you use those when you're Ronald McGee?
Oh, that's a trifling matter. Shucks, initials don't... Oh, my gosh.
What's the matter?
How about the initials I had tattooed on my chest?
Where your chest is now, dearie, they'll never be seen. Now, look, McGee, why don't you give up this silly idea and go home? You don't want to change your name to Ronald. Not really.
I do, too. Who wants to be called Fibber? Shucks, every time I meet somebody and say, nice day, ain't it? They smile, hold out their hands, and look up at the clouds. They won't even take my word for good morning.
Well, my goodness, you can't expect... Uh-oh. Here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, that's just dandy. All I need right now is a few haughty whinnies from that horse-faced old hootenanny.
Hush, don't talk like that. Mrs. Uppington is not horse-faced. Her eyes are too small. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, my dear?
I believe you know my husband, Ronald McGee.
Oh, yes, who?
Me, Uppy. Ronald McGee.
Well, Ronald?
That's his new name, Abigail. He's changing it.
I'm on my way right now to have it done legal, Uppy. From now on, I'm Ronald McGee. You like it?
Oh, it's perfect, Mr. McGee. But tell me, what is the purpose in changing your name?
Well, he thinks because his name is Fibber, everybody expects him to fib.
Oh, that's utterly ridiculous, my dear.
Sure.
My husband's name was Robert, but he never robbed anyone.
Why? Of course not. A mere name means nothing.
Oh, I don't know. You know my cousin Gus?
Yes.
Ain't he disgusting?
Oh, is he really serious about this, Mrs. McGee?
Yes, I think he is, Abigail, and there's no use trying to talk him out of it. When his mind is made up, he's as stubborn as a male.
Don't you mean mule?
The terms are synonymous.
Okay, don't mind me. But it's my name, and I got a right to do with it what I want to do with it. And I'm determined to be Ronald.
Come to think of it, Mr. McGee, I agree with you.
Huh? You do?
Yes, I think Ronald is extremely fitting for you. It's appropriate, distinctive, and descriptive.
Why, Abigail,
As a matter of fact, I often tell people that the way Mr. McGee talks, he is continually reminding me of that movie actor Ronald...
Oh, you mean Ronald?
Yes, Ronald Duck.
Ronald Duck. You see what I mean, Molly? Nobody takes me serial. It'll be different when I'm established with a more dignified moniker.
Well, I don't know why. A can of corn with a pretty label is still a can of corn.
Oh, so now I'm a can of corn. Well, let me tell you, Mrs. Ronald McGee.
Well, hello there, folks. What are you looking so grim about, Fibber? Well?
He won't answer to Fibber anymore, Mr. Wilcox. His name is Ronald now.
What? Ronald? Since when?
Since I said so, that's since when.
Say, what is this anyway? Are you serious?
I'm afraid he is. He doesn't seem to realize that a rose by any other name would still wind up in a Spanish dancer's teeth.
Oh, so now I'm a Spanish dancer, too. Well, kid me all you want. Have your fun. I can take it. I've been taking it all my life. And why? Because my name was Fibber, that's why.
And that's why you should keep it. You can't discount the value of an old, established name.
I'll cooperate. What you mean, Wilcox?
Well, I mean, suppose the Johnson Company changed the name of Glowcoat. Now, wouldn't that be ridiculous? Why, Johnson's self-polishing Glowcoat is known to millions as the finest no-rubbing, no-buffing polish for linoleum ever made, isn't it? Why, the very word Glowcoat means easy to use, labor-saving, and economy.
He's got a point there, McGee.
Well, tell him to go sit on it.
Okay. I know when I'm not wanted. So long, Molly. It's still Molly, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Good. Well, good day, Ronald, old chap. Pip, chitty-o, chin up and all that. Carry on. Ha, ha, ha. Ronald. Ha, ha,
ha. Listen to that comedian, will you? Why don't he just come in, sell his Glowcoat, and get out? Who does he think he is, Barrymore?
Why not? You think you're Coleman.
Chance at it, I do not. I'm just a guy that nobody ever takes serious. Every time the word goes around that McGee has an idea, everybody starts cheering from the Bronx. Come on, I got to see that lawyer.
What lawyers are you going to see, dearie?
Biggest firm in town. Beetlebomb, Firestone, Fogarty, and Fumble. Otherwise known as Fee-Fi-Fo-Fum. Here's their office right here.
Yes?
Hi, sis. I want to see one of the partners about an important case. Who's in?
Well, Mr. Beetlebomb is in court. Mr. Firestone is out of town. Mr. Fogarty is on vacation, and Mr. Fumble is tied up at the moment.
Tied up?
Yes. The other partners always tie him up when they go out. Otherwise, he chases ambulances.
How long does it usually take him to squirm loose?
He did it in 39 minutes the last time. He's getting to be a regular whodunit.
You mean Houdini, dearie. But maybe we better go someplace else now.
Hey, Clara, I've done it in 27 minutes. Had a little trouble with a knot under my chin, but... Oh, hello, kid.
Well, hello there, old-timer.
Don't tell us you're Mr. Fumble, the lawyer.
Sure am, daughter. Specializing in trespass, easements, public domain, and nolo contendory.
What was that last?
Nolo contendory, Johnny. That means that you got a clear case of malfeasance, with no malice aforethought. The circumstantial evidence shows indications of flotsam or jetsam with implied breach of garnishee. You should have got his license number.
He knows a lot about law, McGee.
Look, old-timer, can I consult you a minute on a special case?
Why, sure, Johnny. Step right into my office. And, Clara...
Yes, Mr. Fumble?
If there's a phone call for me, tell him I want skin-em-a-rink, $6 across the board in the fifth. Come on in, kid. You sit in the chair, daughter. You'll have to lean against the water cooler, Johnny. Only got one chair. Never had two clients with once before.
You'll probably never have one client twice either.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it...
I object.
Objection sustained. What you being sued for, Johnny?
Oh, he's not being sued.
I want to change my name to Ronald. Fibber is too undignified. It's misleading. It's untrue, immaterial, and rear elephant. Will you handle the case for me?
Nope.
Why not? Aren't you a lawyer?
Yep. But you don't need a lawyer to change your name.
What?
Just go ahead and change it, Johnny. Law says you don't have to go to court for that. Hey, Clara!
Yes, Counselor?
Tie me up again, will you? Say, I bet I can get loose in 19 minutes this time. So long, kids.
The King's Men sing The Wise Old Owl.
When we strolled through the moonlight, you said, I love you. But the wise old owl in the old oak tree said, woo. You said you loved me all your whole life through. But the wise old owl in the hickory tree said, woo. So I never thought we'd say goodbye. That old bird must have known that now tonight he and I would be under the moon alone. Maybe I'll find a new love, that's what I should do. But the wise old owl in the maple tree said, hoo. I heard the wise old bird say, hoo, hoo. But how was I to know that he was just a-fooling me and you? When we strolled through the moonlight, you said, I love you. But the wise old owl in the apple tree said, hoo, hoo, hoot-a-doot-a. You said I was the someone you'd sing love songs to. But the wise old owl in the cottonwood tree said, quote, hoo, hoo, hoot-a-doot-a-doot. So I never thought we'd say goodbye. The old bird must have known that now tonight he and I would be here all alone. Maybe I'll find a new love, that's what I should do. But the wise old owl in the sycamore tree said, hoo, 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 who you gonna love when your love has gone away?
Well, I don't know why we had to rush down here to the courthouse, McGee.
Well?
The old-timer said you didn't need any court's permission to change your name.
Ah, what does that old fuddy-duddy know about law?
He studied it.
Well, I studied algebra, too, and I couldn't give you the square root of a geranium. And irregardless of what he says, I'm going to do this right. I'm going to get the court's approval and have it in the record.
Well, how long do we have to wait for this judicial nip-up?
Not long. I sent my petition in by the bailiff. He's going to call me when
Well, hello there, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Fibber. Hello, Fibber!
You know, Molly, I sometimes think they ought to have separate courts for the better class of people. The way the public is permitted to holler and yell in our public buildings is a disgrace to the...
Now, look here, McGee. You heard me speak to you.
Did you mean me, my good fellow?
Yes, I mean you, and I'm not a good fellow. Anyway, I'm not your good fellow. Why don't you answer somebody when they speak to you?
Would you answer if he called you Jasper?
Well, Jasper's not my name.
Well, Fibber ain't my name either, Jasper.
He's changing his name to Ronald, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What? He is?
Yeah.
Ronald. What's the idea, McGee?
Because Fibber ain't dignified, that's what's the idea. It ain't commensurate with my professional and social standing.
Your social standing, eh? You, the Jeter Lester of Wistful Vista.
Who's Jeter Lester?
Have you seen Tobacco Road?
Don't change the subject. Who's Jeter Lester?
Why, you illiterate little four-flusher, you wouldn't know if I told you.
I wouldn't stand for that, McGee. You're not so little.
Now, you look here, Gildersleeve. If I didn't have important business in that courtroom any minute now, I'd teach you a lesson.
Oh, you would?
Yes, I would.
You couldn't teach multiplication on a rabbit farm, you ignoramus. And don't you double up your puny little fist at me either.
Now, listen, he'll double up his puny little fist at whomsoever he wants to.
I'll say I will. That bullfrog baritone of yours don't scare me, Gildersleeve.
You're a hard man, Ronald.
Now, look here, boys. If you want to fight...
Excuse me. Mr. McGee's case is being called.
Thanks, Bill. Be right in.
Mr. McGee's case? Oh, my goodness. Are you in trouble, little chum? Why didn't you let me know? Who did you kill, McGee? And I'll bet he deserved it.
No, it's just about changing his name legally, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I see. Ronald. Well, good luck, Ronald.
Thanks, Gildy. Come on, Molly.
Is Mr. McGee in the courtroom? Mr. McGee?
Here I come, Judge. I'm McGee.
The court has a petition in your name for legal change of nomenclature. Are you the petitioner?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
And who are you?
Molly McGee. Molly Driscoll was, and married to the defendant for nearly 20
I ain't a defendant, Molly. I haven't done anything.
Now, what was the purpose behind your desire to change your name, McGee?
Business reasons, Bud.
Bud?
McGee, when you speak to Bud, say Your Honor.
Excuse me, Judge. Yes, I want to adopt the name of Ronald McGee for business and professional reasons.
Well, what is your business?
Oh, a little of everything, Your Honor.
I think my favorite occupation, my avocado, you might say.
Avocation?
Yes, I think what I do best is fish.
That's so. Mm-hmm. I'm quite an angler myself.
Really? What's your angle?
He means sea fishes too, Molly. You ever been up in the Succotash River country, Your Honor?
Oh, where's that?
Oh, southwest of the Puyallup Mountains and east of the San Verde foothills. Not many fellows know about that place. Be glad to take you up there sometime.
Oh, thank you very much. You really get 'em up there, do you?
Say, by the way, what's your first name, Judge?
Conrad.
Tell Connie about the time you caught the 45-pound cougar.
Oh, yeah. Well, sir, that was in the spring of 1911, Connie. I just come back to camp with a big buck antelope for dinner.
Out of season to shoot antelope, wasn't it?
Well, I didn't shoot it. I strangled it. Self-defense, you know. It attacked me first.
Yeah, with a knife this long.
No. Oh, no, Nolly. Not with a knife. That's ridiculous.
Well, go on, McGee, about this big fish.
What big fish? Oh, yes. Well, sir, everybody knew there was a big fish in that part of the Succotash River, but nobody'd ever seen it till I come along and caught it.
What bait did you use?
2 aspirin tablets.
Aspirin tablets? My word, never heard of such a thing.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, they say they're fine for a headache, too. Well, sir, I dropped my line over the back of the motorboat.
Motorboat? How on earth did you ever get a motorboat up in those mountains?
He packed it in by dog sled, didn't you, dearie?
I didn't know there were any sled dogs in this part of the country.
Oh, I raised these myself. Kind of a sideline with me.
Personally, I always thought raising those dogs took too much time away from your counterfeiting, dearie.
What's this? Counterfeiting?
Yeah, I used to build counters and fit them into new stores, Judge. I'm an expert cabinet maker.
Oh, I see. Quite an all-round fellow, aren't you?
Oh, indeed he is, Your Honor. He's around all the time.
What was I talking about? Oh, yes. Well, sir, I seen I was running out of gas, so I adjusted my parachute and got ready to bail out.
Bail out of what? You were in a motorboat fishing.
Fishing for what? Oh, yes. I just wanted to see if you was paying attention, Connie, old man. Well, sir, I never had such a battle with a fish in my life. The minute salmon smelled the Roquefort cheese, I always used Roquefort as bait for salmon.
Now, just a minute, my good man. I think this has gone far enough.
I haven't caught him yet.
I never heard such a string of fables in my life. Huh? You're insulting my intelligence.
Say, he never said a word about your intelligence.
Why, Judge, Conrad, you mean to sit there in your big black nightgown and accuse me of...
Be quiet. Now, I've heard enough. Leave this courtroom.
But how about his petition, Your Honor?
What petition?
Why, to change my name. I want to change my first name to Ronald.
From what?
Fibber.
Petition denied. Now get out! Ronald, Fibber and Molly will return in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to say a word about dogs. You know, Scotties and Cocker Spaniels and Terriers. They're so loyal and they look up at you with such kind, dependent eyes. They really are wonderful pals to have around, aren't they? Especially if you have children. And yet, when they come romping across your clean kitchen floor with wet and muddy feet, it takes a woman with a very good disposition not to get angry. I should say either a very good disposition or a kitchen floor that's protected with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. After all, you can't put a fence around your kitchen. The groceries, meat, and milk have to be delivered. Why not solve that kitchen floor problem once and for all with Glow Coat, the modern floor polish that takes no rubbing or buffing, that shines as it dries, and protects your floor with a long-lasting, beautiful finish. You simply apply Glow Coat and let it dry. In 20 minutes, your floor is protected and beautiful, and the linoleum colors are as bright as new. Buy a can of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat right away.
Hey, Molly.
Yes?
Look, when I started to tell that judge about an innocent fishing trip, why did you have to throw in all that extra stuff? That's what ruined me. Now, I had to back you up.
Well, I was just demonstrating, dearie, that you're naturally much more of a fibber than you are a Ronald. You don't really care, do you?
No, not really. But what burns me up, that judge deceived me.
How?
Well, I've been looking at the atlas, and there ain't any Succotash River in the Puyallup Mountains.
He didn't say there was. You did.
Huh? Oh, that's right. Well, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Hello, folks. I'm your garage man. You know, times surely have changed. I remember when it used to take half a day to wax polish your car. Real hard work, too. And now look how easy the job is with Johnson's Car New. And look at that row of shiny cars. Don't they look swell? Yes, sir, wax polishing is easy with Car New because Car New both cleans and wax polishes in one operation. Try Johnson's Car New yourself. It doesn't cost much.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with I Struck a Match on the Moon. Imagine it being April the 1st. Man, it's an awful temptation for all of us to play April Fool tricks on our friends. But you know, there's one thing I just couldn't fool you about. Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat gives such honest, commendable service to so many of you women in saving you work and saving your floors from wear that it's practically foolproof. I suppose in a year's time, Glow Coat saves you as many hours of work as anything you ever used in your home. That's because Glow Coat, the modern floor polish, doesn't need any rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. And in 20 minutes, Glow Coat has protected your linoleum floors with a gleaming, long-lasting polish that is a delight to the eye. And there's no fooling about that protection either, because Glow Coat really makes your linoleum last much longer and keeps its colors fresh and bright. At the same time, it saves you work. If you're not using Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats on your floors, try some this week. Some women are better drivers than some men, but some men don't think so, including the squire of 79 Wistful Vista. And his convictions would appear to be supported, as we find driving home from a shopping trip with Mrs. Uppington as passenger and the left rear fender missing, Molly of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, here we are, Abigail. Home again, safe and sound. Won't you come in and have a slug of hot tea?
No, thank you, my dear. I must run down to the beauty parlor and have my hair touched up a bit.
Oh, nonsense. I was just noticing this morning as we started out that you didn't have a gray hair in your head.
That was this morning.
Now, Abigail, you don't mean my driving made you nervous. Heavenly days, you talk just like McGee.
Oh, really?
Yes, he's absolutely forbidden me to take the car out alone unless he was with me. But I guess this will show him I can drive. It was fun, wasn't it?
A delightful experience, my dear. All those people honking and swearing at us. So exciting. Well, thank you for the lift, Mrs. McGee.
No, not at all, Abigail, and I was very glad to... Why, what's the matter?
Mrs. McGee, may I ask a rather personal question?
Why, certainly, go right ahead.
How many fenders did you have in this car when we started out?
Well, 4, I think. One on each corner. Why?
Look, one seems to be missing from the left rear.
What? Well, heavenly days, I've been robbed. Oh, dear.
I imagine that happened when we scraped against that truck at 14th and Oak, don't you?
Yes, and I'll have the law on him. That's what I'll do, such carelessness.
Oh, but Mrs. McGee, the truck was parked. The driver wasn't even in it.
Why, that makes it worse, Abigail, leaving the scene of an accident. Oh, my goodness, what will McGee say? Now he never will let me drive again.
Need he know?
Oh, I'll have to tell him, Abigail. I never keep anything from him. We never have any secrets from each other.
Really? How horrible.
Oh, dear. Why did this have to happen to me? And I did so want to show him I could really drive.
It would seem that his opinion of women drivers was about to hit a new low, my dear. But after all...
Girls? Lovely day, isn't it? Been doing your Easter shop? Well, I see you lost a fender.
Yes, and Mrs. Uppington says I shouldn't tell McGee about it.
Well, why should you? It's none of his business.
Exactly what I was saying. As women, we owe it to the women drivers of America to hush this up.
Well, I don't know now. It seems kind of deceitful of me.
Well, it's just a temporary measure, Mrs. McGee, that's all.
What do you mean by that? The fender's gone, isn't it?
Certainly, but look, you stick the car in the garage quickly. I'll run down to the dealer's. We'll have another fender on there before you can say, oh, my goodness, here he comes.
Now, why should she say that, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Because he is. Hurry up, Mrs. McGee. Get in the car and get it in the garage.
Oh, but don't you think I
hurry,
really
my
should-
dear. Hurry, Throckmorton. You run up the street and see if you can delay Mr. McGee a few minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a little dog and his name was Moke. He didn't have a cent, but he never was broke.
Oh, there, McGee. How's everything with you? Nice day, isn't it? Yes, it certainly is for this time of the year.
Yes, it's nice.
As though we ought to have a lot of nice weather from now on. don't
Yes,
you
I think we ought to.
Except for a little rainy spell now and then, but that's...
Hey, what are you jabbering about, Gildersleeve? Skipping along the street, jabbering about the spring weather? Hey, didn't I see Uppy and Molly out in front of our house?
Who?
Mrs. Uppington and Molly.
Who?
Molly. That's my wife, remember? She lives with me. Next door to you. She's that nice-looking woman.
Oh, for goodness sakes, I know. Yes, you did see her. She and Mrs. Uppington have been shopping. She was, putting the car away. Yes. There they are.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Molly. Hi, Uppy.
Hello, dear.
Have a nice time downtown?
Oh, yes, it was a very pleasant day, Miss McGee, thank you.
All except for one thing, dearie. I had a little
That's a nice-looking necktie you have on there, McGee.
Hey, what's the matter with you two? You're as jumpy as a couple of tiddlywinks. Hey, Molly, give me the keys to the car, will you?
The keys?
To the car?
Yeah, he wants the keys to the car, I guess.
Boy, you kids sure catch on quick.
Say, you're not leaving, are you, McGee?
Yeah, I got to take the car down and get it greased.
I wouldn't do that, McGee. My goodness, the car hasn't cooled off yet.
Well, so what?
Oh, one can't put cold grease on a hot car, Mr. McGee. Oh, it would melt and run right off, wouldn't it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Not only that, but some mechanic is liable to burn his hand on the exhaust pipe and sue you for plenty, McGee. $10,000,
Oh,
maybe.
$20,000.
Oh, dear.
And what if they won the suit and you couldn't pay the damages, huh? You'd go to prison.
Oh.
Think of it, McGee. Spending the rest of your life in Alcatraz.
Oh.
Never again to see the green grass and hear the birds singing.
Oh, sure.
Pining away for a little gaiety and laughter while your hair turned white and your face...
It's all my fault. Oh, McGee, can you ever forgive me?
Oh, take it easy. Take it easy. Don't get a lump in your throat, sugar. I ain't going to jail. There ain't any hurry about getting the car greased if it makes that much difference.
Well, I have a little business downtown, and I'll take care of that little matter for you, Mrs. McGee. Don't worry.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hey, what little matter? I'll do it, Molly. You don't have to bother Gildy with it.
No bother at all, McGee. She wants me to, It's a secret, chum. And are you going to be surprised? Well, come on, Abigail. So long, folks.
So long.
Bye-bye. McGee, dearie, I think I better tell you what this is all about. You see what happened...
Oh, please, Molly, don't tell me. I want to be surprised.
But I really should tell you, McGee. I wanted to all along, but Mr. Gildersleeve and Mrs. Uppington...
And they were right. Shucks, a surprise is a surprise.
But, McGee...
I won't listen. I'll change the subject.
All right, but please remember I did my best to tell you.
Okay, now let's go in and get a bite to eat. What have we got in the icebox?
Well, I think there's a little cold roast fender.
Huh?
I mean, cold roast beef. What am I thinking about?
Yeah.
And some chicken left over from Sunday. comfortable in that chair, dearie?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Shucks, I always sit in this chair. You know that.
Let me get your slippers for you.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm okay. I'm just... Hey, what are you doing?
I'm filling your pipe for you, darling.
Okay, but the tobacco don't go through the stem. It goes in the bowl part.
Aren't I the clumsy one, though? There you are, McGee. And here's a match.
Boy, am I getting the service. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had something on your conscience.
Now, look, McGee. About the car.
Oh, say, I forgot to tell you. Guess who I seen downtown yesterday?
Who?
Remember old Dangle Punkley that we used to go to school with?
Not Dangle Punkley.
Yeah, he was forward on the basketball team, remember?
Yeah. He was pretty forward on sleigh rides, too. What's he doing now?
I don't know. He gave me his business card, and I... Uh-oh. I left it in the glove compartment of the car. I'll run right out.
Oh, no. No, please, McGee, don't do that.
Huh? Why not? Just take me a minute.
No, I don't want you running around like that. You're a busy man, and you need your rest. You can show me the card some other time.
That's okay. I'm going out to the garage anyway.
What for?
Well, that right front tire's carrying too much air. I kicked it this morning and almost busted my toe.
Did you have your bedroom slippers on?
Yeah, I guess I did at that. Well, I better check up anyway. I'll only be gone a minute.
No, McGee, please. Don't go out and leave me here in this house all alone.
What you mean, leave you alone? You're here alone half the time.
Hey, what are you... Hello there, folks. Hey, Fibber, come on out to the garage with me for a minute, will you?
Sure, I'll be glad to.
Now, wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute, please. Now, what do you want to go out the garage for?
Oh, I want to show Fibber how Johnson's car new will make his car look like new again with only...
Heavenly days. He knows all about car new. We use it all the time. Sit down and tell me all about Johnson's wax for floors and furniture.
Hey, what is this? You've been hearing about Johnson's wax for floors and furniture for 6 years, the 15th of this month, Molly.
I know it, and I never get tired of it. Mr. Wilcox tells about it so interestingly.
Gee, do you think so, Molly? Honest?
Oh, I certainly do. Sit down, Mr. Wilcox.
All right.
That's it. Now, tell us all about how Johnson's wax seals the pores of wood surfaces against dust and dirt and dampness, and how it makes housework so much easier and saves so much time.
Oh, but Molly, you know...
Quiet, McGee. Can't you see I'm just fascinated by Mr. Wilcox's story?
You mean about...
I mean about how Johnson's wax is used by discriminating housewives all over the world, Mr. Wilcox. Because it beautifies and protects so many nice things.
Well, that's the story, all right.
Oh, tell me some more. Go on.
Now, wait a minute. Don't lead him on, Molly. You know very well if you give him an inch, he'll grab the whole tape measure.
Oh. So you're not interested in Johnson's wax?
I am so.
Well, you don't act like it.
Huh?
I've got a good notion to report you to the company.
Now, there. You see, McGee?
Now, about it, I didn't say anything just because...
Never mind. You've made it pretty clear how you feel about it.
Sure you did.
Well, thank you for listening, Molly. Goodbye.
Now, McGee, aren't you ashamed?
Oh, gee, I'm kind of confused. All I done was, you've heard all that stuff before, and you know it. How you can sit there with a look of breathless excitement while that big smoothie goes through that rubber stamp routine gets me. You're just putting on an act for some reason.
Oh, so now I'm not sincere, huh?
Look, Mrs. Guffey, I didn't say you wasn't sincere. All I said was that...
Oh, come in. Come in.
Oh, hi, Boomer.
Hello, Mr. Boomer.
Good day, my dear. Good day to you, Lumpy Dumpy and Grumpy.
I see you got your arm in a sling, Boomer. How'd you fracture the flipper? Waving goodbye to Warden Laws?
Not at all. It was just the result of a childish prank. I tried to hook a ride on an armored bank truck, and a guard brushed me off with a bag of nickels.
Well, now that's too bad, Mr. Boomer. Did it hurt much?
Have you ever had your biceps trampled by 1,000 buffaloes?
Kind of cramped your poker playing style, didn't it, Boomer? I hear you got caught last night with 2 aces up your plaster cast.
That's an outrageous falsehood. It wasn't last night, it was
Sunday night.
What are you doing for the arm, Mr. Boomer?
I'm suing the bank that owned the car, that carried the guard, that threw the nickels, that broke my hold, my arm, and a dozen eggs I was taking to a sick actor who hadn't had an audience in 3 years.
Well, I don't like to be unsympathetic, Boomer, but now that we've all had a good cry about your limping lunch hook, maybe you'll explain just why you dropped in here.
Oh, yeah. Glad you mentioned it, Delbarton. Just wanted to serve a couple of subpoenas on you.
Subpoenas? What for?
I want you to serve as a character witness in a case that's coming up against me. Seems the district attorney claims they found my fingerprints on a safe after a jewel robbery. Oh. Nonsense, of course. Had my gloves on all the time.
Well, give us the papers, Boomer, and shove off.
I can't reach them with a wounded wing, Limberlip. Would you mind going through my pockets for me? You'll find them there someplace.
Why, certainly. Look in his pockets, dearie.
Okay, now let me see. Subpoena. Where'd he put them subpoenas?
I'm here a moment ago.
Here's something. Is this it?
Oh, that's a postcard from Sheila the shoplifter.
Yeah, she says she's been specializing in stockings and handkerchiefs this last week.
Oh.
Had the flu, and the doctor doesn't want her to lift anything heavy.
Here's a small bottle of perfumed hair oil.
Oh, that's for my nephew, Guernsey Boomer. Mm-hmm. The only way I can get some sense into his head.
Say, what's this? This heavy leather thing?
Hey, that's a blackjack.
It certainly is. I ordered some chewing gum by mail, and a careless shipping clerk sent me that instead. Put the blackjack back, Jack.
Okay, and here's a bottle of traveler's checks, or here's a book of traveler's checks made out to a guy named Sweeney.
You're thinking of Uncle Dennis, McGee.
Sweeney?
Who is Sweeney?
I couldn't say. I only met the chap for a minute in the subway.
Well, that's all there is in your pockets, Boomer. And I didn't see any legal papers.
Well, imagine that. No subpoenas. Well, come to think of it, you'd be very bad character witnesses for me anyway.
Why?
You know my character. Well, good day, my dear, and to you a pleasant April, fool.
The King's Men sing Abdul Abulbul Amir.
The sons of the prophets are hardy and bold and quite unaccustomed to fear. But of all the most reckless of life or of limb was Abdul Abulbul Amir. When they wanted a man to encourage the van or bring up the troops from the rear, or storm a dugout, they would straightway send out for Abdul Abulbul Amir. There's heroes of plenty and well known to fame in the ranks that are led by the Tsar. But the bravest, most fearless of name or of fame was Ivan Kovitsky Skilar. He could imitate Irving, play lotto or pool, and play on the Spanish guitar. In fact, quite the cream of the Muscovite team was Ivan Kovitsky Skilar. One morning, this Russian, he shouldered his gun, put on a belligerent sneer. Then going to town, he just happened to run into Abdul Abulbul Amir.
Young man,
said Abdul,
is your life then so dull that you're anxious to end it right here? For infidel, no, you have caught on the toe
of Abdul Abulbul Amir. Said Ivan, my friend, your remarks in the end will only prove futile, I fear. For I mean to imply that you're going to die, Mr. Abdul Abulbul Amir. They fought all that night by the moon's yellow light. The babble was heard from afar. Great multitudes came, so great was the fame of Abdul and Ivan Skibar. And here in a tomb by the Danube so clear, beneath the light of the bright star, there lies the brave Abdul Abulbul Amir at rest beside Ivan Skibar. Somewhere you may bet they are still fighting yet, Abdul and Ivan Skibar.
McGee, there's something I've just got to say.
Okay, tell me when I come back.
Where are you going?
Out to the garage. I left my magazine out there that I was reading.
No.
What's the matter?
I brought it in. It's upstairs in our room.
Oh, thanks.
And I want to compliment you on your improved taste in literature, too.
Huh?
I'm glad you've given up those trashy magazines. And I think it's splendid that a prominent citizen like you should take so much interest in law enforcement.
Law enforcement?
Yes. You'll find your police gazette up on our dresser.
Much obliged. I'll run right up and get it.
Oh, dear, I wish I knew how to break the news to him about that fender. He's so...
Where's McGee?
He's upstairs, Mr. Gildersleeve. Why?
Now, look, you keep McGee out of the garage for a while. I'm going out and put this new fender on for you. You see? Here it is.
Here he comes.
Here I go.
Hey, Molly, did I hear you talking to somebody down here? I thought I heard the horses.
Well, maybe the house is haunted.
Yeah, could be. Ever since Uncle Dennis moved in on us, you can even smell spirits around here. Never thought that you could... Come in.
Hi, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hi, sis. Well, what you staring at me for?
I guess my papa was wrong, I guess. He said you didn't stand up straight.
Oh, he did he? Well, you can go right home and tell your old man to go plumb.
McGee.
Huh?
That's all right, Miss McGee. Mama tells Papa that, too, every morning.
She does?
Sure she does, I betcha. She hands him his hat and kisses him goodbye and says, all right, now you can go plumb.
Hold it, sis. Then what does your father do?
He goes to somebody's house and plums.
Oh, he's a plumber.
I know it.
Oh, I see. For a minute there, you had me going, sis. I should have known you were too well bred to do...
Too well what?
Bred.
I'm hungry.
Well, anyway, sis, you can run along home and tell your father that I do stand up straight.
All righty.
I don't know what gave him that idea that I didn't in the first place.
I do, I betcha.
Huh? What made him think I didn't stand up straight?
Well, he said he saw you on the street this morning and did you look stupid. Why, that little freshie. I'll teach her a thing or three.
Oh, what are you going to do?
I'm going to call up her old man. That's what I'm going to do. Give me that phone. Hello, operator. Give me the residence of... Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? Is, eh? What's that, Mert? The stork came to your house this morning.
The stork? Oh, how wonderful. Boy or girl, dearie?
They don't know, but they got it tied up, and if it lays an egg, it's a girl. What's that, Mert? Gee, I don't know either. I forgot now. Okay, Mert. Hey, who was I calling anyway?
Oh,
and what was I calling?
It doesn't matter anyway. You were just going to...
Hey, what's that?
What's what?
That noise. Sounds like it's out in the garage. You hear anything?
Wait a minute. No, I don't hear a thing.
Must be my blood pressure. You sure you don't hear it? Huh?
No, just the wind.
That's the bumpiest wind I ever heard. Maybe it's somebody out in Gildersleeve's garage. Listen.
Oh, goody. He must have it fixed.
Who's got what fixed?
Whoever was making that noise.
I thought you said it was the wind. I think I better go out in the garage and investigate. It might be somebody that might...
Come in.
Oh, there, folks. I just thought I'd stop in.
That rat at Gildersleeve, quit tracking that muck all over our floor.
Muck?
Look at you. Why, you're a mess.
Now, McGee. What if Mr. Gildersleeve is a little smudgy? Maybe he's been working on something.
That's a very shrewd guess, Mrs. McGee. But I'm all finished
Oh,
now.
that's fine, Mr. Gildersleeve.
So, that was you making all that racket out there, was it? What's the matter? You too cheap to hire a mechanic?
McGee, now that's no way to talk. Here's poor Mr. Gildersleeve, all tired and dirty.
Dirty? I'll say he's dirty. He's crusty. Looks like he found a grease pit with a diving board on it.
Is that so? Now you look here, you little nincompeep.
Nincompoop.
Pip, pop, poof.
like a bunch of firecrackers.
Well, Dad Rat, Gilder says he's got no business coming in here and getting our house all dirty. If he wants to work on his car, let him. Oh, hey, that reminds me, Molly.
Uh-oh.
You drove our car downtown today, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I forgot to ask you, wasn't it kind of embarrassing without that left rear fender?
Oh, my goodness, he knows about it.
McGee, how did you find out about that fender?
What do you mean, how did I find out? I was the first one to know.
You were?
Yeah, I tore it off last night backing out of the garage.
Oh, heavens.
Hey, leave me alone, McGee! I didn't do anything.
I'll kill you!
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Well, we've been talking about spring these last few weeks, but it's really here now, and time to freshen up that kitchen of yours. You know, it's a lot more fun working around a cheerful kitchen than one that's a little drab and dull. And it's wonderful how much cheer and new life you can add with new curtains, fresh oilcloth, and gay-colored enamels, without spending much money either. Of course, the quickest, most inexpensive way to make a big difference is to treat your linoleum floors to a bright, sparkling Glow Coat polish. Glow Coat brings out the colors of the linoleum, keeps them as bright and fresh as new. It protects the linoleum surface against wear, makes it last much longer. And it does all this with practically no work because Glow Coat is self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing. Now, if you're still scrubbing linoleum floors or using less satisfactory polishes, may I suggest that just once you try Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
So you thought all the time that you'd knocked that fender off, did you, Molly?
I sure did. And I'm still ashamed of myself for trying to deceive you about it, Dirty.
Oh, forget it. I don't tell you everything, too, either. For instance, I never did tell you about...
About what?
Never mind. Now we're even. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Look, George, here come the Browns again in that shabby-looking car of theirs. Wouldn't you think they'd be ashamed to ride around in it?
Isn't it funny how some people can be so neat about their own clothes and yet let their cars get so dingy looking? I guess it's just because they don't know how easy it is to wax polish their car with Johnson's Carnew. Carnew, you know, cleans and wax polishes in one operation, in less than half the time it used to take, and it costs very little. Why not wax polish your car with Johnson's Carnew, spelled C-A-R-N-U? This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Dee Benaderet, Leora Thatcher, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. You've heard Mel Blanc as the happy postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-it shop, I'm the president, I'm the vice president, I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Say, folks, does your vacuum cleaner Vic when it should vac? Does your clock tock when it should tick? Well, why not bring them to Mel Blanc, who can make anything work, except his Uncle Rupert. We find Mel on the phone.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Recharge your storage battery? Oh, the battery in your hothouse for the plants. Oh, I won't forget. I'm making a note of it right now. Put amps in plants. Yeah, goodbye.
Say, nephew, I hope you haven't forgotten we're all going to the county fair tomorrow.
Gosh, no, Uncle Rupert.
Why, Zookie here is starting to dress up for it already.
Suki, where did you get that high, stiff collar?
It's 8 inches high if it's an inch.
Yes, my lad. It can't possibly be comfortable.
Oh, it's comfortable, all right. You see, it doesn't bother me a bit. But every time I hiccup, my head disappears.
Oh, for the love of heaven.
Look, Uncle, here comes Betty. Take Zuki in the back of the shop and get that thing off his neck, huh?
Yes, come on, Zuki, come on.
Hello, Betty.
Oh, Mel, I'm so excited about the county fair tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah. Gee, I hope we have as much fun as we did last year. Hey, remember the Tunnel of Love?
Uh-huh.
Betty, this time let's get seats together.
Silly. But, Mel, tomorrow I think I may have a surprise for you.
Surprise?
Yes, what would you say if I won the cake baking contest at the fair?
Well, honey, I'd say, gosh.
Oh, I'm sure I can win. I'm using Mother's prize-winning recipe. I want to show you what a good cook I am. You know, I think sometimes girls pay too much attention to their looks. After all, men prefer girls who can cook, too.
Oh, I don't know. I've heard fellas say, boy, has she got a shape. But I never heard them say, boy, has she got recipes.
Well, just the same, Mr. Blank. You will be getting a good cook when we're married. If we're ever married.
Oh, gosh, honey, I want us to get married soon. Go ahead, you just name the day.
Nell, we have named the day 4 times already.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Now if we could only decide on the year.
Oh, honestly, darling, you should become more serious about your business. Now, remember, now be businesslike.
All right. Hello, Mel Blank's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it. Who? Oh, the Y. Oh, it's the Y, honey. Hello? Yeah? Do I know how to get to the Y? Sure. I was there last week with a friend. And we had a swim and a rub-down together. Wait. Look. Hey, please, I only meant...
What's the matter, darling?
It's the YWCA.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be right over. Thank you. Goodbye.
What a businessman. What'd they want?
Well, they want me to fix an oven. I'll go over and land all their fix-it business. Just for you.
That's the way I like to hear you talk.
I'll go down there and really sell myself. They won't be able to say no to me about anything.
Remember, darling, it's the YWCA.
Huh? Oh, well, almost anything.
Now, ladies of the cooking class, that will be all for now. You've baked some lovely cakes today. And remember, the one I think is best is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair tomorrow. Well, come back later, girls, and I'll announce the winner.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
Goodness, a man.
Thank you. I'm Mel Blank.
What can I do for you, young man? I'm Stanhope, the cooking teacher.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Stanhope?
Miss Stanhope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry.
Well, if you'll show me the oven, I'll get right to work. I told the secretary I'd start right in.
This is odd. Very odd.
Oh, I do a lot of odd jobs.
I must take this up with the membership committee. Well, there's your stove right there.
Thanks.
And you'll find all the ingredients for baking a cake.
Me? Bake a cake?
Please, you were late to start with, so get to your pots and pans. But, young man, the secretary sent you here, didn't she?
Yeah, but...
Well, very well, then start baking. I'll be back later to see how it turns out. Extremely odd. Unheard of.
Hey, just a minute. Gosh, what does she want me to do? Bake a cake to prove I can fix an oven? What a silly way to run a place. Boy, am I glad I joined the YMCA. What do I know about cooking? Well, here goes. For you, Betty. Gosh, I'm following the recipe on this box, but I'm not getting anywhere. It says break 6 eggs, beat till stiff. That's silly. Some people get stiff quicker than others. Now add a level teaspoon of vanilla. Whoever heard of a level teaspoon? The stuff would roll off. Now, before putting in cake, stand near open window and cool off. Cool off? I don't even feel warm. Oh, this is silly. This batter won't even stick together. Hey, wait a minute. Nobody's going to eat this cake. I know what'll make it stand up. Yes, sir, I'll mix in a little putty.
Ladies, come here to Mr. Blank's stove. This marble cake is a work of art. Why, it looks just as though it was modeled out of clay. However did you do it?
Oh, I just stuck a few things together. Now do I get the job?
You certainly do.
Swell.
Even though it's a bitter blow to all of us girls, a man is going to represent the YWCA at the county fair. You and your beautiful cake.
Oh, thanks. Betty'll be...
What? Yes, that's right.
Oh, but you can't. You don't know what I put into it.
Now, your recipe is your own precious secret.
Oh, this is silly. I don't know how to cook.
No false modesty, Mr. Blank.
But I tell you,
Not a word now. I'll see you in the fair.
Oh, gosh. I hate to think what'll happen if Betty hears about this. I started out to be a serious, dignified businessman. And now I'm a male prudence penny. A penny that feels just like 2 cents.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
When two is company, take it from me, a breath of trouble is very NG. Yes, indeed, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, may ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job. Yet anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath, even you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, when it comes to getting into trouble, Mel takes the cake. In this case, the beautiful cake he made with the aid of a little putty. We find Uncle Rupert trying to understand just what happened to Mel.
Let me get this straight, Melvin. Your cake is going to represent the YWCA at the fair?
But I tell you, Uncle Rupert, I was an innocent dupe.
Dupe? That's a strange pronunciation.
Oh, I tried to explain to Miss Stanhope, but she wouldn't listen.
You should have made her listen, my lad. You could have done it. You've got something on the ball.
Yeah, I've got something on the ball. A great big number 8.
Ah, look. Here comes Mrs. Longnecker down the street. My beloved Clara.
So what?
So everything, my lad. Don't you know she's the honorary judge at the cake contest tomorrow?
She is?
I'll just explain this culinary comedy of errors, and she'll make sure your name isn't even mentioned. You know, I can mold Clara like putty in my hand. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Putty, don't ever mention that word.
Ah, Clara, my dear, it's good to see you. You're as radiant as...
Rupert, you're getting fat.
I think I carry my weight rather well, my dear.
You don't carry it, you drag it.
How are you feeling today, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, I'm so weary, Melvin. I spent the whole day trying to find a suitable safe deposit box for my money. And would you believe it, in this whole town, there was only one that would do.
Well, that's good.
But I can't use it.
Why not?
There's a family living in it now.
Oh.
Oh, money, money, money. My millions cause me nothing but misery.
I'd be glad to share your misery, my dear.
Please, Rupert, none of your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity.
Well, excuse me, Mrs. Longnecker. I've got something to do. Oh, Uncle, don't forget to ask, you know what.
What? What, Rupert?
Well, my dear, tomorrow at the fair, when you're judging the cakes, if you happen to come across one with Melvin's name on it...
Melvin baked a cake.
Well, it's a long story, but would you...
Would I? Oh, you want me to see that Melvin's cake wins. You want me to open my big, generous heart and say yes.
On the contrary, my dear, I want you to open your big, generous mouth and say no. What I meant was...
You're positively insulting. Good day.
Hey, how'd you make out, Uncle Rupert? Is she going to do anything about my cake?
I'm afraid not, nephew.
Oh, but you
Well, for all you know, Betty might be glad to know that you're a good cook.
Oh, I'm a good cook, all right. A wonderful cook. I'm the only one in the world who can bake a cake and cook his own goose at the same time. Betty, what would happen, well, just suppose, for instance, a man won the cake contest today.
A man? Oh, don't be ridiculous, darling. No man would enter a cake contest at the fair.
Oh, he wouldn't, huh?
What's the matter with you, darling? You seem so nervous.
Look, honey, I know I make a lot of mistakes, but I keep trying to improve myself because I love you.
I know.
Oh, Melvin, may I see you a moment?
Oh, pardon me, Betty. I'll see what Uncle Rupert wants.
Nephew, your worries are over. Your old uncle is going to take care of that confounded cake.
Look, it's almost time for the contest. Do anything.
Have you seen Zookie around?
No, but there's Dr. Crab, the dog doctor. Maybe he has. I'll see you later.
Dr. Crab, that dried-up dog doctor. Oh, well. Oh, Christopher, have you seen Zookie?
Zookie? No, Rupert, I haven't.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Just got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water?
Christopher, you're even getting to sound like a dog.
Oh, thank you, Rupert. No, I don't feel so good today. Would you see if my nose is cold?
Oh, you're okay. Surprising that you managed to tear yourself away from those dogs.
Yeah, I love my dogs. Man's best friend. You know, sometimes it takes me hours just to give them dinner.
What do? Feed them one by one?
Yep. To each his bone. Why, sometimes...
Look, Christopher, I'm in a hurry. I've got to find Zookie.
You know, they're judging the livestock here today. My cow could have been the best cow in the show, but there was a blot on her record.
Your cow had a blot on her record?
Yeah. Those milk people once fired her for being discontented.
Please, go away. Go away.
All right, Rupert. But remember, a cow has the kind of shape that gives us many laughs. Her thighs are bad, her ankles worse. But she sure has pretty calves. Bye.
Zookie, I thought I'd never find you.
Yeah, I'm sure glad you did. I was lost.
Now listen carefully. Nell is in trouble. One of us has to sneak into that tent where the cakes are.
Yeah.
One of us has to eat up Nell's cake, every last crumb of it.
Yeah.
One of us has to take the chance of being caught and thrown out.
No.
But Zookie, it's for Mel.
Oh. Why didn't you say so? Yes, some marble cake. Very tasty. I think I just swallowed one of the marbles. This just hits the spot. I wish it didn't hit so hard.
Zookie!
Huh? Oh, and Mrs. Longnecker.
What are you doing? Don't tell me you're eating Melvin's cake.
Okay. I won't tell you.
Put that cake down.
I am, as fast as I can.
Oh, do you know what you've done? That was the YWCA entry in the contest. I'm going to take you to the fair officials at once. I'm going to take you there if I have to carry you.
Well, I'm all through. Gosh, I'll have to be carried.
It'll just be a minute now, dear, before Mrs. Longnecker announces the winner.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, I've got a hunch I'm going to win. Mel, aren't you glad I'm a good cook? After we're married, you'll be well fed.
Yeah. My dad used to say, just get married, son, and you'll soon get fed up.
What?
Oh, I didn't mean... Oh, there's Mrs. Longnecker now.
Ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 cakes tied for first place in the contest. One made by Betty Colby.
Darling, my cake.
The other representing the YWCA.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, the YWCA cake was destroyed completely.
Hooray!
Mr. Blank, please. But just because that cake was destroyed, it made up my mind. A young man passing by could not resist it. He ate every last crumb of it. Yes, that's what this boy Zookie did.
Zookie? Oh.
Obviously, a lovable American boy is a better judge of cake than I am, and so I award the Domestic Science Cup to Mel Blank.
Mel! Mel, what does this mean?
I've got to go.
Where are you going, Mel?
I think I smell my fudge burning.
Mel Blank, come out from under that counter.
Well, I was just looking for Zookie.
Well, you won't find him there.
Oh, but you don't understand. I'm worried about him. Anything might have happened to him, Betty.
Why don't you worry about what happened to me? I was never so embarrassed.
Oh, I know, honey. Gosh, I'm sorry.
That catty Muriel Graves wanted to know if I still loved you, even with your dishpan hands.
Oh.
Mr. Thurston, president of your lodge, stopped me and...
Yeah, I know. He's going to transfer me to the ladies' auxiliary.
Well, here's the cup you won, with your own little hands. Well, go on, read the inscription.
Well, okay. Oh, no.
Go on, read it. Go on.
To the kitchen queen, who's sure to make some man an ideal wife.
And I have to be engaged to Miss Kitchen Queen of 1946.
Oh, gee.
And you were going down to the YWCA to get their business.
I got the business. Well, won't you let me explain? I went to the YWCA to fix an oven, but Miss Stanhope made me bake a cake. The only reason my cake looked like anything at all is because I put putty in it to make it stand up.
Oh, Mel, putty. Oh, darling.
Well, it's no laughing matter. Zookie ate it. For all I know, the poor kid may be in the hospital right now.
Oh, no wonder you were so worried about Zookie.
Hey, did somebody call me?
Oh, Zookie, are you all right?
Hey, maybe we ought to call a doctor, huh?
Oh, yes, Zookie, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel fine. I feel great. I was singing all the way home.
Singing?
Yeah, it's cement mixer, putty.
We'll be back in a minute for a Zookieism. What's a Zookieism? Well, wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Young man, have you wondered why opportunity stays away from your door? Perhaps a little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has caught up with you. It's best to be on your guard. So do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Well, Zuki, we had quite a mix-up at the fair today. I'd like to feel you profited by it.
Yes, my lad. It should have taught you what people should do to stay out of trouble. What should they do?
Well, to stay out of trouble, huh? Yeah. Well, people should look before they people should mind their P's and people should let them eat cake.
This is Scott Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
You've heard Mel Blanc as the Happy Postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Hey, leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the Fix-It Shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Now let's drop in at Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. Ladies, does your husband's blood boil when you ask him to fix the electric toaster? Does he act bored when you ask him to mend the ironing cord? Does he threaten to go home to father when you put him to all this bother? Well, does he? That's what I thought. You can put an end to all this if you get to know Mel Blanc, who can make anything run smoothly except his romance with Betty.
Gosh, Betty, we always seem to be fighting.
Now, I'm not really fighting with you. I love you. Don't you know that when two people are in love, there's bound to be a little fighting?
Joe Louis and Moriello weren't in love very long, were they?
Oh, Mel, you're such a fool.
Oh, thanks, Betty. Gosh, you know I mean well.
I know it, but you kept me waiting 3 hours last Saturday while you were fixing Mrs. Allen's lawnmower.
Well, it was a big job.
But you weren't satisfied just fixing the lawnmower. You had to trim the hedges and mow the lawn. And then...
Yeah?
What did you charge it?
50 cents.
The idea of charging anything like that.
Well, honey, these people just have to get used to paying through the nose.
Well, that's what I mean. You see, you're just not a good businessman. Take yesterday's job on Mrs. Nelson's baby carriage. You were paid specifically to fix the hood. But no, you weren't content. You had to change the wheels and the tires and the color. Is there anything you didn't change?
I didn't change the baby.
Oh, now, I'm serious. Now, look, my father discovered a leak in the water heater, and I think I talked him into letting you fix it.
Oh, that's swell, honey. I'll get my kit and go right over.
Oh, no, not the fact. He's coming over here himself. He still only has half a mind to hire you.
Oh, that's all right. I've never been hired by anybody with half a mind before.
Oh, Mel, don't you see? This is your chance to impress Father.
Oh, don't worry about us. Your father and I have a perfect understanding.
You do?
Sure. There's nothing he wouldn't do for me, and there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. That's the way it's been for 5 years. We hadn't done a thing for each other.
Oh. Darling, look, instead of just fixing the leak, convince him you're the one to do all the repairs around the house.
Well, that's easy to say, but every time your father opens his mouth, I put my foot in it. I mean, well, all I know is somebody's foot is in somebody's mouth, and, well, it's not comfortable.
Oh, your trouble is you're not firm enough. When you're talking to him about the house, stand up to Father.
You're right, Betty.
That's the spirit.
I'll stand up to him and say, listen, Mr. Colby, your foundation is loose. Your frame is out of shape. You should do something about that bay window in the front.
Honey, that's wonderful.
Boy, is he a mess.
No.
Oh, I mean the house. But anyway, if your father tries to interrupt me, I won't let him get a word in edgewise.
Oh, darling, here comes Father. Now, don't forget to search yourself. Be firm.
Don't worry, honey. As soon as he walks through that door, I'll be on him like a tiger. Mr. Colby?
Well, what is it?
Would you be put out if I told you there's something wrong with your house?
I've been trying to put that certain something out for the past 5 years.
Any luck? I mean,
Father, that's not fair. Mel's really got some wonderful ideas.
Well, let him get to the point. You forget I manage a supermarket. I'm a busy man. Now, what do you intend doing to my house and why?
Well, first thing, I'd remove that tall, skinny thing you see as soon as you enter.
And what's wrong with Mrs. Colbert?
No, I mean that old-fashioned hat rack.
Oh, nonsense.
Father, this is such a good time to fix the house while Mother's away visiting and Cousin Gussie's due any day for her yearly visit.
Oh, your mother's cousin.
Yes, please.
Well, ever since your mother and I have been married, dear Cousin Gussie has been coming to the house in September and hibernating until April.
Gosh, September till April, all the months with an R in it. Is she a cousin or an oyster?
Oh, that's a good one. I'd give anything to keep that woman away, and you want me to fix the place over for her.
Please, Daddy.
Oh, all right. Make up an estimate. I'll be back around noon. In the meantime, you go over to the house and fix that leak.
Okay, Mr. Leak. Goodbye, Mr. Colby.
Goodbye. Come on, Betty.
Oh, I'm proud of you, darling. I'll see you later. I'm coming, Father.
Goodbye. Boy, I guess I told him. Now I gotta show him. Oh, Uncle Rupert.
What is it, nephew? Sorry I'm late. Took me a little longer than usual combing my hair this morning.
Well, you still haven't got it on straight.
I must do something about that crack in the mirror. I always get my part in the wrong place.
Well, listen, Uncle Rupert. We've got to fix a leak in Mr. Colby's hot water heater. Now, will you take Zookie and get over there in the pickup truck?
The pickup truck. I'd like to see you get rid of that thing.
But why?
Well, I could pick up much more in a shiny new station wagon.
Oh, cut it out. Hey, now look. When you're through with that leak, be sure to tidy up the cellar, mop up the floor, and wash the window.
Shall I put a big red bow on the oil burner?
Yeah, put a big... No, look, Uncle.
Why do I have to go? Why can't your brilliant assistant Zookie take care of it?
Uncle, I don't want Zookie to go over and ball things up by himself. I want you to help him.
Oh, you want me to help Zookie ball things up?
Oh, stop, kid. Now get going, will you?
Okay. Oh, Zookie, come here. We have a little job to do.
Well, I'm all tied up. I'm completely tied up. I just untied myself.
Come on, let's get going. Zookie, if you work real hard, someday you may be a partner in the fix-it shop.
Me? A partner? Oh, that'd be that'd be wonderful. I couldn't afford it.
Now look, Blank, I'm in a hurry. Just what is it you want to do to my house?
Well, Mr. Colby, that door that leads to the back porch, that should be put on the entrance to the parlor so people can get a little privacy.
Huh. So you and Betty can have privacy. A lolly-doddle.
Lolly-doddle?
Please, Father.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Colby.
Make it snappy. I'm in a hurry.
Oh, yes, sir. Hello, Mel Blank's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Oh, Melvin, this is Uncle Rupert. I'm at the Colby house, and I wanted to check up on what we were to do here.
Well, Uncle, I told you what to do.
Eddie, Mel's plans look too complicated.
Oh, no, it's easy. All you have to do is take that door off the back porch and put it on the entrance to the parlor. Then knock out that small window over the sink and make it larger.
Anything you say, Mel. Goodbye.
Huh? Oh, goodbye, Uncle Rupert. Now, look, Mr. Colby, this is really a very simple job. I'm sure you'll like it.
Cookie, I just can't believe that Mel wants us to change those doors.
Mel knows what he's doing. You know, someday he's going to be a captain of industry. He'll be a lieutenant. He'll be a sergeant. Yes. He's going to have a door marked private.
Cookie, I'd better get on the phone again and check. We can't afford to make any mistakes on this job.
No blank fix-it shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Melvin, your voice has changed.
Oh, Uncle Rupert, this is Betty. Mel's busy.
Do you know what Mel wants to have done in your house?
Oh, yes, he's just discussing with Father. He wants to take the door off the back porch and put it in the parlor and make the kitchen window bigger.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Well, thanks. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hey, did you find out what we have to do?
Yes, and I don't understand it, but Mel and Betty say that we have to change the door from the back porch to the parlor and put a big window in over the sink. Well, let's get busy. We really have to knock this place apart.
Oh, boy. This ought to be fun.
Now, here is the Page Kavanaugh Trio.
Well, Mel seems to be getting nowhere with his plans for Betty's father's house, but through a misunderstanding over the telephone, Uncle Rupert and Zookie have literally torn the Colby house apart. Neither Mel or Mr. Colby has any idea what's happened. Hey, this ought to be good. Pardon me while I listen.
Gosh, Betty, it'll be swell if your father lets me make these alterations on his house.
Yes, darling.
You know, honey, when I was working on the plans, I got to thinking of the home we're going to have someday.
Did you, darling?
Uh-huh. And a funny thing, I saw an ad in the paper offering just the kind of a deal for us. It said 2-bedroom honeymoon cottage near transportation and shopping district, unit heat, unhampered view, $40 a month.
Oh, well, that sounds too good to be true. Where is it?
916 Pine Street, Ketchikan, Alaska.
Silly.
Oh, seriously, I've been thinking of a cottage like that ever since we first met.
Do you remember the first time we met?
Do I? Do you remember the first kiss?
Yes. I can still feel it burning on my forehead.
I didn't want to sweep you off your feet.
Oh, Mel, darling, I think this is the turning point for you.
Yeah, after I tie up this job, there'll be bigger ones. And before you know it, I'll get a cash register.
Yeah. You know, you have to learn to blow your own horn a little bit.
What do you mean?
Well, when you're working at our house, put a sign out. This renovation job by Mel Blank.
Gosh, yeah.
Sure, everybody takes credit for his work. For instance, when an artist is through, he always signs his name. Whistler, Michelangelo, Rembrandt.
Yeah, and Kilroy.
Why, everybody who sees that sign will go around saying, that job is Mel Blank. That's Mel.
Gee, that sounds great. That smells.
Hey!
Zookie, are you sure you know how to fix that water pipe?
What do I? I was a top-ranking student in the School of I was the highest-ranking engineer. I was the class valedictorian. Boy, am I a dunce.
As I see it, all that's needed is a couple of new washers.
Oh, no, yeah, that won't work. There's too much pressure. I'll have to bend the pipe.
Go ahead and bend it. Can you bend it by yourself?
Oh, easily. And now watch. I'll just pull a little like this on the ring. Well, I'll just force the. I'll just give it a little. Hey, you got a stick of dynamite in the house?
Zookie, please hurry. That leak is getting the floor all wet.
Oh, don't worry about the floor being wet. When I get through with this pipe, the place will look like the Sahara Desert. It'll look like the Mojave Desert. It'll look like it's Niagara Falls.
Well, Mr. Colby, what do you think about my plans for your house? Is it all right for me to go ahead?
No.
No?
That's what I said, N-O, no.
But why, Mr. Colby?
Now, look, I don't want to argue about it now. You're coming to the house tonight for dinner. We'll discuss it further then.
Okay, Mr. Colby.
Ready, and I'll pick you up here in about an hour. Now, you be ready. I don't like to be kept waiting.
Okay, Mr. Colby.
Oh, Zookie!
Yes, Uncle Rupert.
Well, the leak is fixed, the window is knocked out over the sink, and the door is off the back porch.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's all we can do today. Let's go home.
Oh, you can't. We forgot to put the hinges on the door in the parlor. It'll fall down.
Don't worry about the parlor door. We'll put the hinges on tomorrow.
But it'll fall down and hit someone.
Zookie, nobody's going to touch it. Now, take this stuff out to the truck. I'll pack my tools back.
Okay, I'm going.
Let's see. My hacksaw, my wrench, wire.
Oh, Uncle
Yes, Zookie.
Dr. Crab is out here. He wants to see you.
Oh, that dog doctor again. What does he want?
Well, he wants to see you.
Okay, Hello, Christopher. How's the dog doctor today?
Consultant veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Just got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water?
Well, what's on your mind?
Well, I saw the fix-it-shop truck outside and thought you'd save me a trip. I want Mel to fix his dog collar.
Anything else?
No. It's for my new female hound dog from Mississippi.
Oh.
My, how she handles that big Boston bull who comes to court. Funny thing,
She won't have anything to do with that big Boston bull.
She's choosy, eh?
Yes, she just won't take any bull.
Now, wait a minute.
Yep, and that same female hound from Mississippi is just the same about all other male dogs. Just wraps them around her little paw.
What has this canine Cleopatra got, anyway?
They all love her accent, Rupert.
Accent?
Yep, all she has to say is, you all?
Christopher, we were just leaving.
Oh, glad you reminded me so much. But remember, horses listen to their ma and never talk to a stranger. You don't hear Silver shout, "Hi-oh, Lone Ranger!" Bye, Rupert.
Well of you to invite me to your house for dinner, Mr. Colby.
Oh, we were glad to have you, Mel, aren't we, Father?
Huh? Oh, sure, yes, we're glad to have you. Well, let's get into the house where I can relax. I'm tired. Holy terrors! Who tore that hole in the side of my house? Hole? Why, you... What happened to the window that was in there?
Oh, gosh, I don't know, Mr. Colby. I was in the shop all day.
Mel, look what Rupert and Zookie did.
Oh, blank you, addle-pated, feeble-minded, dim-witted...
Oh, Matthew! It's Cousin Gussie!
Oh, no! No! Oh, listen, her too.
Hello, Matthew!
Well, it's good to see you again, Cousin Gussie.
Good heavens! This place is a shambles.
You're telling me.
Oh, gracious, how long is it going to be like this?
Oh, it'll be like this for months, maybe years.
Really?
You wouldn't want to stay here under these conditions, would you, Cousin Gussie?
And why not?
Well, I didn't want to inconvenience you, that's all.
Oh, I'll be the judge of my own convenience.
Yes, Cousin Gussie.
I have a surprise for you. This trip, I'm only going to stay 6 months.
Yes, Cousin Gussie.
How do I get upstairs to my room?
Right through that new door.
Well, isn't it closer? Through the hall there?
No. Go right through that new door.
Well, all right. I'll see you all for dinner.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, what happened?
Get me out from under this door!
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Cousin Gussie.
Matthew Colby. Now take your hands off of me. You premeditated murderer. You killer, you. I've always known you didn't like me, but I never thought you'd try to kill me. Now, I'm getting out of here this minute. I'll never step foot in this house again as long as I live.
Here, let me help.
Don't just touch me, you assassinator. Goodbye.
Gosh, Mr. Colby, I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry? Why, son, you fixed something I couldn't fix for years. You got rid of Cousin Gussie.
Oh, Daddy, then you're not angry with Mel.
Angry? Why, Mel, my son, you're a genius.
Gosh, thanks, Mr. Colby. I've never seen you so happy before. You don't seem your old self.
Oh, Mel, you're wonderful. I'm deeply indebted to you.
Well, then maybe I can go ahead and make all the repairs in the house?
No maybes about it, Melvin. The job is yours.
Wonderful.
Oh, wonderful.
Now, how soon can you get me a new window to cover that big hole you made?
Oh, it'll only take about 6 months.
6 months? What are you talking about? You mean that I have to live with that big hole in the side of my house for 6 months?
But, Mr. Colby...
You stupid, addle-pated brain no soul.
He's his old self again.
We'll be back in a moment with the Zookieism. I hope you benefited by our experience today.
Yes, my lad. Everything has a moral, you know. Just what did you learn?
Well, I learned that people should stick together. They should work hand in glove, one for all and all for we. I learned if you want to do anything right, do it yourself.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Hello, are you there? Well, we're here at Camp Elliott with Marines. Yeah.
Swan, the soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing this one.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Catt. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the Six Hits and a Miss, and George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, now let's look in and see what's doing at the Burns home.
Gracie,
In the living room, dear.
Gracie, what happened? I looked in the drawer and I haven't got a single clean shirt.
Oh, darling, I forgot to tell you. Our laundress quit. Oh, she wasn't a very good laundress anyway. Remember how she used to cut the tails off your shirts to make her work easier?
Yes, it's just as well she's gone.
Well, she's got a job over at Consolidated now, making airplanes. Oh, that reminds me. I better call Consolidated and warn them.
Why?
Airplanes have tails, too.
Well, Gracie, don't bother. Do you think that you could wash out a shirt for me?
Oh, well, I'd be glad to, Judge, but I'm expecting 2 of the girls from my club any minute.
Oh, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Yes.
What are those hens going to cackle about today?
Well, George, that's no way to talk about your wife and your wife's friends.
Oh, I didn't mean you, dear.
Well, it's no way to talk about those other hens either.
Believe me, honey, washing a few shirts wouldn't hurt any of those dames.
But, George, we work hard. We have to in times like these. We even do jobs for each other if they're the same amount of work.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, for instance, Ruthie Palmtag and Clara Bagley have a deal. Ruthie mows Clara's lawn and Clara cuts Ruthie's hair.
Well, I guess that's even. They're both green.
Well,
you know,
the Beverly Hills Uplift Society is doing everything it can to help win the war. Hardly a week goes by that we don't send out a long list of helpful suggestions.
Suggestions? Well, who do you send them to?
General MacArthur.
Well, oh, fine. That's all we need.
Oh, yeah? Well, he wrote back and said if our ideas were used, the war would be over in 2 weeks.
Well, I'd rather take a little longer and win it. You see what I mean? Look. Why don't you girls do something constructive?
Well, we do. We save all our waste kitchen fat and take it to our butcher. The government uses it to make bombs and bullets.
Well, now you're doing something.
Why, Blanche Morton alone has turned in 11 pounds of fat this week.
Well, what? Well, why does she cook so much? There's the worst cook in the whole world. Her food is enough to kill you.
Well, that's the idea. She can't invite the whole German army to dinner, so she figures if her cooking doesn't get them one way, it'll get them another.
And, of course, we must drop a few of our biscuits on the Japs, too.
Yes.
Yes, remind me to do that.
Oh, that must be the girls now. Come in.
Oh, hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Ruthie. Hello, Clara. Ruthie, I was just telling George about the deal you two had, where you mow Clara's lawn and she cuts your hair.
What do you think of it, Mr. Burns?
Well, it's very interesting, only it looks like the wrong one is using the lawnmower. Well, excuse me, girls. I've got to go and wash a shirt. I'll be in the kitchen there.
Oh, all right.
Honestly, Gracie, sometimes I wonder why you married that man.
Oh, it was love. I didn't have much choice.
Well, obviously not.
Well, look, Gracie, all we came to talk to you about, we want to help the war workers. Now, there are lots of mothers who have babies in defense class.
My goodness, the hospitals must be crowded.
No, Gracie. Now, you see, while these mothers are working, they need someone to take care of the children. Can we count on you to help?
Oh, yes, I love babies. I practically raised my little nephew, John Cachu Allen.
The child's name was John Cachu Allen?
Yes, the minister who christened him had a very bad cold.
But, Gracie, the child we're leaving with you isn't exactly...
Oh, I adore babies. I still have little Johnny's first pair of shoes. Wait, I'll show them to you. I'll be right back.
Oh, poor Gracie. I hope she won't be too disappointed when she finds out the baby we're leaving with her is 10 years old.
Yes, Bobby Ross. He's tough as nails.
Oh, here comes Gracie.
Well, here they are, girls. Look, little Johnny's first shoes. I had them gilded. Aren't they sweet?
Sweet? Why, my husband could wear these. Were those his first shoes?
Yes. He didn't move into town until he was 24.
Well, we'll have to run along, Gracie. We're going to let you take care of little Bobby Ross. He'll be here in a couple of hours.
Oh,
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, I can't wait to tell George that we're going to have a little baby in the house. I wonder if the baby will change George. I wonder if George will change the baby.
Gracie, have those club women left?
Yes, dear.
Well, thank goodness. What were you talking about?
The baby.
Well, who's going to have a baby?
We are.
Oh, we are. Well, if one of... We are?
Yes.
We're going to have a baby?
Yeah. Are you happy, George?
Happy? Why, I'm delirious. I'm a father. I'm a success. I may have been late getting started, but look out, canter.
Oh, I'm so glad you're taking it like
Oh,
this.
boy. I'm going to run down the corner and get cigars for the fellas. Now, you just lie down, honey. I'll be right back. Just think. I'm going to have a cigar. I mean, a baby. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, watch where you... Oh, George. Well, what's the rush? What's the matter?
Oh, why, Bill, I just heard the greatest news a man could hear.
Oh, so you heard it too?
True. I'm the only one who knows.
Oh, now don't be silly, George. It's all over town.
All over town?
Why, of course. It's even on a billboard at the corner.
Oh, no.
Well, George, why not? Why keep it a secret?
But, Bill...
Now, George, if a lot of dealers want to run a special sale on Swan soap, I think people ought to know about it. After all, here's their chance to buy 3 bars of Swan and save. Why keep news like that a secret?
But, Bill, that's not what I meant. I'm going to have a baby.
After all, George, Swan is the new white floating soap that gives you all those mild, pure suds so fast. And a Swan sale is big news. Although Swan saves you money, sale or no sale. You see, Swan not only gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested, but for housework, Swan saves again. Because it goes further than easily wasted packaged soaps. And it... You're going to have a baby?
Why... Yes, Bill.
Well, gee, why didn't you tell me sooner?
Well,
Well, imagine me talking about Swan when you're expecting a baby. I'm sorry, George.
Oh, that's all right. You see...
I didn't give you a chance to tell me about it.
Oh, that's all right. You see...
I feel like a heel.
Oh, that's all right. You see...
Here you are telling me you're having a baby, and I just stand here and go on talking about Swan.
Oh, that's all right. You see...
The soap that's as mild as the finest Castile. The soap that's so mild and gentle it's kind to your hands no matter what soap and water job you use it for. Oh, George, I'm just a false friend.
Oh, Bill, forget it.
Well, gee, thanks. When do you expect the baby, George?
My gosh, I forgot to ask Gracie. Just a minute. Gracie?
Yes, dear?
When are we expecting the baby? March, April, May?
Oh, it should be here in about 2 hours.
2 hours? Bill, go for a doctor.
Okay.
This is Paul Whiteman, and here's Jimmy Cash to sing one of the country's most popular love songs, Starlight Sonata. Okay, Jimmy.
You're my song from a world way up high. You are my starlight sonata out of the midnight sky. There's no melody sung by a light sweet as my starlight sonata after the sky grows dark. Your arms are such a thrilling place when we embrace like this. The promise of eternal love is trembling in your kiss. Twilight sings of a heaven to be, bringing my starlight sonata straight from your heart to me.
Well, Gracie is waiting to take care of the defense worker's baby, while poor George still thinks he's going to become a father.
Now, just lie down, dear, and take it easy. Would you like another pillow under your head?
Oh, I wish I knew what's come over you, George. All this fuss over one little baby. Suppose I was going to have 4 or 5 of them.
At once?
Well, I'd be glad to do it if you'd like me to.
Oh, gosh. Why doesn't Bill get here with that doctor?
What's the matter? Don't you feel well?
Of course I feel well. The doctor is for you and the baby.
Oh, I see what you mean. He examines the baby, and then if he isn't healthy, we give him back and get another one.
I can't understand what you... Oh, there's Bill and the doctor. Now, you stay right here. I'll answer the door. Come in.
Oh, hi, George. Here's the doctor you wanted. This is Mr. Burns, Doc.
How do you do? How do you do? That'll be $5, please.
Well, for Pete's sake, Bill, this is Dr. Lewis. I don't want him.
Well, gee, I'm sorry. I just grabbed the first one I found. What's wrong with him?
Well, this guy is a screwball.
Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Screwball. Unusual name, by the way. Only heard it once before. A woman I know told me your husband was a screwball.
Well, I don't care what she told you.
Charming woman, delightful. Great friend of mine. Married to her, come to think of it.
Bill, why did you do this to me?
Now, look, George, I just stood on a corner and yelled, I want a doctor. Who'd you expect to answer, the Mayo brothers?
Well, never mind. Just get him out of here, will you? Out.
Well, I guess we'd better leave, Dr. Lewis. My friend's a little jittery.
Yes, I noticed that, Mr. Jittery. Very bad, very bad. Does he happen to have a toothache?
No, there's nothing wrong with my teeth. But my head is beginning to ache.
Just as I thought. Well, I'd advise you to have it pulled out.
Well, and I'd advise you to get out. Now, go on. Scram.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Scram.
My name is Burns.
To be sure, to be sure. My wits must have been gathering wool. Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Wool.
Burns.
Naturally, Wool burns. Has a horrible odor, too. Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Odor.
Bill, you better remove this character before I murder him.
Okay, George. Come along, Dr. Lewis.
To be sure, to be sure. Is it too late to catch the 4 o'clock bus?
No, it's only 1 o'clock now.
Oh, dear. Missed it again. Well, goodbye.
Of all the silly, idiotic things he had...
Doctor, did he leave?
Well, don't worry. Now, I'll get another one. Now, you just lie down, and I'll go in the kitchen and fix you a nice glass of warm milk. And don't move until I get back.
All right, dear. My, he's sweet today. I wonder if he's been playing poker again. Come in.
Oh, hello, Gracie. I brought over the child that you're to care for, little Bobby Ross.
Oh, how nice, Ruthie. Where is he?
Right behind me. Drop that frog, Bobby, and come on in.
Okay. This where I'm going to hang out?
Yes. Well, take good care of him, Gracie. I'll pick him up later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. My, Bobby, you're bigger than I expected. You're quite a handsome little man.
Take it easy, lady. I'm going steady.
Oh. Well, tell me about yourself, Bobby. Where does your mother work?
At one of the airplane plants. She works on the propellers.
My goodness. I should think she'd get dizzy spinning around like that. Do you think you're going to like it here, Bobby?
Yeah, this is a swell joint.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm mowing them down. Don't you see him up there?
Where?
There goes a Stuka. There goes a Messerschmitt.
Why, you're a regular quiz kid. Imagine knowing the scientific names of those mosquitoes.
Are you kidding? Say, I'm hungry. You got any chow?
Yeah, there's some fruit out in the dining room. Get yourself an apple.
Okay, don't care if I do.
Oh, can't help wishing he was just a little smaller.
Well, here's your milk, Gracie. Did you keep quiet while I was gone?
Yes, Judge, perfectly quiet. Oh, by the way, while you were out in the kitchen, the baby came.
The baby?
Yes, but he's just a little bit...
Where is he?
Well, in the dining room. He's getting an apple.
Getting an apple?
Yeah, he's a little older than I expected, George, but I'm glad to care for any child whose mother works in the defense plan.
I don't get it. You mean the baby isn't out?
No, dear, we're taking care of Mrs. Ross's boy while she's working at Consolidated.
Gee, I'm not a father. Well, what'll I say to the boys? What about all those cigars? I feel terrible.
Oh, buck up, George. Remember that inspiring poem of Kipling's that I always quote? If you can lose your head and never keep the common touch, if you can walk with kings while the dawn comes up like thunder, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Now I feel better, yeah.
The Six Hits and a Miss, and the boys in the band, and yours truly, have brought a little fat man over here to Camp Elliott to join the Marines. He's overweight, but a few weeks in boot camp will put him in fine shape. Going to give him to you right now. It's Mr. 5x5.
Twirl my turban, man alive. Here comes Mr. 5x5. He's one of those big fat fountain boys, solid avenue poise. Mr. 5x5. He's 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5x5, got 15 chins and a line of jive. He's a mellow old cat, a real hep fan. He'd be Mr. 5x5. That man can really jump it for a fat man.
Boy, the only trouble is there's no way of knowing
whether he's coming on or going. 5x5. He sliced the glove on the solid side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5x5.
hide me, Gracie. Hide me from that kid.
Where is Bobby? You're supposed to be playing with him.
I've played with him for 3 hours and I'm worn out. If his mother works overtime tonight, I'm dead.
Well, did you play games?
Yeah, games. I was supposed to be a Japanese zero, and he shot me down 5 times.
Oh, yes. I thought that would be fun. I hope you didn't mind the little extra touch I added.
What extra touch?
Telling him to put a lighted cigar in your pants pocket so you come down with your fuselage smoking.
So, that's where he got that idea. I wish I'd never set eyes on that kid.
Here you are. You're a zero, and I'm going to get you. You're down.
Okay, I'm down. Now let go of my sleeve. What are you doing?
I'm tearing off a piece of your wing for a souvenir.
Now cut it out. Now I'm not going to play any more zero with you.
Okay, you make a lousy zero anyway. My grandmother is more maneuverable.
Why, you...
Oh, now, dear, please. Oh, I'll tell you what, Bobby. Suppose I tell you a story.
I hate stories.
You hate stories, huh?
Sure, they're corny.
Gracie, tell him a story and make it long.
All right. I'll tell you the story of Goldilocks and the 3 bears.
Oh, brother.
Now, once upon a time, there were 3 little bears who lived in a itty-bitty pool. And whenever they huffed and puffed, they blew it down.
Is she on the level?
Keep your yap close, kid. Go ahead, Gracie.
Well, one day, a girl named Little Red Goldilocks was riding through the woods in a pumpkin coach. She came to the itty-bitty pool and knocked on the door, but nobody answered, so she climbed up the beanstalk and went in.
Hey, lady!
Shut up. Go on, Gracie.
Well, while she was asleep, the 3 little bears came home and they said, "Fee, fo, fi, fum, I smell." Little Red Goldilocks tried to run away, but she had very small feet, and at midnight the bears caught her and hit her on the head with a glass slipper.
Oh, go on.
That's all.
That's the story?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, kid, shoot me down again.
You're
a zero!
Oh, my goodness, Bobby, there must be some way to entertain you that's not quite so noisy. Oh, I have it. I'll get my little duck Herman. Now, don't go away now.
Now, listen, son.
You're a zero!
Oh, stop it. Is the Air Force the only branch of the service?
It's the loudest.
Well, ground yourself.
Hiya, George. Is the baby here yet?
Yeah, this is it, Bill.
This?
Yeah. It was all a mistake. We're just keeping this kid while his mother is at work. I'm not going to be a father.
Oh, well, gee, that's too bad. I'm sorry, old man.
Fine time to call me old man.
What else can he call you?
Keep quiet before I give you a hit in the head.
George, never tell a child you're going to give him a hit in the head. Never.
Bill, believe me, it wouldn't do any harm to this kid.
But George, you don't understand child psychology. You've got to talk the kid's language. Treat him as your pal, your chum.
You can do that, huh?
Why, of course. Watch this. Hello, Bobby, little pal. Let's you and I smear dirt all over our faces and play commando. What do you say, little chum?
Commando? You said it, pal. Let's go.
Okay. And when we get through, we'll go upstairs and wash our little face and hands with Swan, huh? You know. You know Swan, the new white floating soap that gives you all that swell baby gentle lather so fast. What do you say, little chum?
Hey, are you trying to make a stooge out of me?
That psychology is great. I wouldn't be without it more, Bill. More psychology.
Well, I can see that Bobby
Right
likes
up,
his
Bill.
talk straight from the shoulder. Man to man, eh, little chum?
You shut up, wavy wig.
Yeah, go right ahead, Wavy Wig. Give him that man-to-man stuff.
Well, I will, George. Little pal, man to man, you can't buy a purer soap than Swan. Swan's as mild as the finest Castiles. So mild it's swell for even a baby's tender skin. So naturally it's great for your bath or shower. What say you go upstairs and try it, huh, little pal?
Just a minute, Bright Eyes. Are you trying to little pal me into a bathtub?
psychology, Bill. Psych him, Bill. Psychology.
Okay.
Psych him.
All right, Bobby.
Give him a big psych.
I'll psych him. I promise not to mention Swan Soap again unless you ask me about it. How's that?
It's a deal.
Okay, little chum. Now, you ever seen one of those big Catalina flying boats? A fella your size could crawl right into one of those floats on the wings.
What floats?
Swan floats, and thanks for asking. Yes, sir. Now that you brought it up, Bobby, I might mention that you can break Swan in two and use half in the kitchen for dishes and housework and half in the bathroom for your hands and face or your bath. One soap for the whole house, little chum.
Cross me up, huh? Now you're a zero.
George, do me a favor.
What?
Give that kid a hit in the head. Goodbye.
Yeah, kid. Everybody loves you.
Oh, here we are, Herman. Now say hello to your little friend, Bobby.
You're a zero, Herman.
Oh, boys, please. Herman, why don't you sing a song for Bobby? Oh, come on. I'll tell you what. We'll sing Three Blind Mice like we always do, all right? Good. Now you start it off and then I come in. Go. Three blind mice. See how they run. Don't you remember the rest of it, sweetheart? Oh, come on, try again. Three blind mice. See how they run. Herman, I'm surprised at you. Even a baby could remember that song. Now, I'll start this time, and you follow me. Three blind mice. See how they run. Let's play something else. You're a zero, Bobby.
Quiet. I wish somebody would fire a real machine gun at me, loaded with aspirin. Come in.
Oh, good evening, Gracie. Well, Bobby's mother has finished work, and I've come to take him home.
Well, I never thought I'd say that, Mrs. Plumtag, but bless your heart. Now I can get some rest. Okay, Bobby, out.
Oh, by the way, in Bobby's place, I'm leaving another child to spend the night with you.
Oh, no.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, George? We're going to be parents on the swing shift.
Yes, it's really wonderful.
Well, come in, Jenny, and say hello to Mr. and Mrs. Burns.
Hello. Oh, a little girl. Oh, George, isn't she the sweetest thing you ever saw?
Yeah, she's cute. Yeah, but if we have to have a kid around here, I'm glad it's a little girl. Hiya, Jenny. What's the good word?
You're a zero.
Oh, no!
George and Gracie will be right back, so I'm just going to say, don't forget that special sale on Swan Soap that so many dealers are running right now. Buy 3 bars and save. And I do mean save. Because sale or no sale, Swan saves you money. Use Swan for dishes and housework, and you save because Swan goes further than easily wasted package soaps. Use Swan for your hands and face or for your bath, and you save again because Swan gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tester. So come on, swing to Swan now, when you can buy 3 bars and save. Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Oh, George, wasn't it fun doing our show down here at Camp Elliott today?
Yes, and I'm especially glad that we're here today. It happens to be the Marine's birthday.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, George.
Today, the Marines are 167 years old.
Oh, really?
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Hello? Are you there? Well, we're here.
Swan's a soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the 6 hits and a miss. And George Burns and Gracie Allen. Here they are.
Well, today George and Gracie are discussing a subject that most husbands never mention to their wives. In fact, it's a subject that never arises in the average American home. Let's listen.
Gracie, you've been spending too much money. Look at this budget for November.
Well, it balances. We're not spending any more than we make.
I know, but that's the trouble. Some of the items in this budget are ridiculous. Milk for cats, $2? We haven't got any cats.
No, but we have mice.
Well, I don't get it.
Well, if I put bowls of milk all around the house, the mice will think we have cats, and they'll be afraid to come out of the holes.
Oh, fine. And some night I'll kick over a bowl of milk and ruin the rug.
Oh, you're right, dear. I hadn't thought of that. Oh, I know. I'll scare the mice with milk that doesn't splash.
Milk that doesn't splash?
Sure, cheese.
Yeah, that'll scare the mice to death.
Yeah. Oh, I'll answer it.
Okay, dear.
Oh, it's the postman. Good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Only one for you today, and I'm afraid that one's a bill.
Oh, well, that's all right, Mr. Postman. I realize the post office only sends us what they get. How are you feeling?
Oh, simply marvelous. I took a nice cold shower. Ice cold shower this morning and then ran around the reservoir a couple of times in my shorts. I guess that's what put all this pep in me.
Oh, no doubt about it. It is a gorgeous morning, isn't it? Cool and snappy, sort of.
Yeah. On a morning like this, I can feel the blood racing through my veins. Can't you?
Well, no, I can't, but then you're much closer to your veins than I am.
Yeah, that's true. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Any mail, dear?
Oh, it's just a bill. It's probably for my new hat. It only cost $12.
$12?
Well, George, I only buy what I absolutely have to. Just bare necessities.
Is a $12 hat a bare necessity?
No, but I didn't want my head to be one.
Gracie, you don't need any more hats. And today, when you buy anything you don't need, you're taking something away from our fighting men.
Oh, well, gee, I never thought of that. I'll wrap up the hat right away.
That's the idea.
I wonder who would look better on, a soldier or a sailor.
Gracie, it's not the hat. You see, very few things are being made for civilians today. And if everybody tries to buy those things, the demand makes prices go up, and we've got inflation.
Oh, well, gee, the salesgirl said that the hat would cause comment, but I never thought it would cause inflation.
Well, let's get back to this budget. What's this silly item? Bicycle pump, $1.
Well, that's an economy. That'll save us lots of money on breakfast food.
A bicycle pump will save us money on breakfast food?
Well, yeah, from now on, we'll puff our own rice.
Yes, that'll save us a fortune. And what's this? Rose bushes, $75.
Well, you know that florist who has that lovely big greenhouse just off Glendale Boulevard?
Yes.
Well, I happened to be out in that direction yesterday and went through it.
Yeah, but I don't see any rose bushes around here. Where are they?
Well, there's one still stuck in the bumper of my car.
You really went through
Yeah,
it?
but I'll save enough money to make up for it. I'm going to buy one of those things that conductors punch tickets with.
What's that for?
Well, then we won't have to pay the cleaner to take the spots out of your neckties.
I see, we just punch them out.
Yeah.
Look, sweetheart, from now on, we only buy what we absolutely need. The rest of the money goes for war bonds.
But we do buy war bonds every month.
Yes, but if we cut out these silly things, we can really buy more. And not only that, we get $4 back for every $3 we put in. We help prevent inflation, and we help win the war.
Oh, you're right, dear. Everybody should cut down on their spending and put that money into war bonds.
That's the idea. So let's throw this silly budget right out of the window.
Well, but don't you want to look at the items for our Thanksgiving dinner?
We'll cut that, too.
Oh.
The turkey we had last year should have had a pilot and a bombardier.
Well, this year we're only getting a 12-pound turkey, 3 pounds for each of us.
Well, I don't follow that arithmetic.
Well, Blanche and Harry Morton are going to eat with us.
Not again. Those sponges have had Thanksgiving dinner at our house 5 years in a row.
They're not sponges, George. They contribute their share. Every year, Blanche brings over a jar of her homemade pickled peaches.
I know.
And every year, Harry helps you clean the walls when the jar explodes.
Sure, they're absolutely wonderful people.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie. What's cooking?
I am. Burnt up about Harry Morton. That guy's a sponge.
He's not a sponge.
He is, too. We'll leave it to Bill.
Now, wait a minute, George. I'd rather not get in the middle of a family quarrel.
Bill, I'm trying to prove to Gracie that Morton is a sponge. Now, you know him. What do you say?
Well, George, of course, there's only one way to tell a sponge. That is, a real sponge. You rub soap on it, and if you get loads and loads of pure baby gentle suds, you've got Swan, the new white floating soap.
What's Harry Morton got to do with Swan soap?
Well, now, look, George, I don't want to get involved in a family argument.
Yeah, but just answer me one question. Have you ever known Morton to reach for a check?
Well,
come on, admit it, have you?
Well, maybe you don't notice his hand when he reaches across the white tablecloth to pick up a check because his hands are so soft and white. You know, he washes his wife's dishes with Swan soap, George.
Oh, brother.
That's Swan for you, George. So kind to your hands. Mild as the finest Castile soaps. So mild you should use it not only for washing the dishes, but for every soap and water job in the house. In fact, Swan is great for everything.
Bill, I'm going to get you to agree that Harry Morton is a moocher if it's the last thing I do. What about the other day when the three of us went into a drugstore for sodas? Who paid the check?
Oh, you mean the drugstore that's having the sale on Swan soap?
Yeah. How about that?
Oh, it's going great. Lots of dealers are now running a big sale on Swan.
Bill, I'm talking about Harry Morton.
Oh, well, he bought 3 bars.
Oh.
You know, you buy 3 bars and save. Yes, sir, you save in more ways than one.
Well, I give up. There's a guy invites himself to my house for Thanksgiving dinner, and nobody agrees with me that he's a chiseler.
Well, now, wait a minute. Did he do that?
Yes.
Well, anyone who invites himself to your house for Thanksgiving dinner without being asked certainly is a chiseler.
There. You see, Gracie?
Oh, George, that reminds me why I dropped in.
Why?
Shake hands with another chiseler. So long. See you Thanksgiving.
Well, I'm glad his salary is frozen. It'll be easier to break off. Anyway, Gracie, there's no reason why we should buy a turkey to feed the Mortons.
Well, but George...
Look, Gracie, why can't we eat at their house for a change?
Well, I could call Blanche and sort of hint around.
Well, I wish you would. Of course, I don't want you to be too blunt about it.
Oh, don't worry, George. She won't suspect a thing.
Hmm.
I'll be very subtle about it. Hello? Hello, Blanche. This is Gracie. How about inviting us for Thanksgiving dinner this year?
That's very subtle.
What did you say, Blanche? Oh, I see. Your mother and father are coming for Thanksgiving. What? Oh, no, that's all right. Yeah, we understand. And goodbye, Blanche. Well, George, Blanche's mother and father are going to be in town.
I know, I heard.
So we won't need to get a turkey for 4 people.
Oh, good.
We'll get one for 6.
This is Paul Whiteman, and here's Jimmy Cash voicing the hopes of millions of people all over the world.
When the light's gone again all over the world, and the boys are home again all over the world, and rain or snow is all that may fall from the skies above. A kiss won't mean goodbye, but hello to love. When the light's gone again all over the world, and the ships will sail again all over the world, then we'll have time for things like wedding rings, and free hearts will sing.
Well, George didn't say positively that the Mortons couldn't come for Thanksgiving dinner. He just gave Gracie $1.50 and told her to buy the turkey. So now we pick up Gracie at Myers Market.
Hello, Mr. Myers.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Well, now, I'm in sort of a hurry. Can you wait on me right away?
Why, of course I can. What would you like?
Well, I'd like to place an order for...
Gracie, darling!
Tootsie Sagwell!
Oh, my, it's good to see you again, Gracie. Where have you been keeping yourself?
All around. Where have you been?
Oh, here and there.
Oh, hell, no wonder we haven't seen each other. Oh, what are you doing? Shopping for dinner?
Yes, I bought some nice carrots.
Oh, well, what a piece of luck, Tootsie. Only yesterday I read the most wonderful new recipe. It's called Carrot Supreme.
Oh, it sounds delicious.
Oh, it is. First you take the carrots.
Yes.
And then you wash them.
Yes.
And, well, that's all I remember, but it's called Carrot Supreme, and it's wonderful.
Oh, I can't wait to try it.
Oh, dear. Mr. Myers has wandered off somewhere. Mr. Myers?
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Look, I don't want to be a pest, but I am in a hurry, and could you wait on me now?
Right away. What would you like?
Well, I'd like... Oh, Tootsie, I noticed you're carrying a hat box.
Yes, I got a new hat at Sally's.
Well, I got a new hat, too, but George made me send it back.
Is he trying to act like a man again?
Well, he was right this time. We're cutting our budget down, and besides, the hat was pretty extreme.
What are the new creations?
Well, yeah, with a military motive. The hat had a flat top, and when you leaned over, a little toy airplane took off.
Oh, how adorable.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Myers is gone again. He's much too scatterbrained to run a market. Mr. Myers!
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Look, I hate to complain about the service, but I do think you might remember that I'm in a hurry.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns. What would you like?
Well, I'd like it... Oh, Tootsie, look! Look who's driving by the market.
Who is it, Gracie?
Bill Walsh. Have you still got a crush on him?
Not anymore. After what happened Saturday night, I never want to see him again.
Why, what did happen?
Oh, I invited him for dinner, and I thought it would be more cozy if I locked all the doors.
Well?
Well, there I was picking broken window glass out of my soup.
Oh. Well, this is the limit. That silly Mr. Myers has forgotten all about us. Mr. Myers!
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Look, if you want me to trade here, you shouldn't keep disappearing when you know I'm in a hurry.
Okay, Mrs. Burns, what would you like?
How much is turkey?
50 cents a pound.
All right, here's $1.50. Give me an 18-pound turkey.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, that isn't enough.
Oh, yes, it is. We're only having 6 for dinner.
No. $1.50 would only buy that little turkey over there. He only weighs 3 pounds.
Why didn't you pluck his feathers out like the others?
Well, he might not like it. You see, he's alive.
Oh. Say, I've got an idea. I could fatten him up, and then the Mortons could come to dinner, and it'll only cost George $1.50. Mr. Myers, I'll take him.
Okay, Mrs. Burns, I'll get it.
Gracie, what'll George say if you bring a live turkey in the house?
Oh, gee, I never thought of that. He'll be mad. He even had a fight with Herman this morning.
Did he pick on that sweet little duck?
Yeah, George yelled and yelled, but Herman didn't say a word. He just sat there quietly in the nest he'd made of George's shorts.
Oh, such a darling.
Yes. Oh, I know. I'll sneak the turkey in. Tootsie, would you lend me your hat box to hide it in?
Of course I would. I've been dying to show you my new hat anyway. I'll take it out of the box.
All right.
Now, here's the turkey, Mrs. Burns. No, not by the neck. You hold him by the feet.
Oh, all right. Oh, my, his little feet are chapped. Well, he shouldn't be running around barefooted in November. Well, Mr. Myers, why does he make that funny noise?
Well, all turkeys gobble.
Well, then he should eat slower. or else take some bicarbonate of soda.
Gracie, look. I've got on my new hat. How do you like it?
Well, do you want my frank opinion, or would you rather have me tell a little white lie?
I'll take the little white lie.
Tootsie, it's simply gorgeous.
Oh, thank you, Gracie.
You're welcome, Tootsie. Goodbye. Hello, dear.
Oh, back so soon. Gracie, did you buy another hat?
Uh-uh.
And what's in the box?
What box?
The box you have under your arm.
What arm?
What arm?
Well, you
That
mean
arm.
this arm? The one attached to my shoulder?
Yes, what's in it?
Oh, bones and muscles and arteries. And...
Not the arm, the box.
Oh, the box.
The box. What's in it?
Well, a picture?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm telling you. It's a picture of my cousin Philip. That's what it is, a picture. A talking picture. Oh, Cousin Philip spoke very little English.
Gracie, for the last time, what is in that box?
Well, all right, I'll tell you. But you've got to promise you won't get mad. Will you get mad?
No.
How much do you want to bet?
Gracie.
Well, you told me I could spend $1.50 for a turkey. So I bought a little live one, and we can fatten them up, and that way we can have the Mortons over.
You bought a live turkey?
Well, they're easier to fatten up that way than the other kind.
Oh, well, that's fine. I knew we'd wind up feeding those Mortons again. Okay, let's see this turkey that we're going to fatten up. Gee. He isn't very friendly. He looks like he's thinking of biting my nose off.
Well, look what you're thinking of doing to him.
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, it's my darling little ducky. Oh, Herman, Mama has a surprise for you. Yes, really. Look in this box. Oh, Herman, don't be frightened. It's only a little turkey. And he's going to live with us for a while, Herman. Oh, why, Herman Burns, you're jealous.
This is the happiest moment of my life.
From Irving Berlin's This Is the Army, here's a tune that's coming up fast to be a real winner. The Boys and 6 Hits and a Miss in I'm Getting Tired So I Can Sleep.
I'm getting tired so I can sleep. I want to sleep so I can dream. I want to dream so I can be with you. Baby, I'm yours. I've got your picture by my bed. Soon I'll place it neath my head to keep me company the whole night through. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. Do-do-do-do, I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming. I'm dreaming dreams, but now it seems I'm getting tired, so tired.
Gracie, are Herman and that Tux and that Duck still fighting in the pantry?
Well, I'll look and see. I think they're still fighting.
I got the same impression. And unless we do something, the neighbors will be complaining about the noise.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past that snippy Mrs. Marks who lives next door. She's had it in for me ever since I borrowed her vacuum cleaner last week. I don't know why.
Well, maybe you kept it too long.
Oh, no, I gave it back to her as soon as I finished cleaning the fish.
Very unreasonable woman.
Hi, people.
What brings you back, Chisler?
Well, that's what brought me back. I invited myself over here for Thanksgiving dinner, and then I remembered I have a date with a girl for Thanksgiving.
Oh, well, that's too bad, Bill.
But, Gracie, you love having her. She eats like a horse.
Oh, fine. Well, Bill, your Thanksgiving dinner's in the pantry, and he's fighting with that silly duck.
Oh, a live turkey? Well, I better go out and break it up. You know, it'd be just like Herman to bite him in the part I like best. Leave it to me, George. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just a minute. Don't you birds realize that you get along better in life if you behave yourself and don't fight? Yes, that's so. Now, you take the case of a little swan I know, Herman. He was a good little bird, and now he's famous. They put his picture on every swan wrapper, and he's very proud, because Swan is the new white floating soap that gives you all that pure, mild lather so fast. So you see, Herman, it pays to be a sweet little bird. Yes, that's so. Oh, shut up. Oh, now, wait a minute. I didn't mean that, Herman. I meant you should be gentle, like Swan soap is gentle. It's as mild as the finest Castile soaps, so mild that mothers use it to bathe their babies, so mild that it's perfect for anybody's bath or shower. So, Herman, why don't you be mild and gentle, too, and put your wing around a cute itsy-bitsy baby turkey? Why, listen, you little ducky. There's plenty of room for both of you. So instead of fighting, why don't you go half and half? You know, like Swan soap. You break it in two, put half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning, and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face. Now do you see what I'm talking about, Herman? Well, what do you say to the little turkey? Hey, ow, cut it out, ow. Well, so long, George. So long, Gracie.
Oh, what's your hurry, Bill?
Why are you limping?
Herman bit me in the part he likes best. Goodbye.
Gracie, go into the pantry and stop that fighting or we'll be thrown out of the neighborhood.
All right, dear. Oh, now, stop that right now. Stop it. Why, shame on you, Herman Burns. That's no way to treat a little girl turkey. Yes, a girl. Herman, isn't she cute? Yes. Why, Herman Burns. You know, sometimes I think you're older than you look. Hey, George.
Gracie. Look,
George,
Gracie,
I finally...
our man just delivered all these things. What are they anyway?
Well, they're for the turkey, George. I bought a little tub for it to swim around in, and I also bought...
A tub for the turkey to swim around in?
Well, yes, I thought it would be more humane. The turkey can get used to it by degrees, and it won't be such a shock when the time comes.
Get used to what by degrees?
Well, I'm going to fill the tub with gravy.
Well, that's a brilliant idea. Anything else?
Yes, I bought a sun lamp.
A sun lamp for the turkey?
Yeah.
Well, why did you get that?
Well, mostly for your sake.
For my sake?
Yeah, I know you prefer dark meat.
Gracie, your ideas about raising a turkey are too advanced.
But, George, people shouldn't be afraid to try something new. Suppose Marconi had been afraid to experiment. We'd only have spaghetti.
Oh, sure. Gracie, this turkey is costing me a fortune. Look at these price tags. Tub, $5. Sunlamp, $15. I could have bought 3 turkeys with this.
Well, come
This is
in.
absolutely ridiculous.
How do
Going
you
out
do?
and buying.
Have you a little turkey and a little duck, as reported by a neighbor?
Well, yes. Why?
May I refer you to Statute 193 of this county? Possession of 2 or more live fowl shall in this county be deemed ipso facto a poultry farm, and such aforesaid property pertaining thereof shall be governed according to Article 38, Section 17 of the laws of said county.
What does that mean?
Cough up $10 for a poultry license.
That does it. I'm going into that pantry, and the next time you see that turkey, he'll have parsley where his feathers used to be.
Oh, but dear.
Come on. I'm going to settle this right now. I knew that this thing would cost me a fortune.
George,
What?
look. Herman and the turkey. Herman's got his wing around it. Ah.
Well, that's fine. Get this. Love comes to Herman Burns.
George, come inside a minute.
What?
George, I won't let you touch that turkey. It would be inhuman, that's what it would be.
What would be inhuman?
To eat our son's fiancée for Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back, so I've got just a second to remind you to stop in where you see the Swan sign that says buy 3 and save. Take advantage of the big sale on Swan that so many dealers are now running. And don't forget, sale or no sale, you save with Swan. You save because Swan gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested. And you save because Swan goes further than easily wasted packaged soaps. No matter what you use Swan for, it saves you money. So buy 3 bars and save. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie. Gracie's on the phone.
Hello? Is this Harry Morton? Hello, Harry. Harry, will you tell Blanche George is on his way over with a little turkey? He wouldn't let me keep it. It's pretty small, but you can fatten him up. How? Well, just feed it chocolate fudge sundaes. Well, sure it'll work. Look at your wife.
Next week at the same time, Eddie Cantor will be George and Gracie's guest, and there's a rumor that Ida might join the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. So the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in. Remember, Swan now brings you 2 of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you?
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with It's High Time. Let me ask you ladies a very personal question. Along about this time of year, do you begin to get those spring house cleaning blues?
Not I, Mr. Wilcox.
several years ago, you sold me on the idea of keeping house with Johnson's wax. And spring housekeeping just doesn't get me down anymore.
Well, that's great. Do you mind telling everybody what you mean by keeping house with Johnson's wax?
Not at all. It's really very simple. You'd be surprised how many things I wax in my home. My floors, of course, and my furniture, too. But that's not all. I wax my windowsills, Venetian blinds, pantry shelves, radiator covers, my baby's high chair, even his kitty car, and my woodwork and enameled refrigerator, picture frames, luggage, shoes.
And that's what you mean by keeping house with Johnson's wax?
Yes. The wax protects all these things against wear and dirt. It makes my entire home more beautiful. And cleaning, both the regular kind and the big spring cleaning job, is so much easier. Thanks to you, Mr. Wilcox.
No, thanks to genuine Johnson's wax, if you don't mind. Sold by dealers everywhere, the world round. Besides a chump of himself, there are many things a man can make around the house. One of them is a telescope. And wouldn't you just know that's what the master of 79 Wistful Vista would be working on as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hot dog, this thing is coming along swell, Molly.
That's nice.
Gonna have it finished almost any time now.
That's fine.
Gonna be a beauty, too.
Of course it is.
Gonna be the best in town.
Oh, good.
You want to use it sometimes?
Well, I don't know, dearie. What is it?
What is it? Why, Molly, you mean to sit there with your lap full of bungalow apron and tell me you don't know what I'm making?
Well, I just didn't want to be nosy, McGee. But it's very pretty, whatever it is.
Well, it's a telescope.
A telescope? Well, now that's very interesting, but if you think I'm going to drag that big thing to the races this summer, or to football games, or the opera...
It ain't to carry. It's for me to use in my astronomy.
In your what?
Astronomy. If you'd take more interest in what your husband does, you'd know what I've been doing all these weeks.
Well, now, whatever you've been doing, you've been simply ruining your eyes.
Huh?
Every morning lately, you've been coming down to breakfast with your eyes all red and watery. Tomorrow, I'm going to take you downtown to see a good optimist.
I don't want to go to an optimist. My eyes are all right. Besides, I've just been working hard.
You've been what?
I've been working hard.
Well, while you're having your eyes looked at, I'll go get my ears examined.
Huh?
I could have sworn you said you'd been working hard.
That's about it, I have been. Every night. Except last night. I sat up most of the night last night and read last night.
Well, now, what'd you do that for, foolish?
I had to. I had a book that I couldn't lay down once I'd started.
Was it that good?
It was terrible. But I was eating taffy at the time and got stuck with it.
Well, now, I don't care. Your eyes need attention, and tomorrow morning we're going downtown and have you examined for glasses. I've been trying to get you to go for 6 months.
Well, I'm finishing this telescope tonight, and from then on, I won't have to strain my eyes. Boy, it's going to be swell to have a nice big new telescope. Here I've been spending hours out there in that backyard every night watching the sky through them old opera glasses.
Who are you expecting, Santa Claus?
Don't be ridiculous, Mrs. McGee. I've been checking a certain section of the consternation, and I think, mind you, that I may have discovered a...
Discovered a what?
Well, never mind. I want to do a little blah, 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 blah. I want to do a little more checking up before I make any announcements. The guy said when he stuck his hand in the alphabet soup, I'm groping for words. I wonder who that is.
Maybe it's Venus to complain about peeping Tom. Come in.
Hello, Cupid. Hello, Fisher.
Hi, Nick.
I hope I'm not buddling in where angels are afraid to tread. But I wanted to tell Mrs. McGee what is happening about the chocolate Easter's rabbit she's ordering from my candy kitchen.
Oh, is it ready, Mr. DePoplis?
Frankly, Cupid, yes and no.
Huh?
Yes, it is done, and no, it's no good.
What's the matter with it, Nicholas?
Well, I will try to explain the situation first in a nutmeg. In the first place, which is my candy kitchen at 14th and Oak Street, I'm getting an order for a big chocolate rabbit.
Uh-huh.
So in order to fill the order, I am getting a big, real, alive rabbit to serve me as a middle while I muddled it. You grab me?
Oh, you mean you got a real live rabbit to work from as a model, huh?
Prismatic. But if you think those bunnies is sitting still while I'm making a picture of him in hot chocolate, you have another guess coming, and I'll bet I know what it is, and you're right. No, he wouldn't.
Well, now, that's too bad, Mr. DePopulis, but don't let it get you down. I can do without a chocolate rabbit this year, I guess.
Oh, sure. Choopy, never let somebody say that Nicholas DePopulis is letting you down, Easy. Because when you order a chocolate rabbit from me, you're getting a chocolate rabbit, even if it looks like a reindeer, and it certainly does. And I'm only charging 40 cents for it. Here, see?
Why, that don't look like a reindeer, Nick. That looks like a water buffalo.
In that case, it'll cost 50 cents. I'm charging more for water buffaloes than I do for reindeer, particularly when they're supposed to be rabbits.
All right, Mr. DePopulis, here's your 50 cents.
Yeah.
Thank you, Choopy. And I hope I will be seeing you both before long. Although if I don't, I guess there won't be any bones broken unless it's my ankle from kicking myself for ever taking an order for a chocolate rabbit.
Nice of you to drop in, Mrs. Uppington. Could I run you up a cup of tea?
Oh, no, thank you, my dear. I just wish to come over and ask you. Well, my goodness, Mr. McGee, what is that?
Huh? This? Oh, this is a new telescope I'm making, Uppy. I took up astronomy, and I didn't want to get caught with my planets down. Don't you get it? I says I didn't want to get caught.
Ain't funny, McGee.
Well, astronomy is a serious business.
Oh, I'm sure it must be. Oh, but tell me now, Mr. McGee, what are you going to wear in the Easter parade Sunday?
Well, now, I haven't quite decided, Abigail. I'm not even sure I'll be in it. For years now, I've been trying to get McGee to get a top hat and a cutaway coat and really dress up on Easter, but...
Why, I used to do that, Molly. Don't you remember? Don't you remember how we used to walk down Adams Street in Peoria on Easter Sunday? Me with my spits and cutaway, and you and your...
Oh, you mean spats and cutaway, Mr. McGee.
I mean spits. I always took the dog along. But don't you remember, Molly, I always...
Oh, yes, I remember, dearie. I remember.
Okay.
Now, suppose you go back to your sky prying and let Abigail and I talk.
Oh, but she wants to see my telescope. Don't you, Uppy?
Personally, I couldn't be induced to use a telescope. I can think of nothing more utterly boring.
Why, certainly. Why should we squint through that thing and crack our makeup?
Okay, girls, okay, but what if you could use this telescope to look into Mrs. Uppington's window right now and see all her new Easter things laying around the room.
What was that? Here, let me tell you
I do. Now, please, now, don't push.
Abigail, I asked first.
But just the same, I'm your guest. Now, please listen to me. Oh, my, what am I doing? Why, I'm Mrs. Uppington. Well, I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Oh, well, I was just kidding. Just can't you take a joke, Uppy?
And not as well as Mrs. McGee.
Meaning what, Abigail?
I was just thinking what a joke you took on your wedding day. Goodbye.
Oh, so I'm a joke, am I?
Yes, but stop me if I've heard you. Now, look, dearie, let's give up this astronomy business for tonight. Your eyes look awfully tired, and I still think you ought to go see a good optimist.
My eyes are all right, and I can prove it.
How?
Well, I ain't sure, but I'll bet I can. Now, let me see. I think if this front lens was closer to the center of the refraction...
I don't know why you always have to take up hobbies that don't pay off, McGee. Can't you get interested in something with a profit?
What you mean, profit? The astronomy business is looking up every day.
That was hardly worth the effort, I'd say.
Well, now, let's see. If I raise the front end of the telescope about 45 degrees, it ought to...
Hi, folks. What are you doing?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
I'm building a telescope, Howell.
Yes. He's decided to change his career. He's given up wool gathering in favor of stargazing.
Okay. Gerard, if you like, I'll show you. Hey, give me a hand, Wilcox. Help me lift this thing over to the window.
Okay, pal.
Take it easy now, there.
Open the window, Molly, will you?
Which way do you want to point it, Professor?
Which way would any astronomer point a telescope? Up. You Omaha flag. There we are. She's all set. Now, take a look through it, Harlow, and tell me what you see.
Oh, okay. Oh, boy. What a sight.
Oh, really? What do you see, Mr. Wilcox?
The Big Dipper.
How can you see the Big Dipper when you're looking straight south?
This is the Big Dipper hanging in Mrs. Gildersleeve's kitchen. And there's Mrs. Gildersleeve.
Oh, really? What's she doing?
Let me see. She's putting some Johnson's self-polishing glow coat on her kitchen linoleum. Oh. She's got a big smile on her face, too.
Oh.
Now she's pouring out a few drops of glow coat on the floor. Oh. Now she's spreading it around.
Oh, and to think I built a big new telescope for this. It's like asking Fritz Chrysler to fiddle for a barn dance.
Hey, take a look, Molly. Doesn't that linoleum look gorgeous now?
Let me see. Oh, beautiful. But where did Mrs. Gildersleeve go?
Oh, she probably went in the other room to rest or read a magazine. Oh, you see. Now, look. Glow coat dries to a grand glossy polish in 20 minutes or less, you know, without any rubbing or buffing. Well, much obliged for the use of the telescope, Everett.
Oh, that's okay, Wilcox. Anytime you want to point it toward Racine, Wisconsin, to see how your orders are coming in, let me know. Nothing like making science useful.
Say, you've given me a wonderful idea, Mr. Wilcox. I can certainly keep an eye on the neighborhood now.
You're never going to do no such a thing. This telescope ain't made for social snooping. It's made to look for new stars.
Well, in that case, I'll give the sponsor a telescope for Christmas. It'll come in handy when your option is up. So long, kids.
You're going to be embarrassed. Our sponsor has a telescope.
Oh, yes?
What do you mean by that, anyway?
Well, I could never guess, I hope. Now, come on, dearie. Leave that thing alone. I'm worried about you straining your eyes.
Oh, forget my eyes.
I can't. They're so beautiful.
Which one? And quit kidding me. Don't you realize that astronomy is a serious business? Don't you realize... I wonder if the astronomers at Harvard have all this trouble. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello. I can't spare any time to talk to you now. I'm busy now.
Doing what?
I'm studying astronomy.
What's astronomy?
It's the study of the stars, sis. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Venus, Betelgeuse, Sirius.
Is it?
Is it what?
Serious.
Sirius, sis, is the name of a star.
Oh, I don't like the serious stars a bit. I like the funny ones like Bob Hope and...
I'm talking about heavenly bodies, sis. like Neptune and Mars and Jupiter, and Ursus Major, Ursus Minor, Orion, and the Milky Way. The Milky Way.
I'm hungry.
You're always hungry. Dad Rabbit, don't they feed you at home?
No.
What? They don't?
No.
Oh.
They just give me the food and I have to feed myself.
Well, that's tough.
I know it.
Yeah.
Hey, what's that thing for, Mr. McGee?
What? You sure dry your eyes quick. That's my telescope. Want to take a look through that telescope?
Sure.
Here. Well, wait till I point it at the moon for you. There. Now look through this little aperture here. See?
Oh.
Huh?
Gee, isn't it wonderful, mister?
Yeah, you see the man in the moon?
Is it really a man who is it, mister?
Why, of course it is. Ah, look at her, Molly. I've opened up a whole new world for the little tyke.
I'll bet you there ain't really a man up there, I bet you.
What you mean, sis?
Well, it has always been my understanding that the man on the moon was an optical illusion, wherein the geographic conformations on the lunar surface gave a more or less graphic impression of a human physiognomy. I tell you, mister, if that man on the moon malarkey makes you any happier, you have my blessing. So long, Galileo.
The King's Men sing The Reluctant Dragon from the Walt Disney picture of the same name.
One fine day while on my way to Ipswich by the sea, I met a rather charming chap who asked me in to tea. It seems he was a dragon, you know the kind with wings, teeth and tails and claws and scales and all those dragon-like details. I admit I jumped a bit when he began to sing. I'm the reluctant dragon, what ho, quite so, the very reluctant dragon. Oh, Betty, Betty, don't you know, they call me the timid dragon. What rot, I'm not, I just won't fight, I'd rather play. I know I shan't get hurt that way. Here we go gathering nuts in May, I'm so reluctant, oh, so reluctant. After we had sipped our tea, a thought popped in my head. A dragon here? By Jove, that's queer. He really should be dead. I say, look here, I said, aren't you a bit extinct? He looked at me and gave a cry and wiped a teardrop from his eye. Heaved his bosom with a sigh. Then he coyly winked. I'm the reluctant dragon who wants me. La la la. Free. I'm the reluctant dragon, reluctant since 1911 BC. Could be, they call me the timid dragon. What a lot of rot. I'm not what a lot of rot. When others fight, I run away. I guess that I was born that way. I'm to be queen of the May today. I'm the reluctant dragon. I'm frail and pale, the awful reluctant dragon. Don't step on my tail. They call me the timid dragon. What rot? I'm not. I just won't fight. I wanna play. I know I shan't get hurt that way. Here we go gathering nuts in May, nuts in May, nuts in May. I'm so reluctant. Yup, 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 yup.
Boy, is this telescope fun. You want to take another look, Molly?
No, thanks, McGee. And you better quit for the night, too. Remember how bad your eyes are getting. A good night's sleep will do you good.
I ain't going to go to bed till I check on a certain part of the sky.
Look, dearie, that certain part of the sky has been there for several million years. It can wait another 12 hours.
Not for me, it can't. I think I'm on the verge of discovering...
Discovering what? Don't be so mysterious.
I'm not being mysterious. I'm just being cautious. Us scientists has got to be careful what we tell the public. Yeah, they're inclined to be a trifle Gulliver.
No, you mean gullible.
Huh?
Gull is in bird and bull is in... McGee, what are you doing?
Just trying to adjust this telescope.
Come in.
Oh, there, folks.
a lovely evening, isn't it?
Hi, Gildy.
Yes, it is a nice night, Mr. Gildersleeve. And your kitchen floor looks simply lovely with that fresh application of Johnson's Glow Coat.
Yes, my wife thinks there's absolutely nothing like glow. How did you know she just glow coated the floor?
You can't keep a secret from science, my good man.
What are you talking about? What has science got to do with it?
Well, McGee's studying astronomy, Mr. Gildersleeve. And the telescope just happened to be pointed at your kitchen window, and
It just happened to be pointed, did it?
Yeah.
Now, look here, McGee. You prying little window peeper. If I ever hear of you peeking into my house again with that silly spyglass, I'll...
Hey, them rings around Saturn sure are pretty tonight.
Are you listening to me, McGee?
Hey, Molly, hand me a pencil and paper, will you? I gotta make some notations.
All right, dearie.
McGee, I'm talking to you.
I know it, and I wish you'd shut up. The trouble with you, Gildersleeve, is that you're here today and here tomorrow. Now, keep quiet. I got work to do. Now, let me see. If Venus comes within 26 million miles of the Earth...
What's the matter, Mr. Gildersleeve? What are you fidgeting about?
Well, Gee, I wish I could look through that thing. Hey, hi, McGee, please. Just one little peek.
No, not now, son. But if you behave yourself, I'll let you look at Halley's Comet next time it comes past.
Gee, thanks, little pal.
When does Halley's Comet come by again, McGee?
1986.
Well, I guess I better sit down, then. This will be quite... What? 1986? No, look here, McGee.
Hot dog, there it is.
What?
Halley's Comet?
No, McGee's Comet. I just discovered a comet myself.
Oh, you had me startled there for a minute.
Yeah, me too. How many comets do you discover per evening, McGee? How much are they a dozen?
Okay, laugh if you wanna. But I tell you, I discovered a new comet. I thought so weeks ago, and that's why I built this brand new big telescope.
Well, what makes you think it's a new one, McGee?
Because it ain't listed on any of the sky charts. That's why. Oh, boy. McGee's Comet. This will make me notorious all over the world.
By George, he really believes.
I believe so.
Why, you poor deluded little squirt.
Huh?
You don't know any more about astronomy than astronomy knows about you. And you could hide that under an eyelash with its feet sticking out.
Go ahead, laugh all you like. I know what I'm doing. Hey, Molly, take a look through here. Now, don't jar the telescope. What do you see?
Heavenly days, this is a powerful telescope.
Ah, you betcha.
Oh, I see an angel.
What?
Oh, no, it's a moth.
Don't you see that little star way down low on the horizon?
The one with the tail on it?
That's it. That's the comet. And I discovered it. That's McGee's Comet.
McGee's Comet. Is that so?
Yes, that's so. Here, Gildersleeve, if you're so skeptical, take a look. There.
But, by George, it is a comet.
Why, sure it's a comet, you big dodo. And it ain't mentioned in any of the books either. It's a new one.
My goodness, Mr. Gildersleeve, do you really think he did?
Mrs. McGee, I think he's done it.
You bet.
Think of it. My little buddy discovering a new comet. I'm going to telephone the newspaper. Give me the phone, McGee. Give me the Bristol Vista Gazette, please. Hello? Gazette? Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve speaking. I have great news for you. We've discovered a new comet in the eastern sky. Under the friendly supervision of his lifelong friend and associate, Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Yes, I think you have my picture in the file down there. Yes, a new comet was accidentally discovered tonight by a local man. Mr. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve may be quoted as saying...
Give me that telephone.
No, you don't. Give it to me. Hello, editor. I'm Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista, and I'm the guy that discovered that comet.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, sir. At exactly 11:53. Extra, get your papers here. New comet found. Read all about McGee's Comet. Extra, get your paper here. Read all about it.
This is the midnight edition of the Wistful Vista News. At a late hour tonight, the report seemed to be confirmed that the new comet discovered by a Mr. Flabber McGraw of 76 Wisteria Vistula is absolutely authentic. The head of the Mount Whitney Observatory, Professor Widdiekind, is on his way to consult Mr. McGrew about his discovery. Some skepticism has been expressed in scientific circles because the last comet discovered by an amateur astronomer turned out to be the 936 mail plane to Cincinnati. Is your stomach easily upset? If you wake in the morning with that sluggish feeling, try a bottle of old...
What's the idea barging in our home like this?
Picture, Doc. Stand over there by the telescope. You too, mister.
McGee, I represent the International Association of Astronomers.
Hey, what is this? Quiet, everybody.
Yes, please be quiet while I verify Mr. McGee's discovery.
Who are you, Bud?
I am Professor Hercules Whittakind of Mount Whitney Observatory.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
I'm glad to know you, Herc. Have a chair.
Never mind that. Let me see that telescope.
What's the matter? Won't you take my word for it?
Well, there's some question in academic circles whether or not this is the old Pazuska comet, which was discovered in 1765 and subsequently mislaid.
No, sir. This comet is strictly original. There's no record of it in the books. Here, take a look through that telescope. Well, you see it?
By George, Mr. McGee, I congratulate you. It is a new comet.
Why, of course it is. Did you doubt it?
Frankly, yes.
Huh?
Yes. After all, a new comet is not discovered every day.
Oh, McGee always discovers his at night, don't you, dearie? Yes. He can see the stars better than he says.
Tell me, Mr. McGee, how do you account for the fact that of all the people in the world, you, a rank amateur with a homemade telescope, discovered this comet?
I had to.
You had to?
Yeah. I had to do something to prove to my wife that I don't need glasses.
Have you noticed how the days are getting longer and longer? Pretty soon, when you sit down to an early dinner, it will seem like the middle of the afternoon. That may be a slight exaggeration, but you know what I mean. And you know, too, how nice it is to have those extra daylight hours for being out of doors, working in the garden, playing with the children, or visiting with your friends. During nice weather, most women appreciate more than ever the time and work-saving advantages of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, the modern floor polish. Glow Coat keeps your floors beautiful with practically no work at all. Now take your kitchen linoleum, for example. Pour a little Glow Coat onto the clean linoleum floor, spread it around, and let it dry. Come back in 20 minutes, and you'll find a floor that is sparkling with new beauty. Its colors as bright and fresh as new, protected against wear, and easy to keep spotless. Besides that, Glow Coat actually makes your linoleum last longer. So, if I ask you to try Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat on your floors, you'll pardon my enthusiasm, won't you?
Dog, Molly, I'm famous. Fibber McGee, discoverer of the McGee Comet. I told you I'd prove I don't need glasses.
All right. So you proved you don't need glasses.
You
now,
betcha.
come on to bed, dearie.
All right, wait till I put these tools away first. Hand me that pair of pliers there, will you?
What pair of pliers?
That's pliers right there on the table.
That's a hairpin.
Huh? Oh. That's a pair of pliers. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Hey, you! Pull over to the curb!
What's the matter, officer? I wasn't doing anything, was I?
No, not this time. I was just interested in that car of yours. Looks pretty neat for an old car. What do you use on it?
Oh, that? I use Johnson's Carnu.
Well, I don't have but 2 days off a month, and
but Carnu cleans and wax polishes your car in one operation, and half the time it used to take. It's really sensational.
It is, huh? Well, I'll be sure and try some on mine. Hey, you can go now, and much obliged for the tip about Carnu.
You're welcome, officer.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Let's Break the Ice. I read an interesting letter from a talented lady who said she and her husband always listen to Fibber McGee and Molly on Tuesday nights. Never miss it because it's her husband's favorite radio show. But he's never bought her any Johnson's Wax or self-polishing Glow Coat. Well, that was hard for me to figure out. My wife never asks me if she can buy anything like that. But let me make just this one little point about Johnson's Glow Coat. Forget for a minute all the work it saves your little wife. Forget the compliments she'll get from your
friends when they see those gleaming linoleum floors wearing their protective coats of Glow Coat polish. But think for a moment about this fact.
The Johnson's Glow Coat makes linoleum last much longer, protects it from wear and tear. And I think you'll agree with me that not to insist upon your wife using Glow Coat is just bad business. Remember, Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Buy some tomorrow. Well, there's been quite an argument going on this last week at 79 Wistful Vista. Mrs. McGee says her husband should go see an oculist. Mr. McGee says he'll do no such thing. Oh. So, here sitting in the office of Wistful Vista's leading oculist, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now, stop your fidgeting, McGee. The doctor will see you in just a few minutes.
I don't care if he never sees me. This whole idea is silly. I don't need glasses.
Oh, you don't?
No.
I suppose you were just kidding this morning when you yelled, "Hey, I found a quarter." And then you picked up the manhole cover.
Well, shucks. There's nothing really wrong with my eyes at all. I just strained them a little looking for that comet, that's all.
Well, I'm glad to hear you even admit that. Heavenly days, it's no disgrace to wear glasses.
Oh, you just say that on account of Uncle Dennis.
He doesn't wear glasses.
Oh, no? He's worn out most of ours one way and another.
Well, you'll admit he carries it like a gentleman.
Yeah. He even hiccups with a Harvard accent. Look, Molly, you know very well my eye strain is just a temporary condition. I don't...
Boy, Doc. Sure is a load off my mind.
Oh, hello there, old-timer. Been getting your eyes examined?
Yep. As the chemist says, when the dye factory blew up, I come out with flying colors.
Well, what did the doctor tell you?
Oh, he says I didn't have a thing to worry about, Tori. Says I'll be reading newspapers without glasses when I'm 95.
Oh, that's swell, old-timer. I'm glad to hear it. What's the matter with your eyes?
Got a twitch in one of them, Johnny.
Oh. Nervous?
Not till I had my face slapped the third time.
They thought you were a matcher, eh? Well, as I always says, old-timer, the trouble with flirting is that you're generally flirting with trouble.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, which was t'other day while I was sitting in a little booth getting my pants pressed because the garden needed some rain. It's always rains when I get my pants pressed, which is why they don't have any women in the weather bureau.
Yeah, but the way you heard it...
Oh, yeah. One feller says to t'other feller... He says... I see where a young college feller pole vaulted born 15 feet to a new world's record last Saturday. Ain't that wonderful? Yeah, says t'other feller, but he never could have done it without that big stick. Well, I guess the doctor will be seeing you in a minute, kid.
Well, thanks, Mr. Oldtimer. You say he thought your eyes were all right, huh?
Yep. Says I'll be reading newspapers without glasses when I'm 95. Ooh. On one condition.
What's the condition?
Gotta learn to read. Come on, kid.
I wonder how old he is, McGee.
Search me, but I'd swear he wears a TP.
No, you mean a frappe.
I do not. A frappe is a small sedan.
Go on, that's a coupe.
Well, then what's a TP?
A TP is a wigwam.
That's what I've been trying to say. To keep his wigwam, he has to wear a TP.
Oh, dear. That joke was old when radio was just a funny noise from Schenectady. Oh, I wish that doctor'd hurry.
No, we're not in any hurry. Besides, that other guy's ahead of us.
Who?
That guy standing over there in the corner. Hey, take your hat off, mister. There's a lady present.
McGee, that's a hat rack.
Huh? Oh. Well, I just...
All right, Mr. McGee, you're next, I believe. Will you step in here, please?
Okay, Doc.
You may come too if you wish, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thank you, Doc.
Now, you understand, I'm just doing this to humor my wife, Doc. My eyes are as good as they ever were.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll just give you a preliminary examination, Mr. McGee. Yes. There's nothing to worry about.
Who's worrying?
I am.
What about?
Oh, nothing in particular. I just worry. Gives me that busy professional frown, you know. Very valuable in precious people. Yes. Now, first, Mr. McGee, I want you to read the chart for me.
XKMZOPLBW.
Isn't that wonderful, Doctor?
Certainly is. Now, I'll put up the chart and see if he can do it. Now then, Mr. McGee, read the top line.
The top line from the bottom?
Quit stalling, McGee. Read the chart.
Well, he cheated. That ain't the chart I'm familiar with.
Look, Mr. McGee, I'm afraid I'll have to relax the muscles of your eyes before I can examine them properly. They're a bit strained, you know.
Oh, well, how will you do that, Doctor?
We'll put drops in them.
Oh.
Relaxes the muscles and enlarges pupils.
Oh.
His vision will be blurred for a few hours, and then I want him to come back. Say in about 3 hours. Yes.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, Doctor.
Now?
Sir, I don't want
Now, McGee?
Huh?
Who knows best, you or the doctor? You don't either. Go ahead, Doctor.
Very well. Open your eyes wide, McGee. Not your mouth, your eyes. That's it. Yes. 1, 2, there. Now, that wasn't so bad, was it?
No.
Oh, I guess I'll live to it. I ain't scared.
Well, then what are you trembling?
I'm not trembling.
The doctor ought to know, dearie. You're holding his hand.
Huh? Oh. I thought that was yours, Mom. Excuse me, Doc.
That's all right. I'll have the circulation back in that hand in no time. Well, that's all for now, Mr. McGee. Remember, back here in 3 hours. Yes.
Well, now, what will we do in the meantime?
Well, we might go sit in a movie.
Don't be silly. You couldn't see the picture, and the dialogue wouldn't make sense.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. McGee. Who is he to criticize senseless dialogue? Eh? Don't you worry about your eyes, Mr. McGee. There may be nothing at all wrong, you know. Nothing at all.
Oh, I'm not worried, Doc. All us McGees have had good eyes, particularly the men in the family. Why, even when I was a tiny baby, people used to say, "Can you imagine such beautiful eyes in a mug like that?" Eyes of Muggin McGee, I was known as in them days. Eyes of Muggin McGee, a magnificent masculine mess of muscle and mental magnitude, mentioned in Milady's monthly magazines as the mighty male who managed to mesmerize most of the merry minxes of Monte Carlo, and the majority of Marcel's maidens of Manhattan, and many of the magnetic misses of Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, Montana, Minneapolis, Minnesota. A merry mass of manhood with a touch of Irish up, but let's get going, Molly, or I'll believe this stuff myself. Swell idea of yours, Molly, stopping in here for a bite to eat instead of sitting in the park.
How are your eyes, dearie? Is the medicine wearing off?
Oh, sure, I can see better now than I... Whoops!
What's the matter?
I guess I'm kind of clumsy today. I dropped the top off the ketchup bottle and into the sugar bowl.
That was an olive, then you dropped it in the cream pitcher, and there's no ketchup on the table. Heavenly days, it's a good thing I'm with you, or goodness knows what. Uh-oh. McGee.
Huh?
There's Mrs. Uppington over at that table behind the post.
What's the old war horse eating? A bale of hay all rotten?
Let me see. No, she's polishing off a big piece of chocolate chiffon pie. And the next time she tries to tell me about living on Melba toast and skim milk, I'll... Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? Imagine meeting you here.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Miss McGee.
Hi, Uppy.
Mrs. Uppington is over there, dearie. I'm Mrs. McGee.
Oh.
You're looking very well for yourself, Abigail, old girl.
Thank you, my dear. Though I must do something about my weight. I'm simply gaining ounces, you know.
Oh, cut it out, Uppy, cut it out. You got a wonderful figure, Uppy. In fact, I never seen you look handsomer than you do today. You ain't fat. You're just chubby. In a cute way.
Oh, flatterer.
Besides, what if you do gain a little, Abigail? I always said what this country needs is less hustle and more bustle.
And that's a mighty ducky little chapeau you're sporting today, too, Uppy.
Mr. McGee, I am not wearing a hat.
Huh? Oh, I thought that was an airplane. Well, you're always so far ahead of the styles, I thought you had on one of them new off-the-head hats.
Now you say such sweet things, Mr. McGee.
I have a tough time doing it, though.
But it is sweet, and my head is easily turned, you know.
Well, that's because your neck is so skinny, Abigail.
You know, Molly Uppy seems to have took on an entirely new personality lately.
You think
Looking
so?
at her right now, she kind of vibrates. She just glows. There's a kind of a radiance about her.
Oh, no, Mr. McGee, you silly boy. You never talked to me like that before.
Of course he didn't. He never had an oculist put drops in his eyes before either.
Oh, you poor boy. Now, doesn't it make everything look horribly distorted? Oh, you mean all those nice things you... Well, I have never been so insulted. Goodbye, you squirt.
Molly, did I say something wrong?
Oh, no. But I don't think that was government-inspected bologna you were dishing out. Come on, McGee, let's go.
Okay, you paid the check?
Yes, I did. Can I help you with your coat, dearie?
No, thanks. I got it.
You got it all right. You got it inside out.
Huh? Oh.
Here, let me. McGee, this isn't your coat.
It isn't? Well, where is mine? I put it right on that rack there.
Oh, dear. Somebody must have taken yours by mistake and left this one.
Huh?
Look, here's the owner's name on the inside of the pocket. Wallace Wimple.
Wallace Wimple, eh? Well, whoever he is, he's got a lot of moxie swiping my coat. Wait till I get my hands on that guy. He'll wish he'd never picked on...
Hello there, folks. What's the matter?
Hi, Gildersleeve.
No, it isn't Mr. Gildersleeve, dearie. That's Mr. Wilcox.
Oh.
He's being examined for glasses, Mr. Wilcox, and he's got drops in his eyes.
Hey, Harlow, somebody swiped my overcoat and left this one instead.
Well, you're lucky. That's a good-looking coat.
Well, now, we'll have to find the owner. Do you know a Mr. Wallace Wimple, Mr. Wilcox?
Wimple. Not Wallace Wimple.
Yeah, you know him?
Me know Wallace Wimple?
Oh, boy,
Why, say, when I first started working for Johnson's Wax, before I even knew what a wonderful thing Johnson's Wax was for beautifying and protecting floors and furniture and woodwork against dust and dirt and dampness, before I even found out what a blessing Johnson's Wax was for particular housewives. And that was... Well, let's see. We've been on the air for Johnson's Wax 6 years today, and I worked for them 4 years before that. That's 10 years. And that was... Well, let's see. Isn't that amazing?
Why, it's unbelievable.
Wilcox is your real name, O'Sullivan.
O'Sullivan? No, why?
Oh, I just wondered. You can find more heels to drag a sales talk in by than anybody.
Don't say that, pal. You're not a heel. You're a very nice little guy.
You're not too bright, and you talk too much. But outside of that...
McGee, stop swinging at Mr. Wilcox. Wait till you can see better.
Oh, that's okay, Molly. He was just kidding. And so was I. We can't spoil our 6th anniversary together by fighting. Look, Fibber, why don't you keep this coat and just call it good luck?
Because I'm too honest and it don't fit. Come on, Molly. We got to go find Wimple. Oh, why didn't somebody tell me my shirt tail was sticking out?
Oh, but
look
Fibber,
out, Jerry. Look out.
Who threw that? What's that?
We tried to tell you that wasn't your shirt tail. That was the tablecloth.
Oh, sure.
The King's Men sing, Let's Get Away From It All.
Gotta go to work on the 8:15. Every day I struggle through the same routine. Every night I go to bed and then get up and start all over again. Let's take a boat to Bermuda. Let's take a plane to St. Paul. Let's ride a kayak to Quincy or Nyack. Let's get away from it all. Let's take a trip in a trailer. No need to come back at all. Let's take a powder to Boston for chowder. Let's get away from it all. We're gonna fly away. We're gonna fly away. We're gonna shut the door and lock the gate and let the bill collectors wait. Hurry up, celebrate before we get too old to make it. Take a boat to Honolulu. We'll take a trip over China's wall. We'll drop a line to Uncle Willie from a steamer bound for Chile. Let's get away from it all. Fly, take it down to Rio. Or you can take along a Spanish shawl. We'll take a passage on a freighter just across the old equator. Let's get away from it all. We'll look up all your aunts and all your uncles and your cousins and we'll camp right at their door. They may go broke, but holy smoke, we'll never worry anymore. They'll never miss me at the office. I'm never going back there at all. We'll never be at home when the butcher and the baker and the tailor and the landlord call. We're gonna leave them flat, so baby, grab your hat. Let's get away from it. Let's get away from it all. Away from it all.
Oh, I wish we knew who this Wallace Wimple was. Did you ask the manager of the gas company?
Yes, and the light company and the water company.
Maybe we should hire a private detective.
Something. I wish my eyes would clear up. As it is, I wouldn't know this Wallace Wimple if I saw him. Ow, dad ratted, Bud. What's the idea of jabbing me with that cigar? Who do you think you are to...
Now, McGee.
I'll teach him to stand around in front of cigar stores and bump into people. I got a good notion to slap you down, Bud. What do you think of that? Well, ain't you got anything to say?
Indians don't talk much, McGee.
Is he an Indian?
Yes, and a wooden one at that.
Huh? Oh. Excuse me, Chief. I guess I was off the reservation.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi there, little girl. I can't see you very good, but I recognize your voice. I got some stuff in my eyes, and I don't see very well for a while yet.
Why?
Well, they do that so they can examine your eyes better.
What's the matter with him, mister? You got astigmatism?
Got what's it?
Astigmatism.
Shucks. We could have had a cute routine if you'd only mispronounced that.
I know it, but it would have been kind of corny, I bet you.
Well, maybe it would. And seeing that this is our 6th anniversary for Johnson's Wax, maybe we'd better go easy on the corn.
On the what?
Corn.
I'm hungry.
What's the matter with you, sis? You a food hoarder? You save it for a friend?
No, but I gotta feed my puppy and my kitty
and a turtle, and last Sunday my papa gave me Easter bunny.
Oh, he did, huh?
Hmm?
I says he did, huh?
He did what?
Your father gave you an Easter bunny.
Gee, did he?
That's right, you said he did.
I know it.
Well, then what... Now, look, sis. Did you ever hear of a guy named Wallace Wimple?
Sure.
When?
Just now. Why, Dad?
Because I gotta find him, that's why. And say, by the way, if you ever hear of anyone named Wallace Wimple, come and tell me, will you? And I'll give you a nickel.
It's worth 10 cents, I bet you.
Oh. Okay, 10 cents.
You mean you'll give me 10 cents if I tell you how to find him? Do you, please?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. Give me the dime.
You know how I can find him?
Sure I do, I bet.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Okay, here's 10 cents. What do I do?
Look in the telephone book. Go on, mister.
I never thought of that. Hey, Molly, lead me to the nearest phone booth, will you?
All right, dearie. I don't know how we overlooked such an obvious idea.
Well, sometimes the things right under your nose are the hardest to see. As the high school kid says when he tries to raise a mustache. Hey, Molly.
What?
Does drops in your eyes affect your other muscles? I'm developing an awful limp.
Oh, it isn't serious, dearie. You're walking with one foot in the gutter.
Let's get down to Kramer's drugstore and see if we can...
Well. Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Fibber.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Is that you, Saki?
Well, what's the matter with you, little chum? What are they leading you around for?
Oh, don't drip so much. Big drip. You make me sick with all that.
He's been to the oculist, Mr. Gildersleeve, and he's got drops in his eyes.
Not that it bothers me at the moment, Gildersleeve. You always did look like a big blur to me anyway.
Is that so?
Yes, that's...
Why, you astigmatic little biological error. For 2 cents, I'd pop you one right on that little receding chin of yours. And if you haven't got 2 cents, you can open an account with me.
Drops in the eyes or no drops in the eyes, Gildersleeve? I could handle you with one hand tied behind me and juggling 3 Japanese with my feet.
You couldn't juggle the accounts in a piggy bank, you little vacuum.
Gildersleeve?
Oh, here. For goodness sake, boy, stop it.
Oh.
Don't you realize this is our 6th anniversary for Johnson's Wax?
Well,
Let's all be friends at least for one day.
well, all right. For one day.
One day it is, Gildersleeve. But what are you doing tomorrow?
Nothing.
Okay. Suppose I meet you in back of the firehouse and slap a few of your cheap gold fillings down your noisy epiglottis.
You're a hard man, McGee. But by George!
Hey, Rocky.
What is it, chum?
You know a guy named Wallace Wimple?
Wallace Wimple. Oh, Wallace Wimple. Why, certainly.
Oh.
An old college chum of mine.
Oh.
Yeah. He used to sleep in the next seat of me in chapel.
For goodness sakes, well, where does he live, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Wait a minute. I have it right down here in my address book. Wimple. W. Here's Wilma.
Wilma, huh?
Wilma's the horse. She's running in the Derby this year. W. Ah, here it is. Wally Wimple. 1345 Oak Street. And when you see him...
Oh,
Okay.
taxi!
Okay, Molly. Let's go.
Come on, McGee. Come on, get in quick. No, in the back seat, dearie.
Oh.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, wait a minute, folks. What's this all about? I might...
Oh, go tat a tip at you, big mug. I'll see you tomorrow behind the firehouse.
Oh!
1345 Oak Street, driver, and step on it now. Step on it.
Come on, Molly. Here we are.
Watch the step, dearie. Here, take hold of my hand.
Now, you let me handle this, Molly. This guy may be a professional crook, and I might have to get tough with him.
Well, what if he's a big bruiser?
Well, Yeah. Hi, Bud. You Wallace Wimple?
Yes, I am.
You a big guy, Molly?
No, he's just a little guy, McGee.
Yeah. Now, you look here, Wimple. You got a lot of nerve swiping my coat out of that restaurant. I got a notion to kick you around and teach you respect for other people's property. What? What's the idea of taking my coat?
Well, bless my soul, I didn't even know I had taken the wrong one.
Well, is this your coat, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, it certainly is, and thank you so much for returning it.
Is that all you got to say, Wimple? Ain't you going to apologize?
Yes, I certainly am. It was a very ridiculous mistake. But at the time, I couldn't tell one coat from another.
Well, why not?
Well, I went to an oculist this morning, and he put some drops in my eyes. Isn't that silly?
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Have you heard about the special bargain offer that many Johnson dealers are now making? It's one you'll not want to miss, so listen carefully. For a limited time, many dealers are now giving a long-handled glow coat applier free with a quart of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat at the regular price of 98 cents. You'll find this applier very handy. It's washable, may be used over and over again, and it makes the application of glow coat amazingly simple. And speaking of saving, glow coat, of course, is a famous labor saver. It's the #1 easy-to-use floor polish wherever you go. It needs no rubbing or buffing. You just apply and let dry, and in 20 minutes your floor gleams with a rich, long-lasting polish. Glow Coat keeps the colors of linoleum fresh and bright, makes the linoleum itself last much longer. See your dealer right away while this money-saving offer is still available. Ask for this long-handled applier free with 1 quart of Johnson's Glow Coat at the regular price of 98 cents.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's program marks the beginning of our 7th year on the air for Johnson's Wax. And the people in both Racine and Wistful Vista want to thank you all for your loyalty and friendship.
That's right. If it hadn't been for you folks, why we would...
Telegram for Fibber McGee and Molly.
I'll take it, Wallace. Thanks.
Let me read it, dearie. Remember your eyes. Oh, how nice. Listen, McGee.
Yeah?
Congratulations to Fibber McGee and Molly on their 6th anniversary. You have done a wonderful job, and we hope your sponsor appreciates you as much as we do. We hope they sign you up for another 6 years.
That'll be 89 cents, please. It's collect.
It is not collect. I paid for that telephone. Good night.
Good night, Al.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Special announcement about Johnson's newest product, the amazing enamel that actually contains wax. Johnson's Wax Enamel it's called, and you've never seen an enamel like it before. Take a piece of furniture that's old and shabby, brush on a coat of wax enamel in any one of 19 smart colors, and behold the smoothest finish and most exquisite luster you ever saw. You'll be proud of your decorating efforts with this new kind of enamel because wax enamel dries with a smoother, more colorful finish, with a satiny wax luster instead of a harsh glare. Besides, and this is important, the wax in wax enamel gives it extra protection against wear, makes it easy to keep clean. Your dealer will give you a wax enamel color chart free. Ask for one tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel Blanc, the creator of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc. Good evening, folks. Well, it's Saturday afternoon in Mel Blanc's little town, and Mel and his girl Betty, like most romantic young couples, are enjoying the movie matinee at the Bijou. Now the show is over, and in some dark spot of the theater, we hear Mary Jones saying to her boyfriend,
We have to go now, Frank. Take your arm away.
And in the back row, we hear Susan Arnold saying to her boyfriend,
All right, Henry. The lights are up. Wipe that lipstick off your face.
At another dimly lit corner of the theater, where Mel has been sitting with Betty, we hear Betty saying,
Oh, Mel, the picture's over. Wake up.
So now we find Betty and Mel, having left the theater, walking homeward, and Mel, still under the influence of what he has just seen, is enacting a portion of the picture.
I want you, Ingrid. I'm going to take you in my arms and hug you and squeeze you and crush you tighter and tighter, tighter.
Mel, get away from that lamppost.
Gosh, if only I were an actor. The salaries those guys make. Clark Gable, Robert Taylor, Gary Cooper. I'll bet some of them make as high as $50, $60 a week.
Darling, they make at least $1,000 a week.
$1,000 a week? Oh, Betty, if I made that much, we could live like kings. Eat the best. Every night, chow mein.
Don't be silly.
Oh, you think I can't be an actor, huh? Look at that picture we just saw, Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, wasn't Gary Cooper wonderful?
Gary Cooper, Gary Cooper, Gary Cooper. I'll bet if his name was Sam Cooper, you wouldn't be so excited. What does Gary Cooper do, anyway? The girl says to him, Gary, do you love me? Will you take me away with you? Will you marry me? And Gary just stands there and says, Yep. Then the minister says, you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife. And Gary says, Yep. What a life. $25,000 a yep.
Oh, Mel, now stop showing off and stop dreaming about being an actor.
Well, an actor makes a lot of money. And I'll bet your father would have more respect for me if I had a lot of money.
But that's where you're wrong, darling. Just be yourself. Let Father respect you for your...
You see, I gotta have money.
Oh, no, Mel. No, you're all wrong. I know Father's beginning to like you, especially since you voted him into your lodge. In fact, he may even announce our engagement tonight.
Oh, Betty, what a feeling.
Isn't it wonderful, Mel?
Yeah. Like the time we had a strawberry soda and drank it with 2 straws.
Yeah.
And then we got reckless and threw 1 straw away. Well, here we are, Betty.
Yeah, here we are.
Gosh, it was a nice afternoon.
Yeah, sure was.
Well, thanks for walking me home, Betty.
Come on, Mel.
So long. Gosh, I think I missed my chance. When she puckered up her lips, I bet I could have kissed her. Gosh, Betty sure is nice. I can just see Betty and me married, sharing this fix-it shop. How happy we'll be. Mr. and Mrs. Mel Blanc. Then in a year or two, we'll have some little Blancs. A little boy Blanc and a little girl Blankhead.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Adams. What can I do for you?
Mel, I came over to ask you for a special favor. Will you mind my baby?
You mean little Julius here? Oh, gosh, Mrs. Adams, this is a fix-it shop. If there's something wrong with the baby, I'll gladly fix him.
Oh, Mel.
Oh, but I never took care of a baby before. Well, look. What if, suppose...
You mean he,
Yeah.
Well, that's what these are for.
Oh, fine. That's what I'll need. Bibs.
I'll be back in a few hours, Mel. Don't let anything happen to little Julius.
I won't. Oh, look, he likes me. He's opening his mouth.
Oh, he's putting his little hands around your neck.
Oh, tell him to stop squeezing.
Oh, Mel, he's only a year old.
That kid's a killer.
Well, I've got to go now. Take good care of Julius. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Adams. Gee, what a cute little baby. I love babies. They're almost human. Although this one looks a little silly. Oh, gee, he must have heard me. Oh, the baby's lonesome for company. Maybe he wants to talk to another baby. Here. Hold the monkey wrench in your hand. That's what you get for being nice to babies. Well, Julius, I have to put you down back here. Here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo,
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. I hope you don't mind me saying so, mighty potentate, but you look a little unhappy.
Well, I'm having a little domestic trouble, Mel.
The maid?
No, the maid's all right. I can't stand my wife. You know, I'd leave her in a minute. I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Well, I think Betty and I are going to hit it off very well together, Mr. Cushing.
Mel, Betty's a fine girl. But I can only say what I say to every couple about to be married. Stop!
Oh, but Mr. Cushing, not my Betty.
Well, go ahead, Mel, but you'll learn that before marriage, everything's wonderful. You're happy. You're in clover.
And after the marriage?
Poison ivy. Well, Mel, I've got to be on my way now. Of course, you'll be at the lodge meeting tonight, won't you?
Oh, gosh, mighty potentate, I can't make it.
What? Every loyal zebra should be there, and especially you, inasmuch as it was your vote that got Mr. Colby into the lodge, and we're initiating him tonight.
But, Mr. Cushing, I can't go. I promised to mind Mrs. Adams' baby.
I don't care if you promised to mind Mrs. Adams. Now, you'll be there. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. But I still don't think I can be there.
Now, you better be there if you know which side your ugga is buttered on.
Oh, this is terrible. I'm supposed to go to the lodge. I've got to mind Julius. Mr. Colby's going to announce my engagement. I wonder what Gary Cooper would say in a spot like this. I know. Yep.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, I've been told, can make a love affair grow cold. So don't let any breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, spoil your chance of romance. You'll be wise to do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller and the Sportsman doing I Feel a Song Coming On.
I feel a song coming on, and I'm warning you, it's a victorious, happy and glorious new strain. Oh, I feel a song coming on. It's a melody full of the laughter of children out after the rain.
still looking for someone to mind the baby so he can attend the initiation of his future father-in-law, Mr. Colby, at the lodge meeting tonight. Right now, he's exhausted his list of friends. We find him working on Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
But listen, Tommy, you're my friend, aren't you?
Look, Mel, when you mention friendship, you touch me deeply. When you mention old time's sake, you touch me deeply. Now, do you really want to touch me deeply?
Yeah.
Mention money.
That's a fine way to talk to your future brother-in-law.
Huh? You call that a future? Hey, Mel, look, here comes your helper, Zuki. Why don't you get him to mind the baby?
Hi, Mel. Silky, I've been looking for you all day long. Where have you been?
Well, I was here
Never mind. Just stay here and take care of Mrs. Adams' baby. I'm going down to the lodge meeting. Come on, Tommy. So long, Zuki.
What happened? Oh, gosh, it's Julie, a baby. Oh, he's sleepy. I'll sing him a lullaby. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the tree. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the tree. I better get down off this tree. Oh, what a nice baby. Oh, go. Thanks. Gee, I like babies. They touch a soft spot in my... Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Zuki. Where's Mel?
Oh, he went to the lodge meeting a long time ago.
He did? Well, that's odd. I stopped at Doc Brown's house, and he'd left, too. That's funny they left without me. I wonder why.
Well, if you want to ask my opinion, Mr. Colby...
Yes?
I haven't got any.
Well, frankly, I'm a bit hurt. I was going to tell Mel that he, perhaps could announce his engagement to Betty. And he didn't even wait for me.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Colby. I got to get back to the baby.
Yes, I was going to announce the engagement. Baby?
Yeah, I love babies. Especially when they're 1 mummy, 3 mummy, when they're 5 mummy, 17 years old.
Zuki, whose baby is that?
Well, you see, Mel,
Mel's baby? Mel's been two-timing Betty.
Mr. Colby, don't get excited.
No wonder he didn't wait for me to go to the meeting. Yes, he was afraid to face me.
Oh, you got Mel all
I'm going down to that lodge meeting. I'm going down there and break every bone in his body.
But. Oh, poor Mel. When Colby gets a hold of him, he'll tear him to pieces. He'll rip him up. He'll break every bone in his body. Is there a doctor in the house?
I now call this meeting to order in the name of the benevolent order of loyal zebras. The members will now rise and give the password.
Boo!
Brother Blank, we have finished saying the password.
Oh, I'm not saying the password. Brother Miller has the hiccups, and I'm trying to scare it out of him.
I see. And now Brother Ross will read the minutes of the last meeting.
Because the lodge hall was closed for repairs, the last meeting was held in the back of Brother Murphy's Bar and Grill. First time in 3 years everyone attended. Brother Colby was voted in. And in celebration of the event, Brother Murphy brought in a round of beers. We quickly dispensed with old business. Brother Blank made a resolution to take $100 out of the treasury for the community chest. Resolution was passed. Brother Murphy brought in another round of beers. At this point, mighty potentate Cushing made a resolution to dispose of his wife. It was passed unanimously. And Brother Murphy brought in another round of beers. Brother Miller fell out of the window. A resolution was passed to petition Congress to make Murphy's Bar and Grill a national shrine. Brother Murphy fell out of the window. Another round of beers was passed. The neighbors complained, and the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Brother Ross. And now, members, as you know, Brother Colby will be initiated tonight. That's why he was invited late. We will give him the husband and wife initiation, which we used on Doc Brown. Brother Blank, we call upon you to initiate Mr. Colby.
Me? Oh, I can't do it. Mr. Colby is just about to announce my engagement to his daughter. And if I give him the husband and wife initiation, he's liable to call the whole thing off.
Oh, Brother Blank, you've always bragged about being an actor. This is your chance.
Well, yeah. Say, that's a good idea. And besides, he's made my life plenty miserable. This is my chance to get even with him.
He's coming up the steps, and he's raving mad.
Uh-oh, give me that wig and that dress. I'm really going to give it to him.
Now, everybody out. Dim the lights, dim the lights. Go out there and make it good, Mel.
Okay.
Mel Blank, when I get my hands on... Oh, gosh, it's dark in here. Well, what's happening? Where is everybody? There's nobody here.
Nobody but little old me and big fat you.
Well, there's supposed to be a meeting of the zebras here. And...
Well, if you're looking for a zebra, you don't want me. I'll just run along.
Oh, no. No, don't do that. Stay a while. What's your name?
Lulabelle Feigenstein-Holt.
Lulabelle, what a beautiful name.
Y'all can call me Miss Feigenstein-Holt. Golly, I just get goosebumpy all over being all alone with a big, handsome man like you.
Did you say handsome?
That's what I said. I said handsome. Handsome, that is. You northern boys are so strong. Do you all mind if I feel your muscles? My, you got real Yankee muscles. Way up north. All around your head. Mind if I call you Musclehead?
A girl like you can call me anything.
Oh, I'll bet if you ever took me in your arms, you could crush me to a pulp.
Lulabelle, if I ever took you all in my arms, I wouldn't waste time a crushing you.
No? What would you do?
I'd kiss you.
Oh! Well, you can kiss me if you catch me.
Well, here I go. Oh!
There you went.
Lulabelle, you tripped me.
Oh, no, I didn't. I kicked you.
Now, come here, Lulabelle. I was just trying to show you some northern hospitality.
Well, you ain't going to get any southern comfort from me. Oh, well, pardon me. I got to leave the room a moment. You wait right here.
Here, Mel, change into these clothes, quick. You're terrific. When Colby tried to kiss you, we thought we'd die.
Yeah, it made me sick, too.
Okay, go on in now. Here's the shotgun.
Yeah.
Is that you, Lulabelle? Well, come in. Aha! You thought you'd get away, you all, huh? What? You've been trifling with the affections of my wife, Lulabelle Feigenstein-Holt. Your wife? Oh, what a ghastly mistake. How dare you call my wife a ghastly mistake? I'm going to take this gun and blow your brains out. Please, Mr. Feigenstein-Holt. Don't shoot me. I'm a good citizen. I work hard. I support a family. I pay my taxes. And when election time comes around, I go to the polls and vote. Oh, a Republican! That's a last straw. I'm going to fill you so full of holes, you're going to look like cream cheese. Don't you mean Swiss cheese? No, I changed my mind. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. So if you have anything further to say...
What do you mean I can't come in? I'm coming in anyway. Where's Mel Blanc? Zuki, I don't see Mel Blanc anywhere.
Oh, that's him over there, Mrs. Adams, with a gun in his hand.
What? You're Mel Blanc? Why, I'll tear you limb from limb.
Now, don't get excited, Musclehead. I mean, Mr. Colby.
I've never been so humiliated. Hey, Brother Colby, and you passed with flying colors. Well, anyway, Mel Blanc, I've got my own score to settle with you. You, the father of this child. Why, I'll annihilate you.
What? Mel, the father of this child? Julius, did you hear what that man said?
Now, you see, Mr. Colby?
Well, Mel, my boy, I'm sorry. Oh, I see. It's just been a big joke, that's all, huh?
Oh, maybe it's funny to you, but Mel Blanc, you left my child with Zuki all night, and now look what happened.
What?
Listen to Julius.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And this is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Indian summer night in Mel Blanc's little town. The spirit of romance is in the air, and the courting Casanovas are buying favors with which to greet their girlfriends. In the florist shop, Sam Brown is saying,
Here's $5. Give me the best orchid in the place.
And in the sweet shop, Henry Jones is saying,
Here's $10. Give me the biggest box of candy you got.
And in another shop, Mel Blanc is saying,
I want some flowers and candy for my girl Betty. Here's my money.
Okay. Hey, Joe, give this guy 2 daisies and a jelly bean.
So Mel had it wrapped as a gift and presented it to Betty. Right now we find Mel sitting with Betty in her front parlor, enjoying their favorite pastime, looking at the family album.
Oh, look, Mel, here's a picture of my cousin Dottie when she was 2 years old.
Oh, what a cute little bathing suit.
Yeah. And here's a picture of her taken 17 years later.
Still wearing the same bathing suit.
Isn't it awful how little girls wear these days?
Yeah. Terrible. Dottie sure is...
Mel, turn the page.
Okay.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, Betty, who's that stupid, anemic-looking character you're standing next to?
Darling, that's you.
What a handsome devil.
Oh, here's a picture of my great-grandmother in uniform. You know, she served in the Civil War on the southern side.
What do you know, a Confederate whack? Gosh, look at Dottie. I can't get over
Now,
her.
stop going back to that page. Oh, here's a picture of Uncle George Colby and his wife waving goodbye from the ship before they left for France.
Well, who's that big woman waving back?
That is the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
Well.
Mel, stop looking at Dottie's picture.
What's the matter, Betty? You're a little cross today.
Well, I don't know how to break this to you, Mel, but Father is moving the family away from here.
Oh, but Betty, what about your father's supermarket?
He's found a buyer from out of town.
But where will you live?
Well, if the deal goes through, Daddy and he will exchange houses.
Oh, Betty, we've got to get married right away.
Mel, you've been saying that for 5 years.
Well, I'll buy the supermarket myself.
But you have no money.
I'll go to the bank and get a loan.
But, Mel, you have no credit.
Then I'll get a GI loan.
Mel Blanc, I refuse to wait another 5 years.
But, Betty, I may never see you again. I won't let your father do it. I'll burn the supermarket.
Oh, look. There's some man coming up the steps. I've never seen him before.
Say, do you suppose it could be the man who's going to buy the supermarket?
Well, Dad and I have never seen him, but he's supposed to be here tomorrow. That's why Father went out for the evening.
Betty, I've got it. If it is the buyer, I'll pretend I'm your father and kill the deal.
Oh, but Mel...
Betty, I've heard your father yell so often, it's a cinch for me to do it. Besides, I'm a natural-born actor. See if I don't sound like your father.
Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone in your body.
But, Father,
Mel... Come in.
How do you do? My name is Billings, Percy W. Billings. I'm here on a matter of business. Is Mr. Colby in?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Billings. I'm Colby, and this is my daughter, Betty.
Your daughter? You look rather young to be the father of this girl.
Why, she's only 12 years old.
12? She's a rather mature girl for 12.
Oh, you think so? You should see her cousin Dottie.
Father, get away from that photograph album.
I know that I was due in tomorrow, Mr. Colby, but my astrologer told me the stars were more advantageous for our meeting tonight. Aquarius was crossing Pisces, and the best sign for supermarkets is Aquarius and Pisces.
Yes, I've seen the sign, A and P.
Oh, a fellow astrologer.
No, I'm much more concerned with the bumps on the head.
Do you use phrenology?
No, Band-Aids.
Now, let's get down to business. Daughter, do you mind leaving the room? Mr. Billings and I have a deal to make.
Right, Father, but be careful.
Oh, daughter, you can leave the album here.
By the way, I hope I didn't inconvenience you by arriving tonight instead of waiting until tomorrow. The stars, you know.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Billings. Too bad you didn't get here a little earlier.
Why?
Oh, you missed a beautiful fire at the supermarket.
Supermarket?
Yes, everybody in town was there, except Joe Moore, Phil Carr, and Mac Brown.
Was it necessary for them to be there?
Yeah. They're the firemen.
Oh, but it didn't matter. The fire went on without them.
That must have caused a great deal of damage at the market.
What market?
Oh, this is dreadful. I came here for nothing. Something must have gone wrong with my horoscope. I knew I should have had another meeting with my astrologer before I left.
Oh, hello, everybody. I'm home. Oh, it's you, Mel. Haven't you left yet?
You got home early, didn't you?
Who is this man?
Oh, that's my son.
You've got the oldest children I've ever seen.
Children? Pardon me, sir. Who are you?
My name is Billings, Percy W. Billings.
Oh, I've been waiting for you. My name is Colby.
But this man's name is Colby. In fact, he just told me the supermarket burned down.
Oh, so long, everybody.
Where are you going?
To put out the fire.
Mel Blank? Wait a minute, Mr. Billings. I'm Colby. This man is Mel Blank. The market didn't burn. In fact, I'm selling because I don't want my daughter Betty to see this nincompoop again.
Well, I'm confused. There's only one thing for me to do.
What's that?
I must send for my astrologer and consult with him. Where is the telephone?
Oh, right there.
Thank you.
Oh, and Mel, as long as this is your last visit to my house, allow me to show you out personally.
Oh, you don't have to, Mr. Colby.
Oh, yes, I do.
He's so polite. Oh, what a mess. If Mr. Billings consults that astrologer and buys a supermarket, Mr. Colby will move out of town and I'll never see Betty again. Gosh, what'll I do? I wonder if her cousin Dottie has a phone.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
You meet a girl and say, let's dance, but that breath of trouble says no romance. You think you could be guilty of this breath of trouble? I mean, unpleasing breath? It happens to thousands without their knowing. So just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Blue Sky.
Skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies. Do I see? No, nothing but blue skies with bluebirds singing a song. Nothing but bluebirds all day long.
Never saw the sun shining so bright.
Never saw things that were going so right.
Noticing the days they're hurrying by.
When you're in love, my, they fly high. Blue days, troubles, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Blue skies smile at me. Shining so bright, never saw things that were going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by when you're really in love. My, they fly high. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies. Blue
looks like Mr. Colby is going to sell his supermarket and move out of town with Mel's girl, Betty. However, before completing the deal, Mr. Billings has sent for his favorite astrologer and has asked him to hold a meeting at the Colby house. Mel is desperately trying to figure out something to do to stop him. Right now, we find Mel in his fix-it shop talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
Gosh, Tommy, everything happens to me. Do I have to lose my girl? Do I have to do everything wrong? Do I have to be a failure?
You don't have to, Mel. You're just doing what comes naturally.
Gee, Tommy, I wonder why your father hates me so much.
Maybe it's because he tries so hard.
Oh, I just can't understand it. Is it because I have no money? Is it because I'm unsuccessful? Is it because I'm unreliable? Tommy, say something. Don't just stand there nodding.
Look, Mel, it looks like my papa's going to sell the supermarket to Mr. Billings. Now, I like this town, and I don't want to leave, so I got an idea. I'm supposed to go down on the train and bring the crystal ball gazer to my house. Now,
wait a second, Tommy. Here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Oh, pardon my saying so, Mr. Cushing, but you're not looking very well.
Yeah, I know.
Something you ate?
No, someone I married. What an argument we had last night, Mel.
You had an argument with a little woman?
Mel, she may be little, but she's all mouth. Yada, yada. All day long she follows me around yapping at me. You know, Mel, it's almost impossible to concentrate on my housework.
You do the housework? Why don't you put your foot down?
Mel, the only time I put my foot down is to start the vacuum cleaner.
Gosh, your wife sure is tough.
Tough? She's the toughest woman in the world. Mel, when we have an argument, my wife doesn't go home to her mother. She sends me. I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money. And I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know who to talk to.
Well, if you think you have troubles, Mr. Cushing, listen to this. Mr. Colby's selling the supermarket, and my girlfriend Betty's moving out of town.
Well, is there no way to stop them?
Well, it all depends on a certain astrologer who's arriving tonight to hold a meeting with a buyer.
Well, Mel, suppose someone sidetracks the astrologer. You take over as the astrologer's assistant, and as such, you advise this buyer not to buy.
Gee, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever think of it so fast?
My boy, after living with my wife for 25 years, I've developed a criminal mind. I gotta go now.
Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, I've got two alternatives. They're showing a Boris Karloff picture at the Bijou, or I can go home and look at my wife. So long, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo,
Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo. Ugga. Oh, Tommy.
Yes, Mel.
Hey, do you want to stay in town?
Oh, yeah.
Well, here's how you can do it. Get a hold of my assistant, Zuki, and tell him to meet the astrologer at the train.
Oh, I get him, Mel. But who's going to look into the crystal ball at my house?
Who do you think?
What a disgrace. Whitmore, the mystic, 2 hours late. Zuki, can't you get this car started?
Well, don't worry. I'll fix it. Now, you see, you take this wrench here and you tighten the carburetor. You tighten the carburetor. You tighten the carburetor. Come on, Yogi, let's push.
Hello. Whitmore the Mystic is with you? Well, where's Mel? He'll be here any minute. As the Maharaja? Okay, good. So long. Father, the Maharaja should be here any minute.
Oh, good, good. Although, Mr. Billings, now that the deal is all set, I can't understand why you want to depend on some fake Maharaja to tell you what to do.
Mr. Colby, my man is no fake. He is a Harvard graduate. His name is Whitmore, and his approach is purely scientific.
Oh, well, that's the way you want it.
Oh, that must be him now. Come in. Hello.
Oh, Yanko, Maharaja, he say, what's up, Doc?
Who are you? I didn't think anyone like you would come.
You were expecting maybe Maharaja Nosbaum.
There is Whitmore the Mystic.
Oh, Mystic couldn't come. He called Crystal Ball Union. They send me.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Oh, good for you. You properly suspicious. Maharaja just make jokes. Actually, Maharaja assistant to Whitmore the Mystic.
Well, that's different. Maharaja, this is Mr. Colby.
Greetings. Maharaja can tell Mr. Colby is a seventh son of a seventh son of a seventh son.
Why, nothing of the kind. I'm the fifth son of a second son of an only son.
Well, anyway, you're a son of a son. Now, gentlemen, please darken room. Be seated. I look in crystal ball.
Maharaja, I've called you here to determine whether or not I should buy the Colby supermarket.
Oh, supermarket, tough question to answer. You asked me about bowling parlor. That more up my alley.
Maharaja.
Oh, spirit of other world. Maharaja calls upon you. I see Uncle George Colby and wife. I see grandmother who served in Civil War. And I see,
Who do you see?
Cousin Ducky.
This is preposterous. My family dates back hundreds of years. What about the Colby who served with George Washington?
Me try. Colby, spirit of revolution, come to me. I hear him. Listen, Granny Struga Streptoites Muska.
What's that?
Oh, sorry, wrong revolution. I see him now. He is crossing the Delaware with George Washington. Washington is standing in the boat, and Colby is saying something.
Yes, what's he saying?
Down in front!
Just a second, Maharaja. You've done nothing but insult my family. Why, Joshua Colby was in the Fife and Drum Corps in 1776.
Quiet. The spirits are coming closer. Closer, I can hear it now.
You can hear it?
Yes, the spirit of 76. Listen.
Scientific exhibition of crystal gazing.
Mr. Colby, this is preposterous. This assistant has wasted our time completely. The deal for the supermarket will have to wait for a more favorable time. Goodbye.
Oh!
Don't worry, Mr. Colby. Spirit really say don't sell supermarket. Spirit say young man coming into your daughter's life make fortune.
Huh?
His name is Mel Blanc. Oh, very good looking.
What? That ugly nincompoop?
Careful who you're calling out.
Careful. Oh, I mean Maharaja.
It's you! Boy, I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Oh, but Mr. Colby,
Mel, darling, how do you feel?
Oh, fine. I stopped you from moving away, and I established a new record.
A new record?
Yeah, that's twice I've been thrown out of your house in one day.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Could it be that a breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has spiked your romance? It's happened to thousands without their knowing. Be on your guard. Night and morning and before every date, brush your teeth with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening, good night, and
that's all, folks.
This is Bud Houston reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the future of you and yours for a moment. Do you want to save for a college education for your children, a home of your own business, a nest egg for your old age? Thousands of wage earners are protecting their futures by buying United Savings Bonds through the Payroll Savings Plan. Remember, your United Savings Bonds are the safest investment in the world. The Mel Blanc Show is written by Mac Denoff. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.